is still a little bit on their minds, but they're wasting no
LGD
time and moving very quickly through
turn
this
to
draft. They picked up a Slaughter and a Templar Assassin, so still just looking for that final support. They've got some crazy Roshan potential between the TA and the Slaughter, so should be able to grab that very early on into the game. And I guess that probably just settles their lanes as... well, it could be either the Queen of Pain or the Templar Assassin going on mid against the Shadow Fiend, but I think TA much more near sort of standard mid-hero, and we've actually been seeing a lot of safe lane Queen of Pain of late, so I think that's probably the kind of configuration that we're looking at, especially because it's probably CTY on the Quap.
Reserve time.
And the Quap's actually pretty solid against the Tusk as well, though it looks like LGD are instead going to be having the Clockwork in the off lane, and the Tusk is probably going to be that 4-position hero, so yeah, gonna have to see where LGD go from here. Still missing one support and their safe lane hero for Sylar. EHOME are pretty heavy on the physical damage on the whole right now. Queen of Pain, of course, has some pure damage burst, but there isn't really a whole lot that you can do about that, so I do feel like EHOME have worked themselves into a corner a little bit, at least from that perspective of the draft. But what exactly LGD can grab that's going to be solid against that is the question. Someone that can buy a Vlad's and an AC is never going to be a miss against all this minus armor, so you could look at something like a Lycan. Sylar does play a pretty solid Lycan, though it's not necessarily ideal, I think, by any means in this lineup so far, and we might just see them pick up a support here. They don't really have any way to deal with the Templar Assassin all that reliably just yet either, or at least the refraction is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, so I do like the Ancient Apparition from that perspective. Can give the Clockwork a little bit of extra punch moving forward to be able to find pickoffs, and it is nice to have against the Dazzle, though I think the flip side to that is, as much as the Ice Blast is going to it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Dazzle to save people in fights, having Dazzle in your lineup means that people are going to be arriving to most fights completely at full HP, and that you can't really whittle people down with an Ice Blast sort of as they're making their way in. So you do have to really just be landing it in the midst of the fight to be getting the full value, but I like the pickup regardless. Here gives them some really good opportunities to move around potentially in the early game and get something done, and it's been a pretty stable hero so far this patch, so nothing too crazy going on here. LGD with the bans on. I really like the bans on the Winter Wyvern and on the Bounty Hunter. We saw yesterday from Vici how much pressure you can put on the mid lane in a bunch of different ways. I think they used the Winter Wyvern from Fenrir very well to put on the Winter Wyvern and on the Bounty Hunter. We saw yesterday from Vici how much pressure you can put on the mid lane, pressure on mid, and I believe we even saw a Bounty Hunter game in the midst of all of that as well, so... And especially given that it is going to... They were probably thinking it was going to maybe be the Shadow Fiend up against the Queen of Pain, and that's already a tough enough matchup, I do like the fact that they're taking the time to just make sure that the Shadow Fiend has at least a little bit of an alright start. They've got a pretty solid 5-man lineup. At the moment, Shadow Fiend can potentially pick up that relatively early mech, start moving around. If the Clockwork has some levels, they can get that crucial pick off into just wailing down some towers. So that's definitely good, but EHOME are no slouches in the early to mid game either, and they're not even 100% reliant on the lanes going all that amazingly. Though they should do just fine. Templar Assassin on mid, and the Queen of Pain on the safe lane. It is going to end up being that Lycan ban out from EHOME, so... Looks like I wasn't too far off the mark of the being able to pick up the Vlads in the AC, can move into the jungle to leave. Not too squishy either. Has a, I think it's 3.0 strength growth off the top of my head, so the Lycan can become pretty tanky as the game goes on, but it looks like EHOME not going to afford them that opportunity here, as LGD just end up banning out a Lich. So it looks like they're just continuing to be concerned about the state of these lanes right now and making sure that they get out of the early game relatively unscathed. And EHOME will get a little bit more back in terms of the lanes. They are going to grab the Earthshakers, so not exactly the same as the Lich, but you can block some creeps. You can give your offlane Slardar potentially a nice block to start at the laning phase and help him secure his level 2 right off the bat, so sort of a pseudo-Lich, at least in that way. And instead, LGD will be giving Slark over to Sylar here. So long as he doesn't get bursted, this looks alright. He can always go and hound the Dazzle and potentially the Earthshaker in the backlines, but I do really worry about what happens to this Slark if they start falling behind, because the EHOME damage just ramps up so quickly.
10 seconds
so we'll have to see what ends up happening here.
5 seconds remaining.
Some of it's going to depend on whether or not LGD are going to be able to rotate onto the mid lane and how much they can shut down this Slardar right from the word go, but that's all going to come down to the lanes, and we're going to have to see how that plays out once we actually get underway here. So, by way of some introductions, again, this is game 1 of this best of 5. I haven't even talked about the stakes. This is the last ticket available to go to the Summit 4, to go to the LAN playoffs, to compete. And both of these teams have made it extremely far. I think LGD dropped down into the lower bracket right in the very first round of the playoffs, and they've actually fought their way all the way through to get here to the lower bracket final. EHOME, cushier ride, went through the upper bracket, got knocked down by Vici, and now they have one last opportunity to prove themselves, but it does feel, at least from the perspective of just this qualifier, LGD are the team with the momentum on their side, so we're going to have to see if that ends up factoring in as we move ourselves into this game. But over on LGD we have Weapon X, which is maybe on the Shadow Fiend. We've got DDC on the Ancient Apparition. Sylar is going to be on the Slark. We've got MMY, the real MMY, except no substitutes, on the Tusk. And we've got X, exclamation mark, which is actually RTK on the Clockwork. Meanwhile, for EHOME, 11 is going to be on Slardar, Kaka on Earthshaker, definitely one of his signatures. We've got Lamb on the Dazzle, Old Chicken's going to be on Templar Assassin, and that is going to leave CTY, his famous Queen of Pain. So, some very strong heroes on both sides, a couple of signatures, the RTK Clockwork, the CTY Queen of Pain, and we'll have to see what exactly prevails here. Looks like we are still just waiting on, and CTY may have been absent towards the end of the draft, perhaps, so still going to be waiting a little bit longer. And right as I say that, there you go, he's going to turn back up. So we're going to keep an eye out for any early TPs, and there is one in fact already on MMY, so he's making his way down towards bot. We've got the exact same move from Lamb. Is either team going to see the other? This is what your Radiant Vision looks like. They're going to spot one another. Lamb running in here with a couple of sentries. MMY's got the Observer. They'd both like to place them, but neither one's going to be willing to do it while the other one's watching. So looks like it's just going to be a couple of hits thrown around the place here, as the rest of EHOME are now going to start sauntering their way into position. Old Chicken and Kaka down here, and that does mean that LGD will have to be a little bit careful. There are already 2 stuns available. Fisher can come out of the fog, 11 could run in and drop a crush, though. It is just level 1. Meanwhile, over on the top side of the map, CTY just going to place down a ward to block out the side pull here. And EHOME, are they even considering settling into position to go for an aggressive tri-lane here, in fact? I mean, for EHOME, they have to know that the laning configuration from LGD is always going to be the Clockwork in the offlane. Whether or not he gets a little bit of help from, say, the Ancient Apparition or the Tusk is the question, but I think the Queen of Pain's going to do just fine against either the solo Clockwork or the dual lane, depending on who comes in. So I actually like this move quite a bit from EHOME, and they still managed to get themselves pretty well established down here on bottom, blocking out all three of these camps, in fact. Though it looks like Lamb is going to be wandering away, at least for now. Though he might just be blocking the mid lane and then making his way down towards bottom. Though the same could be said for Kaka, he might just be blocking the off lane and then... MMY already coming in for the attempted D wards, but he's... What does he have? He's got one more sentry to try and unblock a whole... here. EHOME was still blocked out the medium, they're still blocked out the big camp. And I really like this... Well, are they going aggressive? That's the question. I would have really liked the decision to go aggressive, because Slark is actually a god block. Pressure on him, but it looks like instead they are just going to be blocked out the medium, they're still blocked out the big camp. He's just floating at the moment, nothing too crazy going on there. RTK actually in quite a bit of trouble, going to drop down the cogs, but it doesn't help him. Lamb going to keep on right. Death of RTK, very easy kill. I don't know if he was expecting the dazzle to be elsewhere. He probably would not have died to just the queen. How much damage did Lamb do? Yeah, pretty decent amount. Alright. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't even show up. Stupid fight recap ones. I was interested, but oh well. I'm probably gonna have to reconnect here, guys. But let's see if 11 escapes here. Looks like he does manage to. I don't even know if he. Looks like he didn't have to tango through. Did find a gap. Actually gonna come running back in here, but it's just for one more slap on DDC. Alright, mid lane going just fine for the Shadow Fiend. Picking up some pretty good CS. Did opt for the Wraithband right at the very start, so... Can sometimes be a little bit of a gamble against the Templar Assassin, though a lot of Shadow Fiend players will just go for the Raise level 1 to help secure some initial CS Kakas, considering the Fissure here. MMY is fairly tanky, there's a couple of creeps here as well. Looks like EHOME are just going to be content to try and drag that back. Ice Shards, don't know where that's going, but it is going to block out 11 here. Single tango through, he still needs to wait for those shards to break down, but looks like he should be able to grab this regen. Can he keep it up? We'll be able to. Alright. 11 back to full HP. Bringing some creeps along for the ride. Going to be able to drag that back to the tower. And pretty much secure his level 3. Lamb is once again just running around and hitting people, and it's working out for him. Has picked up the point in the Poison Touch. And it is going to drive maybe all the way back. He's already got his bottle on the courier, so not too much damage done, but still pretty successful roaming dazzle, and definitely not a hero that you kind of expect to be making these kind of moves in the early game. But since it does look like we will have at least a little bit of a lull, I am gonna try for a really fast reconnect here, guys, and see if I can smooth out some of these animation issues and stuff like that. So hopefully that helped. Fingers crossed. Looks like it did something, at the very least. Alright, so Lamb's bottom lane now. They're going to leave the CTY Quap to his own devices. RTK still getting some pretty good CS up on this top lane, already level 4, so despite the death, I don't think he's entirely unhappy with how things have been going so far. 11 comes in, just going to hit MMY once. Not going to try for the crush or anything too aggressive. Sylar just going for the Dark Pack build, nothing too surprising. He's still going to need to do some farming this game, and does still really want to get to his level 6. Just sitting at 4.5 right now with only boots. Does supports have any regen left? Single tango on the AA, nothing left on MMY. But yeah, I'm not really putting on too much pressure. Got some scrabbling going on for the runes as they pop up. And it is going to be an Invis Earthshaker running over towards mid lane. This could be a little bit dangerous. It was not scouted by the Radiant, I believe. Unless MMY happened to be in the neighborhood. He has run over to mid lane, but I'm not sure what he can actually accomplish here.
The hidden ones grin.
There is a Dire Ward that was just placed over on the hill, and that's going to give vision over onto MMY, so Old Chicken knows exactly what's going on here and should not be caught off guard. Queen of Pain, plenty of mana. RTK's gonna have to be careful here. He even needs to use it. Now just has enough mana to get the power cogs off. Kako is expecting him to be waiting over in the trees. I don't know if the Radiant Creep Wave has actually spotted him just yet. Looks like it might have. Ping's coming out. Looks like CTY has a read on what's going on. Kaka gonna come running in. Does he see RTK yet? Now he's gonna spot him out. Body blocking a little bit. Pump fakes the Fissure, but CTY too far back. Handling the creep wave right now, so it looks like they're not going to be able to get this kill out of that Earthshaker invis, unfortunately. Old Chicken laying down some traps on the high ground mid, and maybe is going to have to be a little bit careful as a result. But does always have MMY here at the ready for some backup. Dust of Appearance in hand as well. And lots of warding priority given over to the mid lane at the moment by LGD. This ward's just about to fade, but still keeping an eye on what's going on. And both teams kind of the exact same move. Old Chicken wants to know where the Tusk is, and whether there's any potential rotations coming his way, and maybe wants to know if the Earthshaker's in the neighborhood. But both of them just going to keep on farming up. It's actually a slight lead in favor of the Shadow Fiend for the time being. And Kaka's hoping to camp out this haste rune, but unfortunately Old Chicken is pinned under the tower, and it's just going to be Kaka who ends up grabbing this one. Queen of Pain has the Sonic Wave now. Kaka once again with a rotation coming up. Looks for the Fissure block. He's going to get it and jump C2I. Looks like this should be the end of RTK here. Drops the far away. Not going to be making that mistake this time around. They are going to be smoking 3 over into the dire jungle, looking for whatever they can find, and it's going to be CTY, jump forward, punch. Don't even need much more. Kaka coming in, looking for the Fisher counter initiation, but looks like he's just going to be another kill. They bring the Shadow Fiend into the snowball. Nice force staff away from 11. Would have been enough, but RTK jumps in now with the hook, and Weapon X just going to keep on laying into them. MMY, one more punch, one more kill. Double kill picked up for RTK. And LGD, is this actually high ground? They got creeps pushing in. DDC was dealing with the mid lane. Slarks respawned in the midst of all this. And I think EHOME just getting somewhat caught out by the fact that LGD made such an aggressive move while their Slark was still dead. But Shadow Fiend is more than enough carry for the entire team. And maybe just having a bit of fun. Pump faking the Requiem on the high ground. Making pretty quick work of this tower, and EHOME still have to wait a decent amount of time until they get their initiators back up. 2 seconds on the Earthshaker, 5 seconds on the Slardar. What can they get done here? LGD do need to scatter a little bit, but they're just going to leave maybe on the front lines to right-click down this Rax, and he's going to get it. Manta out and into the Shadow Blade. He's going to escape, and EHOME will not be able to catch anyone as they do end up respawning. They don't need to use the Queen of Pain buyback. CTY probably had his finger on that one throughout the entire fight, but couldn't get the catch. Won't be able to get any kills, and well, now Roshan on the agenda for both teams. We do have that gem picked up on DDC that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Sylar starting, well, not to close the gap on maybe in terms of farm, but picking up a few more items here and there. I do wonder what exactly he's going to be looking to pick up. BKB still seems pretty solid by all accounts, but could see him working towards a Scotty. Butterfly, similar to the SF, is still pretty good. We'll see what Sylar's feeling here. And what have we got for Old Chicken? He's picked up a Javelin. Might be picking up a little bit more than that. Might be picking up a Death. Manages to blink himself away. The Refraction doing good work. And Sylar actually getting dragged in with MMY in the snowball. Can they burst the Slark in time? Won't be able to. And now maybe he comes in for the assist. Sylar's still working on the back lines, but needs to be careful. They will end up losing the Slardar to the Ice Blast. And maybe he just cannot be stopped. Lamb, does he have a TP out? No. So it looks like he's just going to be one more kill for LGD here, as maybe continues his rampage. This is just disgusting. And he's now even getting crazy hard to kill because he's just picking up ways to deal with the physical damage. And that's pretty much all EHOME have. Talked about it during the draft. Very right-click dependent between the Slardar and the Templar Assassin. And even the Queen of Pain working towards an AC, it looks like is going to be becoming more of a right-clicker as the game goes on. But they've got more pressing concerns right now. High ground's getting worked away at. Buyback actually coming out of the Dazzle is going to be a bit of a deterrent, but Shadow Fiend's already got an AC. Roshan has not respawned quite yet. Still about another minute to go on that one, but it feels like if LGD managed to get their hands on that, the game is kind of all but over. So EHOME have to really try and just get out of the base, try and put up a bit of vision around the pit if they possibly can, though it is always going to be tough against the Gem and the Slark. LGD will always know if you're keeping eyes on them. It is going to be a Basher picked up for the Slark here. So Sylar just grabbing a bit more lockdown. CTY 3.6k gold. Might be considering just hanging on the buyback here. We'll see if he does decide to buy up. Does anyone on his team actually... No one else on his team has buyback, so... I don't know if his buyback by itself is necessarily all that valuable. And yeah, he's just gonna be buying up here. So no buybacks whatsoever for EHOME in this upcoming fight unless they get a bunch of kills. We've got the AA Ags picked up now. So DDC starting to become pretty monstrous. The only consolation for EHOME isn't quite level 3 Ice Blast just yet, but this smoke means everything for EHOME right now. Can they find something? Can they get the initiation? Maybe he's a little bit off to the side. Tusk is going to come running in with the snowball. Buys a few seconds, and now maybe he's going to start laying into everybody. MMY gets dropped very quickly, and Kaka jumps in with a huge Echo Slam. They do finally manage to bring down the Shadow Fiend. Can this open the way for Sylar to do some damage? He's going to Manta his way into the trees. Manages to pounce himself a little bit further out. They've only lost the Earthshaker so far. And EHOME, knowing that the Shadow Fiend is dead, are going to look for more RTK. Manages to dodge the stun over in the trees, but he doesn't have a TP scroll, and he doesn't have a way out. He's just going to get right-click down. Sylar re-engaging once again, but the Grave puts an end to his aggression as he's just going to get crushed and brought down. I don't know what he was thinking there. No Shadow Dance, no Manta. DDC also going to get caught. That's the gem lost. 5 for 1 in favor of EHOME, and finally bringing it back from the brink. And Roshan's actually respawned. They've still got the Slardar. This should be very quick. Yeah, Slardar, AC, Roshan's gonna melt in a matter of seconds. AA is still dead, so no Ice Blast to worry about. Clockwork's still dead, no Rocket Flare to worry about. And that is gonna be Aegis and Cheese being passed over to EHOME. So I think with that, we're pretty much gonna completely even up the net worth. We're probably gonna completely even up the experience. I don't know if I caught... unfortunately did not catch who managed to pick up the kill on the Shadow Fiend, but I don't know. 2.4k there. Though he did participate in pretty much every single kill, but that's going to be a Glimmer Cape current gold. Actually, it might have been a Dazzle. Just judging by current gold at the moment. I don't think there's any other way that Lamb ends up with 2.4k there. Though he did participate in pretty much every single kill, but that's going to be a Glimmer Cape for him. They've got the MKB on the Templar Assassin now, and Queen of Pain, well, still just going to sit on her gold for the time being, but could even start to see the beginnings of a Hex coming out onto CTY. And, maybe he was just a little bit too far off to the side. His team was close, but not close enough. If MMY had been able to blink in and then keep him inside the snowball instead of just picking him up as it rolled over the top, I think that could have been a very different fight, but it's always the little things. Was he actually just going over to the side shop to buy a HOTD? That's some very unfortunate timing for maybe, but he's still huge. He's still very formidable. Unfortunately, this Sylar Slark is still lagging behind a little bit, and it's EHOME are kind of back in control of this game. They've got yet another smoke ready to go,
Radiant's middle tower
and they're going to see if they can start dealing some damage now. I think LGD kind of learning from that last lesson, staying grouped up, though it's only to find a smoke of their own. The line's being drawn by both teams. EHOME are heading over towards the Radiant jungle, and LGD want to head over towards the Dire. Where is this clash going to take place? Looks like neither team actually going to scout one another out. They're both just heading into the opponent's territory. Sylar's the straggler, and looks like he's just going to grab some farm in the meantime. A bunch of random pings coming out, but yeah, neither team has a solid lock on where anybody is right now. And that does kind of work out to be in LGD's favor. They chew up a little bit of time on the Aegis. Sylar manages to grab a bit more farm. So good news on those fronts. The gem is still in the hands of EHOME. Lamb is carrying that one at the moment. 11, sitting on 2.6k right now, so no big spoils from that previous fight just yet, but could see some items coming out before too long. And we've also got a Glimmer Cape picked up on Kaka now. After that last fight, Sylar wants to get some scouting information here if he can. He's got good night vision to Slark, but does need to be careful. EHOME have planted down a ward. Ping comes out, but I think EHOME are just playing dumb for the time being. As the mid-range Drax is actually going to fall on the Dire side, as EHOME just claimed this tier 2 bottom. Are they going to go back and defend this? Tier 4s are even taking a bit of chip damage, so looks like CTY is going to go back, deal with that. Still 2 minutes on this Aegis, so maybe time for one more push down mid, but LGD are using their Manta styles pretty effectively to keep these lanes pushed out and deal with the pressure. What else do we got? More items coming up. Solar Crest for the Tusk. Not going to help all that much against the TA, but still decent against the Queen of Pain right click, which is continuing to build up and up as this game goes on. What is the Shadow Fiend going for? Probably just looking towards a Satanic and to start building up some more survivability now that EHOME have actually proven that they can kill him in these fights, though. It takes a lot of effort to do so. And Sylar just Removing some traps from the Ancients. Needs to be careful. LGD still just kind of stalling for time right now. TC, another Midas activation is going to get him pretty close to picking up his level 16. We've still got some items coming up for LGD as well, as RTK manages to grab himself an Aghanim Scepter. It's just going to be a Vlad's for 11.
Middle tower is under attack.
Always nice to have against the Shadow Fiend minus armor, and they're going to add that to the bonuses that they're getting from an AC of their own. The one big surprise factor right now for EHOME becomes, are they going to try and do anything more with this Aegis? But with only he's managed to stay in the fog for the time being. LGD have to have a pretty good idea that he has this item, but it still could catch them off guard. And the question for EHOME now becomes, are they going to try and do anything more with this Aegis? But with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock, looks like that's going to be a no. Shadow Fiend has picked up a BKB, looks like ditching his Shadow Blade in the process, in fact selling his Shadow Blade to be able to afford that one. And looks like he's just decided that the biggest factor in that last fight was getting completely locked down and just demolished by the Earthshaker, which I think is a pretty fair assessment, honestly. And it's also going to help a lot against the Hex, potentially. Depends on whether or not C2I is able to get in and get the Hex off first. He has revealed his Hex now, clearing out that wave, so LGD should know what's going on. They also know that the Aegis is faded. Dazzle's gonna weave up his team. 11 just goes walking into LGD, but maybe his pop, the BKB, was anticipating a fight, but they didn't manage to cancel the blink. Old Chicken gets caught out. Doesn't have the Aegis, needs to fight, but he's got a lot of backup. Couple of Glimmer Capes. He's also going to be able to blink himself away, and now it's actually maybe who's in a lot of trouble. In comes the Snowball, actually going to save him from that Hex. Old Chicken, now the one getting turned around on. He does have the Grave, he's got some Glimmers, but a few more right clicks are going to finish him off on the back lines. Kaka being brought down by the Requiem, maybe still alive, a little bit further over. C2I making his escape, but he's getting ticked down by the Ice Blast, and RTK with this hookshot continues the chase. C2I does manage to pop the cheese and continue to run, manages to buy a TP scroll, needs to get another blink off, however, but he gets bashed by Sylar and brought down by the right clicks. It looked like it wasn't going to be a great fight from LGD the way that it started, but great individual plays out of MMY. They saved the Shadow Fiend, they turned things around on the Templar Assassin, and RTK as well. I think he cog blocked the Templar Assassin away from the rest of her team, and then also managed to get that secondary catch onto CTY, so LGD gonna strut forward, working on this tier 3. There is still a glyph available for EHOME, but there's no Quap buyback. Remember, she bought up to get that Hex. They buy out on the Templar Assassin, but what can they really do? They already used the Echo, and RTK just gonna make some space, jumping in with the hook. Sylar's now here as well. A couple of dusts pop out, and it looks like Kaka will be right-click down the Grave. Saves him for now. 11 comes in, only gets the crush into DDC, and he's getting chased down by the Snowball. EHOME just kiting back towards their tier 4s at the moment, trying to buy time for the Quap to respawn, but Old Chicken gets caught, and he won't be able to escape. Right-click down, and maybe he's not going to end the game with a Beyond Godlike streak, as Lamb does end up calling the GG, but it is still going to be a win for LGD end of the day. EHOME had that one moment of brilliance as they got that crucial kill on the Shadow Fiend and won the ensuing team fight, but just couldn't quite keep it together at the end there, and it feels like LGD just out-executed them that little bit in every single engagement. So that's gonna wrap it up for game 1, guys, but it is still a best of 5, so make sure that you stick around for the remaining coverage. Only one of these two teams can make their way through into that last qualifier spot, into the main event over at the Summit 4. So I'll see you soon. Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to the Summit for China Qualifier. It's game 2 of EHOME versus LGD here. And as we load ourselves in, we are going to find LGD with a 1-0 lead after the proceedings of game 1. I am not going to be alone this time. Winter has once again popped up for game 2, as he has for the last couple of days. So I get the pleasure of welcoming him into the broadcast right now. Winter, how you doing?
What's up?
Not much.
I'm good.
Good to hear. So, did you manage
Game
to
one was
catch game
fun.
1? Yeah? Game 1 was interesting.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was. It definitely was. I thought EHOME had a shot there, but just couldn't quite keep it rolling after getting that one great fight.
Yeah, the SF was too farm though, that game. It was a Radiant Shadowfiend. He got way too big too fast. It was so hard to deal with him, and his item build was also very good that game to deal with the Slaughter.
Yeah, really gave him a hard time. And even though Sylar was kind of lagging behind the entire game, it just never really felt like it mattered all that much. So long as they were fighting around the Shadowfiend, they were just set. He just did so much damage, and I mean, EHOME were even forced into... He was so far ahead that he was getting enormous value out of like the butterfly and all that because they were just really scrambling to pick up MKBs and whatnot.
LGD's turn to
EHOME will
pick.
once again stick to their guns. They pick up that TTY Queen of Pain here, and a pretty similar draft to what we saw in the previous game, though LGD do end up getting rid of the Tusk, and they've already used up a ridiculous amount of their reserve time. I don't know if they were... I don't think they were penalized or anything. It looks like they were just kind of sitting here discussing maybe an alternative opening.
Yeah, the last game the opening was very
10
different.
seconds
Like
remaining.
the heroes that were banned was slightly different. It was Queen of Pain in exchange for Tusk the last game.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker was the other
they-
one.
Pick.
Yeah, they didn't ban Shadowfiend the last game. They banned SB and Undying was the two heroes. The other two heroes banned last game.
So Doom is the only common factor between the two drafts. I
Yeah,
think.
Doom and Daxia. Doom and Daxia.
Wait, so then
EHOME's turn to
Yeah,
pick.
Doom and Daxia. The last
Yeah,
game,
yeah.
LGD banned Spirit Breaker and Undying, and then EHOME banned Daxia plus the what was the other one? Daxia plus Doom. Yeah.
yeah, it must have been. Doom did definitely not make it through. I don't think I've seen that
LGD's turn to
hero
ban.
make it through a single time in the last few days of the Summit for China. But this is a little bit different from LGD. They go for the relatively early Gyrocopter. EHOME just going to pick up the
Turn to ban.
Undying. And well, the Spirit Breaker is going to be making an appearance, but it's
LGD's
just
turn
in
to ban.
the second round of bans here.
Yeah, I actually thought they would actually go for Undying plus Gyro if they wanted the Gyro. So you can actually farm Ancients, and you know your team fight is just much stronger with Undying early. You can be much more aggressive. But I mean, the Wyvern is still okay. It's
5
defensive support with
seconds
Gyro.
remaining.
Usually it's either the Dazzle or the Wyvern there to keep the Gyro alive in team fights.
Yeah, and they're at least a little bit less worried about the Undying having the Gyrocopter on their side as well. So that's always
10 seconds
a
remaining.
nice benefit.
Yeah, true. So it's gonna be a lot of roaming for LGD for the mid lane. They want to secure his farm once more. Usually with Bounty we see Wind Ranger or Lina. Lina and Wind Ranger are the two common mid heroes paired with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, and that's gonna make life a little bit more difficult for EHOME in terms of what they're gonna be running mid. I mean, almost no matter what LGD have, you know that there's gonna be help from the Winter Wyvern and the Bounty Hunter, and that's gonna tip that mid lane one way or the other. But EHOME grabbed the Wisp, so is this
Wisp
Tiny
Undying,
Wisp
though?
coming up, or
I don't think it's Tiny Wisp though. I think what they ran previously in the past was IO plus Undying offlane together to pressure.
Wind Ranger at your
interesting.
service.
I've seen them do that at least one time. I saw that game. I can't remember what tournament was it, but I remember clearly it was IO plus Undying offlane.
so do you think they'll pick up another hero that's going to synergize nicely with the Wisp? Well, that answers that question.
Okay, maybe not this game. Undying seems like he got downgraded to support now.
Yeah, seems like it could be. So wait,
I mean, it could.
is this Bristle Wisp
No, it could.
mid and then Queen of Pain safe lane, or and then Undying +1 off lane or something like that? What do you think they're up to here?
Very hard to say for now. They can do anything. They can do IO Undying +1. I mean IO plus Undying off lane, and then they can even do Bristol mid or IO plus Bristol mid, and then like what you mentioned, Undying +1 off lane. There's a lot of options for them. Oh, they ban out the Nyx. Maybe they want something that's really weak versus Nyx.
EHOME's turn to pick.
So who isn't the support here? Winter Wyvern, Bounty Hunter, and Ancient Apparition.
Bounty is the off lane, I think.
Bounty is the off lane. That's a little bit unusual, actually. He's very much locked, or has been locked into the 4 position recently. And
Alright.
EHOME go for an Enigma. Alright, that's pretty interesting, actually. They got.
I think I know why. Maybe because they felt like because with the last pick, they felt like the Bounty was off lane for sure, and he can't run into the jungle to disrupt a jungling hero. Maybe that's the plan. That's why they felt like they could get away with the greedy pick.
I wonder if that does mean that the Wisp might just be
it's still Wisp
Undying.
Undying. It's still Wisp Undying off lane. Yeah, probably.
And
it's
then
gonna float around.
The Wisp can go help. He can heal the Bristle when he needs it. He can stack Ancients in the meantime as well, so the Bristle can clear it later. I think that seems like a fairly solid strategy. I mean, you were talking about the Undying Gyrocopter being the Ancient clearing combo, but it can just as well be the Undying plus the Bristleback.
5 seconds.
I guess Bristleback don't really need the Tombstone.
But he doesn't really need the help, yeah, exactly. But interesting draft, actually. Not expecting to see the RTK Bounty Hunter, and we haven't seen an Enigma for quite some time. I'm trying to cast my mind back and think about the last time that I saw an Enigma pickup, but it hasn't been for a while. And I feel like the last Enigma I may have seen may have actually been an off-lane Enigma. But
that was probably by Vichy. Probably. Yeah. I'm not sure. They do run off-lane like Enigma. Sometimes. It's very rare.
Yeah, Vichy have so many of those like little weird strategies that just pop up every now and again. It's always.
I mean, it's not weird. It's just unusual.
Yeah, that's true. It's just something that they do that other teams don't look too nearly as much. But all right, we've got to pause, but looks like we are ready to go. So this is game 2 for those of you just joining us. We don't have a best of 5 score indicator up the top, but it is. LGD currently leading 1-0 in this best out of 5 so far. So,
is it bugged?
Yeah, I think
is the scoreboard bugged?
I don't know. For whatever reason, they can't do. They can't set best out of 5 at the moment. So
must be after the patch today.
Maybe things breaking all the time. Anyway, so DDC's made his way down, but he's already placed down an observer ward, and that's going to spot this 4-man train making its way into the Radiant jungle here. I do have an idea that the word's being placed down, so they're going to be pretty value. And yeah, Ancient Apparition is pinging right on top of it.
Wait, they swapped heroes. Dude, they swapped heroes.
Okay, so it's the real MMY on Bounty. It's RTK pretending to be MMY on the AA. And
man, this is gonna make life hard for that. This is gonna make life hard for Enigma. I think this is like the better rotations of their roles, because with the roaming BH position for BH, Enigma is gonna have a hard time. He can't deal with a roaming BH early on because you can't win the man fight.
So this is the adjustment from LGD to the last.
The battle begins.
Wait, what are they doing with the Ancient Apparition? Is he going safe lane solo? What?
It's the RTK off-lane Ancient Apparition. Winter, haven't you heard of it? This is the
off-lane question mark.
I mean, off-lane / solo safe lane / I guess he's still position 3, kind of. Who knows? We'll see what happens this game. This is weird. And looking at all of these, I mean, looking at all of these MMY tags, it makes me think, what's stopping a team just playing on 5 identical Steam accounts with 5 identical Steam names, and you don't reveal who's on which account, so the enemy team can't look at your lineup and be like, oh, it's DDC on Winter Wyvern, so it's definitely a support Winter Wyvern. I don't know, That would
I'm
be
not sure if you
that would
have-
be too next level for me, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually have rules for that. I'm not sure, but that would be interesting.
The chilling
bottom
touch.
lane.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage, but the dive comes in anyway. The Undying's really fast. He's gonna keep laying in, and Kaka finds a little spot in the trees. I think he's still gonna die here. They get the attack speed slow, and the salve from 11. DDC can't finish it. You're gonna right-click him down. Oh my word! Double kill for Kaka, and he's gonna heal all the way back up to full. I mean, it was definitely a nerf when Tether got changed to attack speed slow instead of a stun, but still works out pretty well there for
Dude, that was the salve on Undying.
Yeah, that was the Undying salve. Kaka didn't
my
have
God.
anything in his inventory because he was rushing bottle. I was like, oh, he doesn't have any regen, he can't tango, how's he gonna survive? But Fast Fingers Undying saves the day.
Yeah, I thought he would actually tether to the creep because there was creeps coming in behind to escape. Then he tethered and he tried to fight back.
Not done. 11 just needs to avoid this cold feet.
And this team is so weak against the Undying. They can't do anything. Look at that.
Kaka's looks like he might die. No, he's got bottle sips. 11 gets the tombstone now. He's level 3.
He's dead.
Looks like DDC's also dead. Bottom lane going crazy for EHOME. They will manage to get the kill with the Splinter Blast. But this is a 2-0-2 Undying to start at this game. And
Oh dear, he has arcane boots. He has arcane boots soon. This lane is not gonna be fun for them.
Not so winded now.
Okay, this lane is effectively lost. I don't think they can do anything right now. BH needs to go and help the other lanes.
yeah, and the Enigma's even rotated down now. He's already got 2 points up in the demonic conversion. They can push this tower any time that they want. There is no safety under this tower at all if you're LGD now. But
Oh. Really interesting switch ups though. The Rose trying to deal with the Enigma, and then because they actually do that, the AA's lane is so weak. It's the price they have to pay for doing this rotate, the Rose swaps.
they're putting pressure on Lamb at the moment, but looks like they won't be able to kill him. They're just driving him out of their jungle, so kind of indirectly keeping bottom lane a little bit more safe. But this Undying, this has got to be the best Undying start I have
Yeah,
seen.
but what are they keeping? What are they doing with keeping the safe lane safe right now? It's just a AA.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how much this will help them.
just kind of keeping the Enigma away, but he's actually just gonna get back up, and he's right back. All right. I don't know, Winter. DDC's trying to run some pulls, trying to build up some experience for himself, but I guess he just feels like he can't do anything in the other lanes. MMY comes running in mid. Old Chicken's actually pretty low, but Courier's coming back in, and he did just see the bounty with the
dude.
center wound.
They are winning the other two lanes quite handily though, in terms of CS.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Queen of Pain is
attack.
actually
Crystal-
getting demolished. What is going on here? 18-3
Uh,
versus
BH was top
Radiant
at the start,
structures
right?
are fortified.
I didn't see where the
Radiant's
BH was.
bottom tower
I was
is
too busy
under
watching
attack.
bottom. I think we both were. Old Chicken wanted the room, but he's not going to get it. MMY keeping him back. Alright, so EHOME are going to claim this tier 1 tower. They're going to open up the Radiant jungle a little bit, but it's not even necessarily safe for the
Radiant's
Enigma to farm
bottom
there,
tower
but
has fallen.
can still make a bit of use out of it. So the question now becomes, how do they transition this? How do they take this start on these 3 heroes and start to turn these other lanes around? Because as you were saying, the Wind Ranger and the Gyrocopter are both doing fantastically for themselves so far.
Yeah, but EHOME has a jungling hero.
That's true. DC, bit of trouble, not gonna get hit by that decay, but still taking quite a bit of damage, and 11 just gonna turn focus over onto RTK. MMY comes running in, they get the Splinter Blast off. I'm gonna summon up some conversions, and 11 on the front lines keeps on right-clicking away. MMY looking for this kill on Kaka, but 11 already picking up the killing spree. Huge range on that power shot, as Maybe comes in and does manage to clean up the wisps. Other lanes now starting to get a little bit more involved in what's happening on bottom, and it's actually going to be a
Radiant's
1-for-1 that
middle
does
tower is
favor
under attack.
LGD end of the day. Can they find this kill in the Undying though? Maybe still down here, tanking up some creeps, feeling kind of confident. They've already driven back Lamb, so it's just the Undying versus the world right now, but I think you might still be kind of alright. The Windrun's coming forward. They've only got 1 point in the shackle. Is he going to latch? No. Now the Wisp has rejoined this fight. He's got it just as well. And that's going to put an end to MMY. DDC forced to flee. RTK's down here as well, but looks like maybe he's had enough of this fight. And he's just going to TP back to base, refill his bottle.
Oh my god, they're going in deep for this.
They saw that the Windrun just left a little bit earlier. They do need to be careful though. TP coming in from the bounty. Overcharge, hoping to keep 11 alive. Do they have another soul rip? They don't. It's actually lots of points in decay right now. 11 still on the front lines, get shirk and tossed. They've got more overcharge, but the power shot catches them both. And they're gonna lose the tombstone. EHOME, the one lane that was going well, gets demolished as pretty much all 5 heroes from LGD rotate in there.
Yeah, there was still a lot of rotations though, even though they overextended. But one thing to note, if you look at the Queen of Pain, he actually has 3 points in poison from the laning phase against the Gyro. It's not something we see too often.
Yeah, 2 points is typically the limit of what you'll normally see. So.
You probably only see that on support queens though, but it's even very rare to do that on support Queen of Pains.
Yeah, so do you think, is this gonna hurt him a lot in the next couple of minutes when he starts to try and move around? I mean, he's still getting levels pretty quickly. He's already got level 7, has the Sonic Wave, has the Scream of Pain.
Yeah, but it's gonna slow your farm though, because you wanna have like Scream and Blink max ASAP after your laning phase. I think it's gonna have an effect on his mid game. Unless somehow he gets kills because of 3 points in poison.
Seems a little bit unlikely, but I guess we'll have to keep an eye out for it. Alright, so Shackle mid, not gonna land. Old Chicken's gonna be alright. MY kind of off to the side as well here.
Yeah, and they just place a sentry to make sure that the Bristol doesn't have a comeback from the Ancients. That's just 1 stack right now. Oh, mid lane. Call down.
Old Chicken just gonna shrug it off. He's just fine.
Oh, everything is really chaotic though. Right now they are settling back into... Like, EHOME is going back into their pushing tower momentum with the Enigma. They're gonna try to take as much as possible for map control with the Enigma.
Yeah, they know that the cooldown's on cooldown for a little bit, but Tyler comes and TP's up and just clears things out with the flak cannon anyways.
Dire's middle tower
11.
is under attack.
Getting caught out here, slowed down. They do need to be careful about committing too heavily. Shackle lands, gonna do some good damage with the power shot, and they actually managed to kill him off before he drops a single spell. LGD, good rotation there. Look towards Kaka, but he's just gonna tether himself away. That's really big. To keep killing this Undying at this relatively early stage of the game is really instrumental for EHOME if they want to keep this.
Radiant's middle
this power
tower is
pushing
under
up.
attack.
Yeah, and because he went for so many points in decay, his Tombstone max is not gonna come soon. Oh no, Kaka's gonna get caught again. Oh, power shot didn't land though, so he's fine.
Got some bottles being passed around the place. Alright. CTY wants to use this first Sonic Wave, wants to get his
Dire's
first
top
kill.
tower is under
Jump in
attack.
here, out comes the Sting. DDC gonna try and retreat over the tree line. And this thing is actually gonna be alright, so. It's not an extremely costly rotation for CTY. There's still some farm to be had down here. Still just going to be sitting on this Sonic Wave for looks like maybe the next couple of minutes potentially.
Oh my god, dude, the Undying actually has 1 skill point in stats. Holy shit, that must be...
Cover the agility strength thing. Sylar.
Yeah,
He's in trouble, but just going to TP out. There's no stuns.
But he kept 1 point in reserve just now. Hasn't decided what he wanted.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Did end up skilling the flesh golem in the end. But,
Yeah, I forgot the headdress. Yeah, I forgot he got an extra 2 attribute from the headdress.
Radiant's top
right.
tower is under attack.
Well, they don't get that kill, but they do get some more damage on this tower. So Tombstone on cooldown for a little bit, but it's only the level 1 tomb anyway. MMY is still scouting things out at the moment as Lamb tries for the stack on the Ancients, but it's not going to succeed. Meanwhile, just a couple of runes being grabbed. Maybe
Well, they have a DD on.
Damage is pretty dangerous.
They still are very insisting in pushing down towers right now. They haven't had the mech, but they're still really strong with the black hole. So they're trying to use this timing to take down all the towers. And then after taking down the towers, they want to go clear their ancients and get Roshan and complete all their items. Vanguard is coming soon on Old Chicken, so they need to finish that and probably the mech on Enigma.
Is this the kind of game or the kind of strategy where you consider going into a relatively early Crimson after the Vanguard and the Bristleback? It seems pretty solid against
the Crimson is super good versus the Gyro and the Windrunner. So I think that he might actually just complete the Crimson.
S-Blast coming mid, Shackle's gonna land, nicely played there. They do have the Wisp Tether coming across, a little bit of overcharge help, but it's not enough, just the 1 point. Kaka unable to heal him through, and especially with that Ice Blast on top of everything, so...
Finishes his Vanguard from that.
Vanguard, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but their timing window, like I mentioned, is gonna be when the Undying maxes his Tombstone and they have mech on the Enigma. Then they can just go for either Roshan or just push down towers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's gonna be really hard for LGD to contest at that point.
Up, CTY goes in big, gets the damage from maybe still running, and
that was actually not worth it though, because the A is like essentially like
brought down. Salo dealing with him pretty quickly. MMY in some trouble. It's a 3 here. Black hole, but not really gonna do too much aside from kill the. Bounty Hunter Sylar still chasing, just needs another rocket barrage to try and get this kill. On the Bounty Hunter. Bounty not going to be too unhappy, did manage to grab his level 6 in the midst of all of that.
Oh, they're gonna get the Wyvern.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And
Is under attack.
they're gonna have a mech on the Enigma. So I think with that mech, they probably can just get Roshan. It's very hard to contest loss on everyone and the call down.
The mech's actually on the.
But they're gonna be. Oh, okay. I thought the Enigma's building a mech. So Enigma can actually build what, Dagger first right now?
Yeah, I guess Dagger or BKB. BKB's alright, but
Oh,
doesn't seem too
CTY.
crazy. Shackle on the CTY mid. He's gonna get tethered up, however. Kaka helping forward, looking for more. Does need to be a little bit careful. That Focus Fire is still running, but looks like the Wisp Shields were more than enough to top him off.
Plus mech, plus the overcharge. Holy shit, they got healed by so much.
He actually just took so much damage from the Wind Ranger alone, but somehow managing to keep the Queen of Pain with all that.
Yeah, so they have a blink. They have the blink on the Enigma right now. So with his next black hole, they can look to maybe get a smoke. It's gonna come off cooldown in 80 seconds, in 1 minute.
Well, the blink already getting some value. He manages to sidestep that smoke gain. So. They don't have CTY. He does have a TP scroll ready to join this fight, but looks like they're just gonna play it patient at least for the time being. RTK still just farming up bottom lane, and oh, they're gonna come running in. They're looking for this kill, and Sylar is getting bursted. There's just a TP out for the Winter Wyvern. Not willing to stick around. Actually, TPing over towards top is DDC. So, did not need the black hole to initiate, and looks like they're just gonna head straight into the pit.
Yeah, this is just looking really good for EHOME. Everything is happening very, very much according to plan for them. All the tier 1s down. They get a free pick off on the Gyrocopter, and then they proceed to Roshan.
Do you worry about
It's very hard for
Steam at all? I mean, they are pushing into Power Shot, Splinter Blast, Gyrocopter.
Yeah, when they go for high ground or tier 2s, it's definitely gonna be a lot difficult at that point. Because even if you have an Aegis, there's still a potential of you get caught by Winter's Curse, Call Down, Ice Blast. If you get caught in a very big combo, you can still lose a fight even if you're Aegis. But they're actually not gonna do.
DDC gonna get spotted out by this observer ward here, but can they actually catch him? There's a blink forward from Lan. Gonna get him with the Malefice here. CTY, Blink still in cooldown for 1 second, but Old Chicken's gonna come running in anyway and drop the Sonic Wave. I think CTY just wanted to get that kill before help could arrive. But
yeah, his Blink was on cooldown. If he had the highest point in Blink, then he would have been able to Blink and kill it. Oh no, Shackle!
Ice Blast is not gonna land nicely, and in comes Lam with the 4-hero black hole. They are gonna get wiped out. Your satellite does manage to drop the cooldown. They're actually still a little bit healthy, but can they get out? Won't be able to on maybe. It's only RRTK who manages to survive on the furthest edge of the black hole.
Radiant's bottom tower
That Blink
has
dagger
fallen.
from Lam working out enormously there.
Well, he gets his Midas, so he was a lone survivor. But yeah, it's kind of hard for LGD to fight. I think at this stage of the game, EHOME are really strong with their lineup. They have the mech advantage. They don't have the level 4 tombstone, but they still have the black hole plus. That was only black hole, right? Black hole. They didn't even use Sonic Wave because they used it to kill the Wyvern before that.
They used it to kill the Wyvern. But I mean, good that the Wyvern wasn't around to potentially curse and cancel the black hole. Lamb wouldn't have tried for it if he didn't feel like it. When you catch all 4 alive heroes, it's a pretty safe black hole. So, that was huge for EHOME.
He doesn't choose to complete his Crimson Guard. He's going for SMY on the Bristol back. Maybe he feels like because they are taking an advantage right now, he wants to be able to chase and kill heroes. Because Crimson is much more defensive and it's a very good 5-man item, but right now LGD cannot fight, right? So they don't really need the Crimson as much.
We've seen that they have so much survivability
Dire's
between,
top tower is
especially
under
with this
attack.
build from 11, where he's putting way more points into the Soul Rip and not really getting anything in the Tombstone. The sustain that they've just got from the extremely spammable Soul Rip and the Mega.
He's going back for the Tombstone though. He saved 1 point for such a long time. He was deciding on that point for quite some time.
LGD dodging fights a little bit here, just pushing at the top lane. So that they are they going to be able to retreat safely? Nice blast coming over towards the rune, just in case Kaka tried to go for it. But he's going to back himself up. Doesn't get checked.
He's probably gonna go for Ghost Scepter. I think Ghost Scepter is fairly good versus the Windrunner. I mean, you
IO.
on the Whiz, yeah. In Ghost Scepter or Glimmer Cape would be really nice for him. But I think both is really good for him.
Yeah, he doesn't have all that much mana at the moment. I mean, just the magic stick for a mana pool, so it does make Glimmer Cape a little bit hard to sustain. Do they even have they've got the 1 pair of arcane boots on the Undying. That's about it. Winter's Curse is going to be dropped on CTY, and they tether in, but that's just going to mean more damage. They do manage to heal him up, but the Aegis has already been caught. Styler with the call down, doing good work, and 11 will be brought down. That's a lot of their sustain for this fight finished off, and Old Chicken finds himself in the back lines of this fight as well, shackled up. Finished off, 3 die almost instantly for EHOME. They've also lost the Aegis, and LGD are looking for blood. This could be a disastrous fight with more tracks flying out. You're going to throw the shackle over towards CTY. It doesn't latch. Lamb's getting ticked down. He tries for the TP out, but a little bit optimistic with the track on him. And that is...
I think he thought he blinked. He thought he got the blink off after he TP'd, but his blink got cancelled by the power shot. That's why he TP'd so awkwardly there. I think he wanted to blink.
Sniped, power shot, no. Ice blast, no. Alright, he lives.
Oh, but that was very weird though. They were diving so deep and they didn't have their black hole up. Black hole wasn't ready for that fight. And they got initiated in a very, very bad position. They were so deep with the Winter's Curse onto CTY to start the fight.
It feels like CTY just wasn't really on the same page as the rest of the team. It looked like
his team was so far.
He wanted to go in and get like a solo kill with the Orchid and then die with the Aegis, and then his team came in afterwards. But his team came to try and save him with the Aegis, and then they all died while he was respawning, and then he just had to run. So I don't know. It seems like that they weren't. Yeah, they didn't all necessarily agree on what the plan was there. At least from my perspective.
Yeah, I think he was just a little too far up, like too deep. They just needed to wait for Black Hole to come up cooldown, and then just take the tower. If you look at LGD's lineup, yeah, if you look at their lineup is very good at counter initiating. If you go in first and they just drop ice blocks and call down on you, it's very hard for you to go into their lineup. So maybe the next time they have to just put the Bristleback in front and he hits the towers and everyone just hits, or maybe the Queen can also hit the tower, but just try to stay as far away as possible so you don't get Winter's Curse on 2 heroes or even Shackled.
This is a scary couple of minutes for EHOME because their game plan really went off the rails losing that fight. We still have the Aegis, we're going to take another tier 2, we're going to start prepping, maybe take some more control over the Radiant jungle. They are still kind of picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, and standing around in the mid lane at the moment, but you do have to be careful in CQI. I think realizing that the Wind Ranger and the Bounty might be hunting for him right now. So
he wants to get the Wind Ranger with the relocate. That's why he's waiting there.
Did they see this TP out? No, they saw the power shot fly in, but they never even saw the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Wind Ranger. I don't think he could have even gone for another extra creep. He would have just died if he went for another extra creep there. So he chooses to sell. I think he sold his Nulls to just get the Aghanim's. He's like, screw it, I'm not gonna be able to farm anymore at top. TP's deck, sells his Null, and gets the Aghanim's.
LGD, the question is now, what are they gonna do? Looks like they did manage to. There were a couple of dire Observer Wards in their jungle not too long ago. They managed to deal with them. Shackle attempted mid, but looks like Old Chicken's gonna be able to sidestep that. So it does look like EHOME might just be waiting around for his BKBs to start coming up. Lamb is somewhat close, still needs the Mithril Hammer.
Yeah, probably. That is like their power. That is like their power spike when they have the 3 BKBs on the McQueen and the Bristle. They really need all the BKBs so they don't, you sort of negate some of the Winter's Curse effect if you have a lot of BKBs. Because he can only choose to lock down one hero. And he's gonna want to ideally save it for the BKB Enigma. Because that's the only spell that can actually cancel the Black Hole when he has BKB.
I do worry for him in terms of momentum. LGD.
They have to wait now though. I don't think, because they lost the last fight so badly, they need to regroup, wait for the 3 BKBs. That is their next timing. The 3 BKBs plus, then it's gonna be, when they get those, it's gonna be around Roche respawning as well. So all those BKBs will come to a very good timing to use. So they should be able to use that BKB.
Okay, so we are gonna have to keep an eye on the pit and see when Old Roche
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The other big problem for EHOME is that
able to use that BKB.
Okay, so we are gonna have to keep an eye on the pit. Locate also arrives. They will get the Winter's Curse over onto Kaka and blow him up pretty quickly, so they at least get some kind of a rebuttal. But Tyler is now in some trouble. He got orchid it up, and he's going to be bursted down with the Sonic Wave. RTK just manages to TP out around the corner, so it's maybe his turn to get caught out this time around. He saw his team but just took it.
That rotation was just way too quick from EHOME. They did not expect it to come so quickly. He was trying to do some extra damage, and then BH was behind trying to scout forces coming in, but they were coming in from the jungle, so the BH didn't actually scouted the smoke. They were expecting EHOME to come in to defend it, but because they came in at a different angle, so maybe got caught there.
Radiant's
Looks like
middle
EHOME are
tower
keen
is
to try
under
and bring down
attack.
this tower. There is a glyph, and the respawns of LGD aren't too far away. They do not have the Winter's Curse, however. That's where Lamb could be pretty scary. He is tracked, so they're keeping tabs on him and staying split up at the moment for the most part. I'm going to start backing up now. Shackle does latch onto Old Chicken off the siege creep, but looks like he's going to be alright.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to fight when they don't have the curse on DDC. Because then they don't have any way to cancel the BKB black hole. Okay, he hasn't actually got his BKB, still in the
Just
career.
about to be delivered, yeah. It's going out right now.
Yeah, but right now EHOME is still in a very strong position with the black hole plus BKB. They're just waiting for the Roshan to spawn so they can actually use that advantage to immediately get the Aegis. CTY has his BKB now, so they have 3 BKBs very very soon. Old Chicken just needs the recipe. It's probably gonna sell either his bottle or the wand after this, or relocate bottom.
Bottom, Salah trying to keep me out. Is it going to be in time? There's still soulburn damage. He's getting ticked out a little bit, but the Shadow Strike is not going to be enough. The lack of stuns coming back to bite EHOME once again there. And I don't think there was anyone else that the Wisp could have brought. I mean, could have brought the Enigma potentially, but
Yeah, Enigma's the only disable of the team.
yeah. Old Chicken. There are still LGD heroes in the neighborhood here. MMI scouting it out. Everyone's a little bit split up at the moment. Lamb comes charging in. I think hoping to see a few more heroes as he rounds that corner, but not gonna find anyone. So if you're LGD, do you definitely take this Roshan fight? Their lineup is pretty good around the pit as well, same as EHOME's is.
Oh no!
Much trouble. The overcharge is helping to keep him healthy, but it's not going to be enough. Lamb runs in with the BKB black hole, but it gets immediately cancelled by the Winter's Curse. Sonic Wave is only going to catch Sylar, and now Lamb is just being right-clicked down. The Tombstone on the high ground is going to give LGD pause, but
Oh
still
no,
running forward,
this is
looking for
bad.
the kills. The Cold Feet coalesces, and 11's going to be right-clicked down. Triple kill picked up for maybe CT1.
3 track kills.
Himself away.
3 track kills, black hole down. That was as good as a team fight that LGD could ask for. They got everything off perfectly, Shackle on 2, then they got the curse to cancel the black hole. But I don't think it would have mattered much anyway, because they were already losing the team fight. So that even if they don't cancel the black hole, I still think that they would have won the team fight regardless.
I mean, just losing the Bristleback like that right at the very start hurts.
Yeah, he was so
much.
close. He was like what, 900 gold, right? He was around 900, 1k gold. He was so close to his BKB. This is gonna push back their timing significantly. At least for good news, the Roshan has like what, a max, almost close to max respawn time.
10 seconds or 5 seconds for max. So EHOME are gonna have those BKBs. They aren't going to have black hole, but there is.
Yeah,
also
this is
no
like
Winter's
what?
Curse, so
This is it's gonna be, about EHOME trying to wait out their cooldowns before they try to go for the Roshan, because they lost another fight like that. I mean, this was kind of hard to say whose fault was it. They were trying to back off and they just got caught by the 2-man Shackle. It's quite unfortunate. So they have to regroup, secure the Roshan, and then try to go again after that.
there's always the potential in the Wind Ranger that you're gonna get that double roar to start the team fight effectively. And
Yeah,
it's just
the problem is, the mistake that they made there got magnified so big and so badly because of the track. In other circumstances, that was still, not too bad because Roshan hasn't spawned. But because they have Bounty Hunter, it becomes as bad as losing a team fight than losing the Roshan.
chasing after MMI at the moment. Lamb's got the gem. Dust comes out. Can they cancel this? They will get some vision. They're coming with the Malphus stun. They're going to be able to get this kill. MMI is going to go down fighting, but he'll back up off the Greaves to get a bit of revenge for that last fight. Still looking pretty good. There's going to be a Shackle on top lane. Ice Blast is coming in as well. They won't be able to save CTY. Kaka tried for the relocate back, but he's still being scouted, and
Oh,
I mean,
he's
maybe you can just
good.
wait here for him now.
He's good. No Glimmer Cape, nothing, no dagger.
Did not get the perfectly timed Shackle, but Kaka's just going to get maybe making some really impressive individual plays so far in this game. I mean, one little flub when he kind of got caught out top lane, but I think that was excusable. Again, he kind of talked about the
That was difficult though. That was difficult for him to dodge because they came in at a different angle. He thought he was safe because they have the Bounty Hunter in front, behind the tower scouting, so he thought he was safe. That's why he was so far up there.
Yeah, definitely not going to blame him too much for that one. And otherwise, he's played fantastically. 9-2 and 4, tons of fun.
Carrying his team so hard.
Yeah.
Both the games though, the last game and this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
They're
fortified.
gonna try and catch him out here. Gonna wind run a little bit further back. DDC after ready with the curse and a glimmer cave. Things to save, but there is a gem over on
Nope,
Lamb. It's really
stuns!
shackles up Lamb to prevent the stuns, but will not be able to get the TP out. DDC trying to make his escape. Can they find him in the trees? Arctic Burn is gonna end up fading and drops him down, but not quite fast enough for Lamb to be able to get that.
Are they gonna proceed to Roshan with the Wind Ranger down 40 seconds? Oh no, that was so crucial. MMY took that route.
Yeah, that could have been pretty big. I think it's still going to be pretty quick with 4 points up in the goo, but looks like instead they're going to try and press forward and potentially.
Oh, gem! They need a gem!
At the gem, they're going to spot MMY. Stick it around a little bit too long, and he'll be brought down as well. Okay, that definitely has to be right.
Yeah, they got enough pickoffs. I think they were maybe a little bit uncomfortable previously trying to get the rush because Wind Ranger was going to respawn. But right now they're definitely going to be very much secured in getting this Roshan.
Here's the Eggs Ice Blast, but it's only going to tickle a little bit, and they're going to clean this up pretty quickly. So LGD just going to fall back, pushing at lanes as hard as they possibly can. Siler's actually got an Eagle Song picked up, so he's managed to stay close to the top of the net worth at the moment. Picked up a Dominator. I didn't really catch if he picked up that many stacks off of it, but the range creep is over by the Ancients. Kind of judging by his chip score and his overall farm, looks like he maybe did grab a bit that way. So this is going to be a butterfly and should be pretty.
Yeah, but then again, it's not gonna be those type of game where it's gonna be easy for Gyro to carry because they have Enigma. His BKB is not so, I mean he can't use, he can't get a BKB this game, so he just needs to get a lot of stats and a lot of damage. And hopefully they rely on the Wind Ranger to do a very nice two-man shackle to win the next fight.
Is hiding in some trees at the moment, has some vision from this Dire Observer ward, so kind of knows what's up, but doesn't have too many heroes in the neighborhood. Kaka's actually very close by, he's going to get shackled, manages to get the Ghost Scepter off, but might still be dead here anyway, has the tether, but nobody to tether to. It's just going to be the death of the Wisps. MMY skeptic. Our EHOME hero is heading into position though.
Oh my god, they're running
also
in.
Smoke, they're running straight towards them. CTY's going to lead this up. Wants to try and keep them here. Maybe gets the blink away, however. EHOME starting to disengage. Lamb comes running forward. Drops down the Midnight Pulse, is looking for where they really want this kill. Onto the Wind Ranger, they can get it. Shackle is not going to land onto Lamb. There was a Glimmer Cape anyway, coming from 11. Gonna try and get maybe out of here with the Glimmer, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And he gets Sonic Wave. All Chicken looking to catch more with the BKB. DDC buys a few seconds with the Cold Embrace, but that still means that Siler and MMY have to run. And it's just going to be one more kill here for CTY picks up the doubles.
Well, they managed to save hold onto the black hole, so they still have the black hole and Aegis for this fight. Maybe they're gonna try and force a buyback. At least before they actually just back off.
Unfortunately, just a little bit low on mana on the Undying, so he can't start throwing out Soul Rips and topping everybody off. But Wisp is gonna be there soon. He's got some bottle sips, and he might be able to get everybody back into fighting shape.
It was just a bit too risky there. Didn't realize the Undying was so low on mana. It's still a win for them. They didn't use the black hole. And for the next fight, they still have the Aegis, so they just need to wait for Sonic Wave to come off cooldown, and then they'll be able to take a fight shortly after that.
Still have not
No,
been...
he's close to his AC as well, so that could be the next timing. Sonic Wave coming back off cooldown, and they have the AC on the Queen, because the Enigma is going for Shivas as well.
It's interesting, the item progression on... It feels like EHOME are just picking up more items, but if you look at the graph, the net worth is actually staying relatively stable. I guess the LGD supports
track,
are a little
because of the
ahead.
track.
Yeah, in a big way because of the track. Our RTK is almost level 15 in fact, so that level 16 Ice Blast is going to be coming up pretty quickly. So just
but the longer the game goes though, the Enigma is going to get very much stronger. They have to use the curse every time to just cancel the black hole. They have to reserve it for the Enigma. And that's gonna allow the Queen and the Bristol to play very aggressive. I think ideally, what you want to do if you're EHOME, you want to send the Bristol up or the Queen of Pain. You try to bait them in using the curse on that hero, and then the Enigma comes in to sweep the team fight with the black hole after that. I think ideally that's what you want to happen if you're EHOME. And LGD needs to be very very patient with the curse. You need to save it just for the BKB black hole.
Radiant structures are
And nothing else.
fortified.
I even expect to see CTY just kind of blinking in like a madman, because if he can, like you said, if he can get the reactionary Winter's Curse onto him, then Lamb is just going to close the door on the whole team fight. And he's got Aegis as well, so it's pretty straightforward for CTY to be the first one to fight.
It's running out. It's running out though, so they won't have it for the next fight.
30 seconds.
So after the Shivas, oh actually no.
It's
Good,
double
okay.
Shivas and Bristle's going for
Is he going double? Okay. Well, that's kind of strange though. If
Yeah,
the Queen is already going for if the Queen is already going Shivas, so either you go for maybe a Lotus Orb or you go for Lincoln's on Enigma. I think it's really good this game for him. Lincoln's is probably one of the better items for Enigma this game, just because when he's BKB Lincoln's. Yeah, you're 100% safe with... maybe not, because the track can still break the Lincolns, but it takes a lot of effort, you know, when you go in like that with the BKB and Lincolns. They need to coordinate it so well.
LGD actually trying for the jump outside of the base here, hoping that EHOME are not going to be expecting this. They've kept close tabs on the Aegis timing, so they know that the Aegis is down. RTK waiting around the corner here, still no level 16 just yet. Lamb goes over the top of him. They're actually going to spot out RTK, needs to try and drop some damage before he dies. They have a Glimmer Cape or anything to get him out. He does get a bit further away, but Old Chicken comes in. There's also a Cold Embrace, but they really need a Force Staff or something to get him further away from the Tombstone. RTK is going to go down without really accomplishing anything. Maybe got caught over in the tree lines, spotted out, and he's going to be brought down as CTY lays into him with the Orchid. And now Sylar's being caught, unable to escape, tries to flutter with the Butterfly, but still just way too Gouda, and that is going to be an easy 3 for nothing for EHOME. LGD were trying to get the jump before they got to the tier 2, but EHOME is strike first. And this is going to be really big. No buyback on the Wind Ranger, no glyph available.
Radiant's top tower is
EHOME
under attack.
could
This is Rex.
Interacts here. DDC also going to get jumped. He's in some trouble. Clobbered down this gem.
Might even be GG.
Yeah,
This might even be two sides of Rex and could be GG.
and even if they buy back, they're just going to get black hole.
Radiant's top tower.
They're still sitting on that for Lamb.
Radiant's
Well,
top
that pickoff was
barracks
way
are
too
under
bad for
attack.
them.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
I think it's very hard for them to come back. Even if they don't lose the game from this, like they don't get Mega, it's still going to be very hard for them to come back from
Radiant's
this.
middle tower has fallen.
They are probably going to get Mega.
I mean, they aren't even buying back on the Gyrocopter.
Has fallen.
I think Sylar is...
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It doesn't matter if he buys back, right? Like you mentioned, they can just black hole him and he's dead again.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Like he even choose he bought items. He bought his items.
Picks up the Javelin. EHOME still
Radiant's
sticking
middle
around.
barracks are
One
under
last
Radiant's
range barracks
bottom
before Mega's...
has fallen.
Maybe he's going to jump forward. Look for the shackle, but in a little bit of trouble. Going to running back a bit further. RTK once again finds himself on the front lines. He's in some trouble. Calldown's going to get dropped. How well can Sylar actually fight this? Lamb still chilling back. He sees that the Winter's Curse being used, and that should be his opening to jump in here with the black hole. It only catches onto one, but maybe he's the only person that they need. He's not even going to see if he dies here. He just falls with GG as soon as that black hole comes in. And EHOME are going to end up taking game 2 here. Best of 5 Lord Rex.
So that was exactly what happened. The Bristleback ran up. He forced the curse on him and then Enigma came in for black hole. Very well executed, but they already won the game anyways.
That was,
That fight, I
that was
thought-
a risky move from LGD. It just didn't...
Yeah, I thought they were trying to at least maybe defend at high ground, but they were trying to take a fight outside, which was very very hard for them to take, because they needed to rely on the Wind Ranger to actually get an initiation. It's not going to be that easy, because you can't really initiate with the Wyvern, because you have to save his ulti for the black hole.
Yeah, I get
So
the
they
feeling
are
that
more
they were- Yeah, I get the feeling that they were trying to have the AA give a little bit of vision, and then Wind Ranger finds a 2-hero shackle to start the fight, and then they run in with everybody else, but it was just... couldn't find it.
Yeah, I think it was just their plan didn't work, because they realized that probably if they wait to defend high ground, the team fight is going to be very difficult. So the other method that they wanted to do is to surprise the enemy. You take a team fight when the enemy doesn't expect you to take the team fight, so they are not as ready as they could. So they were trying to surprise them, but unfortunately positioning wasn't very good for the A, and he got caught. He can't really do much after that. He dropped Ice Blast on one hero, and that was his only contribution in that fight.
So that last pick Enigma from EHOME ends up working out really well. I mean, even not just in the game, but also the fact that they kind of messed with LGD's game plan in a big way with that last pick Enigma. I mean, they shuffled their roles, they shuffled what they were doing, and it just, you know, they got a lot done, but just seemed a little bit off kilter the entire game.
You know, if they had another hero to shuffle around, maybe if they had a support task, I know it was banned, but I'm just trying to give an example, and they switched the BH to support and the task to the position tree might have been a lot better for them instead of Ancient Apparition. Because the hero just feels like in the laning phase at the start against the Undying and the Wisp, there was just nothing that he could have done. When they dive him, he's gonna die. When they dive him, he's gonna die. And he even had the Wyvern next to him, but the Wyvern can't do anything to that lane. So the laning phase was just a very disastrous laning phase for them. They adjusted the bounty to a roaming position, but then the Enigma just like, he jungled a little, he ran to the opponent's jungle, and he started to push towers so the BH can't, you know, distract and steal experience from the Enigma. So EHOME also adjusted after LGD adjusted. So it was just both teams trying to outsmart each other with their picks and strategy.
Okay, well,
very good game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Game 3 has for us. I think the lobby's probably already up, so we're going to jump straight into that one, guys, and we'll hopefully see you soon for the next match. Now they have to deal with the
Reserve
RTK Darks
time.
here, and he has been very confidently
Dude,
first pick in
dude.
this year every single time.
Yeah, but look at what EHOME got. They got two of their most comfy heroes, the
That's
QOP
true.
and the Tusk. So they have their safe lane queen and they have the 11 Tusk. That is a pretty good trade-off if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much better than that if you're EHOME, honestly, in terms of comfort picks. So let's see. That might just be enough for LGD. Now they have to now they have to try and find some answers if they can. And do you think that there's anything that they might have up their sleeve? I mean, they have to have done this knowingly. They have a lot of faith in their Darkseer. But
LGD's
do you think
turn
there's
to ban.
something else that might be on its way?
I mean, you want to build your lineup into just team fight right now because you open with the Darkseer, right? And you gave away the Queen and the Tusk. The first two games, RTK chose to go for either one of
10
those two.
seconds remaining.
So he didn't really want to give two away unless he has something else that he
5
prioritizes more,
seconds
which is
remaining.
the Darkseer. So I think they are probably going to go either into maybe an Ember or something that can use
Reserve
Iron
time.
Shell and they just keep taking team fights because they have the Darkseer right now. I think I expect that to happen for LGD. More team fight and EHOME, maybe a mix between their heroes. Some team fight, some pick off with the Tusk, and try to win their lanes because they have Queen of Pain and Tusk. These two heroes are very good at winning lanes. So I think EHOME and LGD will be gearing up into different type of plans right now from the first two heroes.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if LGD can kind of get their feet underneath them, so to speak, because they have to get out of the early game a little bit and then start potentially grouping up. I mean, they aren't really locked into anything
EHOME's turn
just
to
yet.
ban.
You know, they still have plenty of different opportunities
LGD's
moving forward
turn
into the
to
draft.
ban.
But like you were saying, this Darkseer with Survivor already suggests that there could be even more 5-man and even more team fight coming a little bit further down the line.
And maybe has his two heroes. He's made two heroes from the last game were banned, the Wind Ranger and
10
the SF.
seconds remaining.
So his next hero would be like
EHOME's turn
like
to
the
ban.
Ember. I think he could make it work very well for them. It's really good versus the Queen and they have Darkseer, Iron Shell. So it could be his hero this game.
Yeah, could definitely be very strong.
10
Who else comes
seconds
to mind as a
remaining.
potential good candidate for slapping an Iron Shell on?
Slardar,
EHOME's
Dragon Knight.
turn to pick.
Yeah, the slaughter is still actually there. Could be picked up by either side. EHOME on the Dire lacking a little bit of Roshan potential at the moment, so could see that being strengthened up somewhat. But LGD, once again,
actually,
they're
no-
solo
actually,
every
no.
time.
Dude, by the way, actually, I think none of the teams will pick Slardar because if you think about it, EHOME has 11 playing the Tusk,
10
and
seconds
LGD
remaining.
rarely runs a safe lane Slardar as well.
LGD's
So it's
turn to
it's
pick.
very unlikely there will be a Slardar actually, unless they want to run it on the safe lane for LGD. Whereas EHOME is much more difficult for them to run a Slardar because they more or less are going to run the Queen of Pain safe lane against the Darkseer, and they'll pick up another hero for mid lane for Old Chicken, judging by the previous series that they played so far. That's how they're going to run their lanes. So Tusk and Night Stalker will probably be on the
10
same lane,
seconds
or
remaining.
Night Stalker will be just roaming. Doesn't really matter too much. So they are
5
going to look
seconds
to
remaining.
win their lanes, try to get vision control with the Night Stalker, and try to deal with the 5-man by slowing the 5-man down.
EHOME's turn to
And
pick.
LGD is just going to go all out on 5-man. Probably Gyro plus Ember. That's like their typical TI5 draft. They have Gyro and Ember in a lot of their games. Their high ground defense is very strong. They have very good team fight, very good late game as well, and very good ganking because of the Ember. And usually Ember right now, if you've been watching a lot of games, Ember has
10
seen a
seconds
decline in
remaining.
getting picks. He used to get picked a lot in maybe 2 weeks ago or
5
3 weeks ago.
seconds remaining.
But with the introduction of Slardar into the meta, Ember has been picked a lot less because Ember is very
Reserve time.
vulnerable towards the M damage.
Yeah, we've seen some Embers just disappear in the blink of an eye against the amp damage, so not too surprised. And like you say, EHOME still just kind of layering on this pick-off potential, the early laning pressure. If they can just keep one hero in LGD dead at any particular time, then that should be enough to kind of subvert the push. But like you were also saying, even
LGD's
holding off the early
turn
to mid
to
game
pick.
isn't necessarily going to be enough, because if LGD do end up going for that Ember, if they do end up having the Ember and the Gyrocopter, they can just retreat into their shell. They can have the craziest high ground defense lineup ever. Darkseer plus Winter Wyvern plus the Gyrocopter is already kind of scary enough. But I really want to hear your thoughts on this Leshrac pick.
But you can always play like vision control with the, you know, if it ever gets to that stage where LGD is just forced to 5-man and defend high ground, you can still split up the map and keep pressuring with NS and try to, you know, farm the whole map. This Leshrac, I'm not sure how they will play this Leshrac. I know Kaka plays support Leshrac for this team, so it might just be a Leshrac support to strengthen, because like I mentioned, they need to just make sure they win their lanes right. So less support is very good at winning a lane, and it also helps you to push down towers, which, if you look at their first 3 heroes, the Queen, the Tusk, the Night Stalker, they lack pushing power. They can kill heroes, yes, but they push towers very slowly. So Leshrac would definitely help with that department.
And LGD just gonna fire back with a Rubik, so they've got a little bit of roaming potential in their supports. You can move around and try and get some
very standard picks. Rubik Gyro lane, and then Wyvern plus Darkseer combo. They're still not sure whether they want to go for a team fight hero for maybe, or they just want to go for something else, like maybe lane dominator. But if you're looking to use the Iron Shells very well, there's only a few heroes for his position, which is the Ember and the Dragon Knight.
And I don't know, Dragon Knight doesn't seem all that impressive a proposition.
And it's not a hero you want to put maybe on in general terms. You want to put him more on an explosive hero just because of the way he plays the game. It's much more suitable for him. If you don't want to go for those 2 heroes, you can still go for the Lina, but then it sort of makes your late game damage output, physical damage, only rely on the Gyrocopter, whereas if you have Ember, your late game is much more secured. But Lina is more, you know, you can play much more aggressive early. And you have obviously better chance of winning your lane compared to Ember. Ember doesn't really win his lane if you put him mid.
Yeah, but the synergy is definitely there with the Ember and the Darkseer, like you were talking about. I mean, not even just the Iron Shell, but also just being able to vacuum people into a big sleight of fist in the later stages of the game. So, I mean, LGD still seem hesitant. I think EHOME are probably mulling over the same kind of things we are at the moment with this final ban.
Yeah, but the thing with
the
thing with the Ember is like it's much weaker. Yeah, it's much weaker at the start of the game. Like the lanes are LGD's lanes are very weak, and you kind of might get too crowded in the jungle as well, because Darkseer wants to use the jungle and maybe Gyrocopter wants to use the jungle. But at the same time, if they can actually make it work, I feel like the Ember is very strong with their lineup. It's just a very typical 6.5 draft with the Darkseer. Huh, that is interesting. So Omni Knight is definitely the support, I guess. Then Leshrac will be the safe lane on mid. So they have the Guardian Angel versus the Winter's Curse. That's sort of a counter for that.
I mean, I think we're definitely going to see 11 on Tusk, right? I feel like that's no questions. It's CTY Queen of Pain, and then
10 seconds remaining.
Questions from there.
Yeah, I seen some teams run safe lane on Omni Knight. Like, it's quite rare, but sometimes teams do actually do that. But I'm still favoring the Omni Knight to be a support here, and Leshrac will be their core. So safe lane Leshrac and mid Queen of Pain.
Oh, and it's actually not going to be. I said CTY Quap, but it's CTY Leshrac, at least for now.
Yeah, with the Omni Knight, you kind of want the Leshrac on the safe lane, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe you want a better like 1v1 mid matchup as well. So you have the Queen is maybe they felt like Queen would be able to do a much better job. But I think Leshrac or Queen, either one of these two against Lina, it doesn't really make too much of a difference though. Lina is still much stronger than these two heroes. So maybe the only other reason I can figure why they actually choose to put the Leshrac on the safe lane is you want to be able to take the safe lane tower much faster than the Queen of Pain can. Because if you do the Diabolic Edict build, you can actually take the tower very quick. So maybe that's their plan. They want to take the off-lane tower very fast and then try to get more experience on the supports, and you try to pressure the map with the Night Stalker when the night time comes.
Yeah, we have seen people shying away from the lightning build a little bit more now after the tweaks. So I think I agree with your line of reasoning with the Edict. Could be nice to pick up that early tower, start getting some momentum going. Omni Knight can be hard to get a little bit of farm on, especially if he's going to be played from a support position, and you really do need at least your Soul Ring or a pair of Arcane Boots to really keep your team going. So.
Probably even both though, I say, because I played a couple of Omni games like maybe last month, and I realized even with one Soul Ring, you kind of get very pressed for mana. So I still, in all the games, I still go for Soul Ring plus Arcanes.
EHOME smoke down towards bottom. Gonna place down an observer ward here. There's the courier lagging a little bit behind. I don't know what exactly he's doing down here. Alright, looks like he's heading back. He didn't have any items on him, so it looks like maybe someone drag selected him or something in the midst of all that.
The 5-man smoke and just stand beside the courier. Bait.
I mean, someone's gonna go for it, right? Dota players have it hardwired into their brain just to kill couriers, to kill Beastmaster Hawks. Whenever you see them, I've seen people do some very stupid things to get Beastmaster Hawk kills.
Worthy tribute.
Anyway, we've got runes coming out for both sides. Old Chicken pick up the bounty. Maybe you're gonna pick up a bounty of his own. We got some blocks happening mid as well. DDC on the Wyvern, Kaka on the Omni Knight, and in terms of the other ward positions, we've got a ward very far up the lane here on the
Look at the lane. Yeah, by the way, look at the lane placement. LGD is very aggressive with their lane placement. They want to win their lanes because they realize that against an Omni Knight you have to be able to pressure and not let him like get the pull going all the time. It's just like an AA or disruptor. You want to slow down their level progression because those heroes are, as a support, they do so much with their levels. Oh no, CTY, he's gonna get lift. It's his first blood. Holy shit, that was quick.
Man. First blood! Winter's Curse, Winter's Curse, Arc's Burn, lift. Rocket Barrage.
Rocket Barrage is easy kill.
Not a whole lot that the melee supports can do as well in this lane. Approaching the Gyrocopter is
that's actually a very good lane swap for them because double melee. But I kind of didn't expect the Night Stalker to be here. I thought they were gonna do dual lanes or even Night Stalker running around just roaming. Like I think most of the teams that run Night Stalker support like to start him on boots and run him around. I think especially Mineski likes to do that a lot to pressure. But this game, because they... Okay, maybe not. Kaka's gonna get lifted.
Hasn't skilled anything just yet. Puts a point into the repel, but there's more than enough auto attacks to bring him down.
Yeah, he was already very screwed when that happened.
Yeah, I think no matter what he skills there, he's probably dead. So they pick up that secondary kill. I mean,
this lane is lost.
Yeah, this lane is over. It feels like they just have to abandon ship, leave somebody to soak some experience up here, and then just hope that they can maybe move the Night Stalker to gank the Darkseer or something like that. It's actually Kako who's running down towards bottom lane at the moment. 11 is getting burned down, and he's already used the snowball. Is he just dead here? Might be able to block out RTK with the shards, but didn't even try, and he just gets run down.
Oh dear, this might be really bad. Mid he probably still was gonna able to live through that, but right now the lanes are looking extremely good for LGD, the top and the bottom lane. Lina is also having a slight edge in the middle lane in terms of CS. It's kinda expected. Lina is gonna, like with the Dragon Slave, Lina is always gonna be ahead by a few creeps compared to the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's just 11 actually on the move, gets a kill on maybe got there a little bit late with the camera, unfortunately.
Yeah, he died, and then, you know, it's one of those things where he died, TP to other lanes, and get a kill.
C2I taking some pressure, MMY gonna try and tango through and get some vision! Does manage to drag C2I back.
Holy shit, that was so good, that was so good.
So nice. That looked like top lane doing just fine bottom. Omni Knight feels totally lost right.
Win all their lanes right now. If they are your LGD, all lanes are won. And EHOME needs to wait for... Oh my god, he goes for the 3 points in poison again on the queen. Holy shit. Okay, so this is actually, I think...
I find that weird. We got the battle for the 4-minute rune here. The RTK is not going to end up grabbing it. It is actually 11. Looks like interrupting it with the snowball stun. Meanwhile, there's a double damage waiting top. And maybe is going to very gratefully take that when it got camped out by DDC. So if mid lane was hard, it's only going to get harder. And the CS discrepancy, even with that kill, is already starting to open up pretty wide. 22 and 3 against the 13 and 6 of the Quap.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he actually has this skill build against Alina, because you can rarely use it too many times. Man, he would have gotten the kill if he had more points in fan before he died.
Just burst, one less auto attack.
Yeah,
Under attack.
yeah, exactly. They needed more burst there. So I'm not really sure why he has this skill build against Lina. Because in general, you only do a lot of points in poison if you're against a melee hero. Or a hero you feel you can.
Yeah, you can just
pressure a lot.
Yeah. Anytime you want.
Definitely not. Lina is definitely not a hero like that.
Not Lina, yeah.
I'm not sure why he's actually doing this. But it's gonna cost him his life for sure. And top lane.
Getting dove. 4-man manages to dodge out of the way of the stun, but I don't think that's going to be enough. He's just going to get lifted. Laguna Blade. They didn't need any help from Sylar at all, but he's still here, ready to start pushing down this tower as LGD will just continue to press this early game lead further and further.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This might be actually over very soon. Because the next timing that EHOME can wait for is obviously just the Sonic Wave. You want to be able to use it to the first Sonic Wave to get a key kill, at least one or two. It's either you get a carry kill or you get 2 smaller kills, like maybe 2 support kills or an offlane kill plus a support. The next move they make with the Sonic Wave is very crucial. If they cannot find anything big with it, the game is going to slip away very quickly for EHOME.
It feels like they really have to turn things before this mech comes up on the dark sphere, because once that mech is online, I don't think they're going to be able to really burst anyone at the start of a fight. Oh, top lane. Kill here. Double comes in. MMY's got the lift. Keeps them off Sylar a little bit. He's still fairly healthy, but a good shard block. Not actually going to keep Sylar trapped in here, but looks like it should still find this kill. There's not enough mana for a void. But TTY gets one more lightning off, and now MMY is going to get slowed up. I don't know if Lamb had a mango or somebody handed him one, but
he got bottled. He got bottled by the Tusk.
Ah, okay.
Could have fed him his mango as well.
I thought I heard a mango go off in the midst of all that, but
now there's a mango going off.
okay, so we got 2 kills. EHOME turning things around a little bit. I mean, we kind of set the deadline as start finding some kills before this mech comes up, but they will delay things. Well, not delay the mech, but at least start turning the game somewhat. They still have the Sonic Wave, so that should hopefully be a kill somewhere in the next couple of minutes if EHOME have their way, and Lamb's starting to get things done with the Night Stalker, but the response from LGD looks like they're just kind of grouping up defensively. 2 supports behind the Lina on mid, and looks like they are anticipating that something might be happening soon.
Yeah, they need a lane for Sylar to get level 6, so maybe Darkseer will be looking to go into the jungle soon, or Lamb is gonna get caught out. He wanted to place a ward there.
He's managed to silence up the Rubik, but he's running right back into Lina, gets stunned up. He'll just get rocket barrage down. Am I actually gonna snag that kill for himself? I was just thinking to myself, like, oh, the Jar Copter feels a little bit underleveled, but we're only 8 minutes into the game. He's a bit behind, but the amount of action this game so far has actually been really crazy. Both teams have broken out of the laning stage extremely quickly.
Yeah, he's considered a little under level. If you look at the Lash is even already level 6.5, so he's almost 1 full level behind the Lash. Oh, top lane. Snowball, shards. What do you know? 11 sets up another kill for his team.
Yeah, maybe drop the combo on Old Chicken and he lived on 8 health, which let 11 come in and clean it up. They were both going for the rune. So. And also CTY was rotating in at the same time. Alright, so a good fight for EHOME. Gonna get some more gold going. I think CTY especially needed a little bit to start picking up the pace. Really needs to get those core items up so we can actually start flash farming. Doesn't really have a whole lot of mana to work with at the moment. What kind of build are you expecting to see out of the
So
this game?
Soul Ring plus Arcane is the farming build
Yeah.
for early game.
Radiant's top tower
What
is
kind
under
of build?
attack.
I think just standard build with the Bloodstone. Use could be a good idea, but it's gonna leave him very vulnerable. I think you need a
Radiant's
HP
top
item, like
tower
maybe
is
a
under
point
attack.
booster first, if you even want to go for the use. It's very helpful against the Lina.
Something mid, they're gonna lift up Lamb, they're gonna stun waiting, they don't have Laguna Blade for 1 second, but looks like the right click should be enough. No, they pull him into the snowball, and it was onto the creep.
my God.
Lamb's actually gonna be able to run away. 11 is a god, and now help is coming in. C2Y gonna land the stun.
What?
It's only on one. X is in so much trouble, and there's 3 low HP heroes at LGD. The Void from Lamb's gonna finish off one, and now Old Chicken
my
comes in from the
God.
back lines to pick up a triple kill with the Sonic Wave. They were hoping for
That was-
1, and they're gonna get 4. What a play.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first Sonic Wave of the game, and that was probably the best possible outcome for the first Sonic Wave. Holy shit, that was
God.
what hero Sonic Wave. I mean, they played that situation, so it all got set up by the Tusk. It was just the Tusk. It wasn't even the Queen of Pain being MVP.
The Laguna Blade was 1 second off cooldown. Like, obviously LGD probably thought that they could get the kill without it anyway, but I think that does factor in a little bit. And obviously 11 just makes crazy plays, jumps on the creep.
That's why you ban Tusk against this team, man. Dude, this is just so difficult.
Too good.
It's so frustrating.
Too good. Oh.
That was a Craigasm move.
Yeah, that was
Too good.
That was definitely Craigasm. Alright, and they're not done. I mean, 11 can
Dire's
just...
middle
He's
tower
got
is
cooldowns,
under
it's
attack.
fine, he can just keep on running. They're gonna smoke up again, look for some more kills.
Yeah.
They can snowball into the purification as well. I don't think MMY's getting out of it.
Oh
Stock
yeah,
isn't even gonna
another
hang
block.
back. They are just gonna blow him up. Goodbye, MMY.
Man, he's just so good at all these junctions, you know. Every time a hero passes by a junction, he always gets the block at the right timing.
Now, RTK, a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have the surge for a bit. Just gonna try and stand on his wall and fight here. Has the mech, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. This whole chicken swoops in as well. We got a Splinter Blast coming out. Gonna call that on the other side as well. Kaka's gonna keep on running with the repel up, but he's still just gonna get right click down. Old chicken. Sonic Wave needs to be careful. There is a Winter's Curse, so that's gonna be Sylar running in.
Oh my
Pick up
god.
a double kill. Very important for him.
That Omni dying gave the Wyvern level 6 and Wyvern got level 6 to lock the quick because there was no stuns left. So if the Wyvern didn't have the curse, they couldn't get the kill on Old Chicken.
It's always the little things, Winter, isn't it? We were talking about it yesterday. I mean, that's a pretty
Yeah,
big thing, but...
Dota is like, you know, like treating your girlfriend. It's all about the little things. Always the little things that counts the most.
That's some
That's why
very
it's
sage
tough.
advice, Winter.
That's why it's tough, you know.
Yeah.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
I
tower
get your
is
meaning.
under attack.
Anyway. So, now what? We've evened out, pretty much. Net worth is pretty much dead even. A little bit of an experience lead towards EHOME. 11's still running around with the Omni Knight looking for some kills. Meanwhile, CTY is kind of off in his own world, just hitting creeps and farming up. But, he is pretty close to the top of the net worth chart.
Sylar's gonna get caught. Jungle.
Catch Sylar.
Oh my god, again, what do you know? Tusk setting up a kill again.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We can't even act surprised anymore. It's another day at the office for 11. Chicken tried for the deny, won't be able to get it. Gets back
Oh my God,
into
the
the
vacuum!
stun. They have the lift. They've got the kill. 11 was going to try for the snowball save, but couldn't quite get there in time. He was targeting the
God,
creeps anyway, so he's nice
He
and
was
safe.
so close. He was so close to getting that save on the queen.
Yeah, it was like
And
1
this
second.
guy is just... man, you every time that happens, you kind of expect, oh, he's gonna save the guy.
It was just dangerous from Old Chicken. He already threw the 1 auto attack to try and get the deny, but
Dire's
didn't
middle
blink away
tower
instantly.
is under attack.
Yeah. He didn't expect the coordination to happen so well for LGD. The vacuum into stun, but meanwhile, maybe gets a solo kill on the Lash.
He didn't even do anything. Well, at least the combat log doesn't say that he did anything other than just Laguna Blade him. It looks like he just
really?
he just
Okay.
ran up and Laguna'd.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think
is
CTR was
under
probably
attack.
farming all the way out to the edge of his mana pool and had lost a little bit of health as well, and he just got Laguna. I don't know. So that's the Yule Scepter complete for maybe now.
Radiant's bottom tower
No,
is under
bottom.
attack.
They're gonna fight.
Salar wants to fight, he's gonna drop the call down. Along with the Winter Scourge onto 11, but Kaka comes in for the save. They've got the snowball to buy a little bit more time as well, but what can they really do? Salar's been surged up, he is gonna be silent, so there's no rocket barrage. And they will be able to block the Splinter Blast as well with the repel.
Oh, they're going back in.
11's not done, he's snowballing back in. That's the only spell that he can contribute with here. And looks like he's just going to be brought down. That does give time for Old Chicken to arrive. As the 1 point in the Sonic Wave, he's going to drop it onto RTK. He's still healthy with the mech and the Cold Embrace, and MY now running in. But there's no surge to get him towards the front lines. So there actually is.
He needs to repel and TP. Probably. Oh dear, he gave away the repel. That is actually really big for the gyro. Because most of the damage right now from EHOME is spell damage.
Maybe he was running in looking for a kill, but he may have just set himself up. The stun's not going to land. But he might just get right-click down. Old Chicken in a bit of trouble. C2I doing damage, but Sylar not feeling any of it with that repel stolen. Lamb's going to be able to keep on running. 11 comes in, wants this kill onto MMY. Manages to repel himself.
Oh my god!
And they get the Cold Embrace
Radiant's
out.
bottom tower
Do
is
manage to
under
get the
attack.
save there. Lamb's running away. They get another snowball in. They want Sylar, but he's got another call down. A few more right kicks from 11 shouldn't seal the deal, but the stick charges, along with the surge, are going to get him out of harm's way. Another repel comes in. The stolen repel from MMY doing so much work, but looks like he might not be able to escape. Gets blocked in by the shards, and he'll finally be brought down. So they get the kill on the Rubik, and they get the repel.
You're never escaping. You're never escaping if you're running through a junction like this against the Tusk. Especially this guy.
Yeah, 11's never going to let you go. That's for sure.
That was such a big steal though from the Rubik. Oh no, mid lane. He used his snowball already. Oh. Kaka's nearby to make sure that he's alive, but you rarely say that to a spell that's not an ultimate, that Rubik steals, that can actually change the fight so much. It's only like sometimes you say it for Fissure, you say it for Ice Path, but very rarely you say it for any other spells other than those two.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, okay, so EHOME, I thought LGD were about to try and come and defend bottom, but looks like they're just going to back up and kind of do their own thing. Kaka's coming in, places down a couple of fairly aggressive observer wards over here. Don't think they managed to spot this smoke, but
Wow.
they are running in. They're a little bit late to the party here. The tower is going to end up being brought down by the Queen of Pain. Lamb's just dead, out in no man's land, doesn't have a TP scroll. Looks like he's going to be caught out. 11 also in a little bit of trouble. Got Yule stuff into the Lina combo, and now it's actually Kaka who gets caught by the Winter's Curse. Old Chicken tries to make his escape. Kaka's going to drop everything and just TP. There's going to be a blink a little bit further away from the Quap, so LGD too late to deny the tower or really protect it, but you pick up pretty big kills off the back of that fight.
Yeah, they're still extremely strong right now when they have all their cooldowns up as a unit, as a 5-man. EHOME's lineup needs more time before they can actually take a head-on engagement. They need a lot of items on the Lash and the Omni Knight. And without the but without the mech on EHOME's side, it's gonna be very difficult to actually take fights here. And 11 is going to build into a dagger this game instead of building a mech as well. Because he wants to be able to initiate for his team. They don't. This game has to go for that blink early.
Yeah, especially with C2I going for the Bloodstone build up as well. Not gonna have a Yule Scepter.
Pretty much the boots though. You can tell by what boots the Tusk goes. When you go for mech, you go for arcanes.
Very true.
Early.
Yeah.
And power traits, but it's most of the time it's safe to say that when you go.
Good point. Okay, we got maybe looking for a kill here on mid. Wants to find an Old Chicken if he can, but MMO enough cause for Old Chicken to be a little bit concerned.
When you see this guy playing Tusk running at you, you're like, oh my god, am I gonna die?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you need to be, always need to be afraid. You know, C2I,
You just need to have a force. You need to have a force staff.
Sylar needs to be a little bit careful. We're going to slow him down, manage to pop the drum charge, gets out of range of the stun, and now MMY's here. Not MMY, keep calling maybe MMY. Sylar's going to pick up a killing spree there. C2I doing some good damage. They're going to punch one up. 11's the one with the maybe here, but it looks like he is still going to survive. Managed to lift at the Tusk. More backup arriving for LGD as we've got Ice Shards on both sides. This time around blocking at 11. They've got the curse over onto Old Chicken, but can't get past the shards. They will still manage to send him up into the air. They'll drop him down, but they aren't fast enough on that Light Strike array. Taka just going to be forced to repel himself and try and keep on running CCY on the fringes. Needs to be extremely careful. And this repel looks like it's going to be just a long enough duration for Kaka to be able to run his way out of there. So kind of awkward fight on both sides, but ends up being just the one for
two, right?
No, 1 for 2.
No, 1 for 2. Night Stalker died at the start.
True. Yeah,
so 1 for 2.
He got stunned by...
But it's okay for EHOME though. It's a carry kill for 2 utility heroes, even though one of those are your cores, but it's still acceptable losses. They pop their curse for that, and you pop your Guardian Angel. So I think because EHOME you're losing right now, right? You're behind in the game, so that sort of change, that sort of trade is actually very acceptable for them.
Especially because there was the threat of that being a full 5-on-5 fight, and kind of the only thing that saved them was that LGD trickled in somewhat. I mean, 2 heroes started off, dropped a bunch of spells, lost somebody, and then everybody else turned up a little bit later, so they didn't get the full wombo combo that they're capable of. And that's what I'm still really afraid of for EHOME, that we haven't really seen what LGD can do 100% just yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen the vacuum curse, vacuum cooldown. Stuff like that hasn't happened yet, but EHOME is still struggling to win the team fights. For obvious reasons, because their lineup is just weaker in terms of 5-man clash. They don't have a match on the Tusk, because Tusk is going for dagger, so it's going to be tough for them to win any team fights from now on. They need to somehow drag the game till the point where Lash is very farm, so you can actually use the repel on Lash to actually do a lot of work. That's when EHOME's lineup will be strong, later into the game. But as of right now, it's tough for them.
There's now a BKB up on the Gyro to contend with as well, so he's not really going to be feeling too much hurt from anyone on the EHOME side. I mean, there is still the Sonic Wave, but catching out RTK here. He's already used the Surge, he's got the mech. Buys him a little bit more health, he's already used the wand charges as well. Going to vacuum back to get the curse onto Old Chicken. RTK drops out one more Iron Shell, but he's going to be brought down. 11 actually runs down his teammate with that Iron Shell.
He got the kill with the Iron Shell on 11.
Yep.
He killed the Queen of Pain when he placed the Iron Shell on 11. Oh, whoop.
Well, call that on top. Siler comes running in. He's got the BKB to protect him. Lamb was trying to run in for the silence, I think. Side, so he's gonna survive at the very least.
Dire
Oh my god, that was a 1v2, right? Yep. From the gyrocopter.
Yeah, he just ran in.
So what, Lash was actually not full HP again?
Yeah.
Or he was just full?
No, Lash was like 60%,
75.
maybe. Yeah. Just took 2 shots, took both hits from the cooldown and got rocket barrage. That's kind of it. Okay, look at the knife. Get it. Alright, so LGD lose a couple of towers fairly quickly. EHOME have a decent ward top lane as well to potentially scout somebody out, pushing up here and maybe finding a pick off, but like you were saying, it's still pretty pick off centric for EHOME at the moment. They have to just keep somebody on LGD down so that they can keep farming up, buying some time.
That will be obviously the Tusk, his job for the rest of the game. They keep buying time with the Tusk if he gets a pick off, and then for the Lash to keep getting items after item. He needs, like, you know, to get to 4-5 slots like Altering Core. Maybe even I'm not sure if he needs a Lincoln's this game. It could be nice for him with the repel, so you can't get curse. Could be a good option for the Lash this game.
Yeah, just being able to run.
And yeah, for LGD, they don't really have good candidates to build the Diffusal Blade. So that is actually kind of gonna be a problem later. Maybe you have to build on like the supports, but Rubik and Wyvern are not generally supports you want to build the Diffusal Blade on. And Darkseid is also weird to build Diffusal Blade, but they don't really have much choice, I think, later into the game. They have to address it at some point.
It's going to be a big problem, and especially since the Omni's going to get some level, start to get the point up in the GA as well. If you block the entire flat cannon,
Dire's
Guardian
bottom
Angel, that
tower
could be
is under attack.
disastrous for LGD.
Yeah, especially when the game goes really late and it becomes it becomes in those type of situation where if you lose a team fight or you just lose one hero, you can lose the game.
They want to force
So
the BKB out of silo. They don't want to commit too much heavier. 11 going to be in some trouble, gets bursted. Unable to use the snowball. Kaka retreating back now. So repel himself up. The cape as well. We've still got maybe jumping forward, looking for more. Ultra arrives to the fight, blinks off to the side, drops the Sonic Wave. I don't know if he has quite enough damage to finish the Lina here. Lamb's coming back in. They've used the Guardian Angel, and in comes ROTK, evacuated the wall. Big combo. They're going to get the lift onto CTY. He does get repelled. How much damage can he do? Not enough. Doesn't even get to put the Pulse Nova on before he gets hit by the Winter's Curse. We'll be able to burn down ROTK on the retreat. And it looks like the help from Kaka with the Glimmer Cape and the Repel is actually going to be enough. Lamb comes running in. Right-clicking into DDC. The Purification brings him down. And Lamb is looking for some more. Silo is still very low on the fringes of this fight. EHOME actually managed to turn things towards the end there. I thought that was looking really bad, especially when
They
ROTK
won.
turned off.
They won the fight because they didn't have Glimmer Cape. Sorry, they didn't have detection for Glimmer Cape. And the Winter's Curse was useless there. They would have actually killed the Lash if they had detection, and then the fight would be different.
Yeah,
I think it was a new pickup. Yeah, we seen this story before, but I'm not sure if it was a recent pickup for the Omni Knight. Was it a recent pickup that they didn't know? Maybe he just had it.
No, I think he's had it for a little bit. I think he used it in...
Yeah, then it's strange that they didn't have detection.
Yeah. I mean, they may not have seen him. He is a hero that's going to just spend a ton of time in fog. I mean, Omni's not really hitting too many creeps. Kaka does have 51 CS to his credit.
No excuses, I guess, then, because they probably knew about the Glimmer Cape.
Well, they've got some sentries now over on the Olympic. Comes blinking in, looks for the shards, trying to cancel that blink dagger. RTK as well. The shards from MMY is going to be a little bit better. Stolen. Does manage to throw him down into the low ground, but Kaka's back for the backup. And the Glimmer's going to get him out.
So right now after that fight, EHOME is looking much better. They got a lot of gold on the Omni Knight. He has 1600 gold. He can choose either to go for a mobility item, a blink or force. Usually we see force stuff, or you can go for like the Aghanims. But I think he might actually just need a mobility item right now. Not so sure.
I think, is Alpha going to escape here? Is the Iron Shell going to cancel his blink? It will. Alright, so he managed to snowball, but RTK dragged it. And he's stolen snowball from MMY. He's got that ready to go now. And he's got a blink dagger, so could make some pretty big plays in this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, Lina is very close to his Aghanims as well. That's gonna be big versus the Repel.
The Lush is starting to tank up a little bit more. He's got his second point booster up now. So,
Yep.
but
He needs a lot of HP.
Yeah.
He needs like a lot of HP, like hard, altering core. Like I'm not sure if he even wants to go Lincolns. I mean Lincolns could be good, but I still feel like maybe just raw HP will be super valuable for him. He needs to just be able to tank up and survive through the fight. So he gets a lot of, you know, value from a second purification, a second repel.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
So they
top
do lose the
tower.
top.
We might actually see like altering core hard, you know. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But I'm feeling it for the Lash.
I think it could happen. I mean, I think it's definitely Octarine Core is the next item. I mean, BKB doesn't really do anything for you this game.
Nah,
You're already
BKB is
repelled.
not. Yeah, BKB is not very
HP,
good.
like you said. Is there anything else that you could consider?
Nah, I think altering core hard.
Seems
Those
like
items are the items. Yeah, those items are the items that gives him the most HP. I mean, I mentioned Lincoln's. It's a good secondary choice just to block either the Laguna or the Winter's Curse when you're repelled. So that could be also a possible option for him after his Octarine Core.
Does the Omni give any thought to going like a Lotus Orb potentially instead of the mobility item, or maybe after the mobility item? It seems like a decent item this game. There's
not
more
bad.
things to throw on the Lush. It's not amazing though.
It's not bad, yeah, but I can see it working. It's just that the Aghanims feels like it's so strong late game.
Yeah, one
Dire's
button
top
to
tower
kind of
is under
counter the
attack.
gyro in a lot of ways.
Yeah, one button to rule them all. And it's not only that, you know, it increases the duration. Like an extra 2 seconds is very big in late game.
EHOME, they've got great vision for this fight. They've just picked up the Aghanim Scepter on Lamb. MMY is going to be hit by the Glimmer Cape, still getting ticked down. In jumps RTK with the mech, just trying to keep MMY alive. Through this sting, there's going to be another 11 block coming in with the shards. They send Darkseer up into the air. Can they burst him down before he uses anything? There is going to be Winter's Curse. Wall splits up the fight a little bit, but Old Chicken came jumping in and manages to silence up the Lina. This is looking better and better as the fight goes on. Lina going to get dropped down into the stun out of her own Yules. Sylar, can they get the TP out? Will be able to. No stuns left, it looks like, on EHOME. Yule Scepter was still a couple of seconds away for CTY. 2-0 fight in EHOME's favor, and that was LGD moving aggressively into EHOME territory, and moving pretty confidently as well, but that Night Stalker vision working out great.
Yeah, they had the vision, I wanted to say, that's why they could have done that with the Night Stalker. So the game has slowly been moving to the pace where the Night Stalker with the vision is going to start to help EHOME secure some fights with the vision.
Yeah,
and it's EHOME is just going to... Yeah, they're gonna have like a lot less vision right now for LGD, and going into the late game versus the NS and Lash, EHOME is gonna be much more comfortable right now.
This is dangerous for LGD, so it's a little bit outside the base, but it's just gonna be EHOME taking down that tower. 10 Bloodstone charges now up on CTY, so he's starting to get the snowball going. We did end up seeing the Blink Dagger picked up for Kaka. LGD, I mean, they are pretty close to Sylar being able to pick up another item. He's got a lot of net worth, but he's got 3.2k gold just sitting in the bank right now. But their game plan doesn't change too much. Maybe. Yeah, Blink's in there and looks for the kill on Old Chicken, but won't be able to find it. Even if he'd got the Yules, he would have just ordered it. He would have had to find a spot in the fog somehow.
So right now LGD wants to wait for daytime before they try and maybe take a fight. Are they close to completing any item, any big items? So no, Darkseer wants to go in for the fight.
Back, Old Chicken, he's going to be able to blink away here. Eleven's actually going in with the snowball, needs to be a little bit careful. I think he's going to die. We'll be able to punch him down. There's gems on both sides of the map at the moment, so the Glimmer Capes not doing too much. RTK jumping forward again. They're going to drop the Guardian Angel, only connecting on the Omni-Knight. He was just a little bit afraid. They're going to buy back in the toss. DDC looking for the Winter's Curse, is going to find it onto Old Chicken. CTY, however, is repelled up, so he's going to be able to keep on fighting. Runs further into the fight. RTK getting away from the AoE damage. DDC going to drop one last Splinter Blast as he does end up falling. Sylar isolated by the shards. Will be stunned up as well from the low ground as CTY keeps him stunned in place, but they can't get more heroes in here to help out 11. Looks like he's just going to get right-click down. Kaka does help things with Purification, and Sylar now with no BKB gets healed up once more and will be brought down. Pretty chaotic fight on the whole, but EHOME hold their
2 for 2.
Take it 2 for 2.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2. They lost the task, so it's gonna give them Roshan, so it's worth it for them. And the game is starting to slip into EHOME's territory right now. Their lineup is starting to shine with the vision from Night Stalker late game, and Lash is getting to the state where he's very, very strong in teamfights with just the repel.
And they also managed to steal the gem away from LGD after that fight, DDC going down, so I don't know if they have another gem in stock. No, it's actually on cooldown for another 5 minutes. So pretty big deal there for me as well, just because we were emphasizing how important the vision is, and that's only going to help. They can now keep some voice up on top of the RTK. It's considered running in and trying to vacuum everybody onto the high ground, I think, but Aegis is already being claimed, and you wanted survivability for the Lesh Winter, and this really fits the bill. He's now got 2 full lives of repels, Yules, heals from the Octarine core, and the Bloodstone survivability as well.
Yeah, he's going for Shiva's next. Kinda helps him tank up as well against the Gyro. So, forgot to mention that he needed an armor item. We keep mentioning about the heart, the Lincolns, but we forgot about the fact that he needs one armor item first.
And it is still gonna help in other regards. I mean, if he gets hit by the Winter's Curse, doesn't want to get punched by his team too much. The EHOME right click isn't too scary either. I mean, we haven't seen Old Chicken pick up an AC or anything just yet. He's lagging behind a little bit the other compared to the other cores right now, but the game plan is really centered on CTY. He's been he's been lapping up all the farm while Old Chicken's kind of been getting involved.
It's not only about him. It's about how the Omni Knight keeps him alive in the fights. If LGD can somehow maybe find the Omni first and take him out of the equation, then it will put them in a very good spot in the team fight. But it's not going to be easy right now because he has the blink, right? So he can sit very far back. And LGD doesn't have a hero like a Clockwork this game, or someone to actually find the Omni behind.
Tower is under attack.
RTK, there's a couple of Radiant heroes in the neighborhood, but there are some dire ones as well. Manages to get the shards block in as well. Mech pops out, but it's in with the Laguna Blade. Alright, Radiant heroes got there a little bit faster, and RTK turns out to be a bit too tanky to bring down with just the tusk. Bit of an overextension.
Yeah, they were just trying to do the same thing like we were talking about. Tusk trying to find pickoff so they can keep farming. And EHOME is already entered the stage where they are starting to be stronger than LGD. Right now, it's gonna be getting a lot harder for LGD to take the fight. I'm not sure if they are going to be able to get diffusers before the next fight. I think it's gonna be important they have the diffuser on someone. But I'm not sure who you actually build it on, because they don't have good heroes for that item.
It's starting to wear down pretty quickly. Only 6 seconds left on Sylar now, so the Lesh damage is getting scarier and scarier, and LGD don't really have anything to deal with it.
There's also another way they can win a fight. If Rubik steals something very big from the Omni Knight, then they can actually still win a fight from that way. But it's less reliable.
You're gonna look for the initiation here. This is somewhat unexpected because it is EHOME with the Aegis and it's on CTY. This is not the hero that they want to be focusing. He's gonna get repelled up and he's just gonna go charging right in. Maybe he's being isolated. They're gonna drop the Winter Curse and try and vacuum a few heroes into position. Talk is gonna be dragged into the snowball, however, and that's gonna keep him healthy. CTY is running through everybody. The GA gets dropped. RTK dropping low as Levin's just gonna keep on punching. Back to the main body of this fight. 11's going to keep on chasing. Tries to snipe down RTK with the Ice Shard. Snowball, is he going to cancel his TP at will? He doesn't make it up onto the high ground, but still punches up there. Finds the 5-man wipe. LGD tried for the risky play, but EHOME, fortunately for them, it was CTY who was the one.
He punched him from the low ground? Was that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know you can actually do that.
I mean, I've seen Tiny like
Radiant's
kill
middle
wards
tower is under
from
attack.
low ground to high ground because his melee range is crazy. But
Radiant structures
melee attack
are
range
fortified.
is still an attack range. You know, sometimes people get attacks over fishes and stuff like that.
I guess.
Yeah, it happens.
But you can kind of see in this game, right, how the balance of power switches as the timing goes by for LGD and EHOME. Like EHOME was struggling at the start, but when their Omni and Lash starts to kick in, they're so much stronger in the team fights. I think the first Sonic Wave was so crucial.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
You remember the
that
Sonic
fight
Wave that
fight
yeah.
was crazy. I'm never gonna forget that.
If they didn't get that fight, LGD would have actually snowballed so hard from the laning phase because they won all the 3 lanes.
Is under attack.
That was so crucial for them to get. We were even talking about it, right? EHOME was losing lanes so badly, so they can only look to the first Sonic Wave to change the game, to change the course of what's gonna happen, and they actually did it. And if it didn't happen, their late game wouldn't be this strong right now, because they would have lost the early to mid game so badly.
Wouldn't have been able to take those fights. Might not have had the crucial glimmer capes that won them the engagements later on.
Oh yeah, that too.
It really worked out beautifully in their favor. And LGD,
Yep.
I mean, they can't change game plan. They have to keep 5-manning. They just have to hope that they can find that perfect initiation.
That is very very hard.
Radiant's bottom
What are you gonna do when
tower
the
is
Lash
under
runs in and you wasted all your spells on that guy and he's not dying and he's gonna kill everyone with the Octarine Core. It's gonna be so hard for them to kill the Lash if they don't have a diffuser blade. Oh, Tom Blade, CTY gets the use, or maybe Gonna be able to find the Lina. Nope. Oh, when did they actually get this 2 wards? Now look at the base of LGD. There's 2.
Omni Knight. Those are Omni Knight wards. Of all heroes, I did not expect.
I mean, you kind of expect it to be the Night Stalker's wards, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's weird. And oh, they've got such good vision behind the tower here. LGD haven't even scouted up onto the high ground. They are none the wiser that there are just a bunch of units
Damn,
here
they
waiting
see
for them.
everything.
This is so dangerous. They do still need to pincer and be able to join together. But this is a pretty good angle to take this fight. Who are they going to try and jump? If they can stop DDC right from the word go, that could be huge.
Oh my god, another
even
ward.
more wards. They have 100% vision superiority, and they're going to go on Sylar. He's still pretty fast. The Fade Bolt not enough to finish him. Does MMY not have a lift? Looks like maybe not. Pretty fast. The Fade Bolt not enough to finish.
EHOME could see every single thing. They got a 4-man vacuum wall into Curse. But how does that happen when the opponent team has absolute vision on you?
I have no clue. I don't know if the plan was maybe they were hoping to have the Tusk interrupt the Darkseer or what.
But they I think they clearly missed shit happened.
To be able to, the GA comes out. Who are they trying to give this kill to? Okay, it's gonna be Old Chicken. I thought they were gonna let him blink away for a second there, but never
Oh my god, please. This Tusk.
Too good. RTK, well, he's gonna take a Shadow Strike and retreat himself back. Mid lane's already been cleared out. I think Creep's got the range drags.
Yeah, the creeps got the range drag.
CTY
They're gonna try to siege. They're gonna try and siege bottom when the Lina's down 40 seconds. He doesn't have buyback though, but the creeps are still very far away. They need to
flack
hold
one wave
for maybe
and they've got a
20
Glyph as
seconds.
well. So I think
Yeah, if they can hold for one more wave, they should be alright.
do they have the stolen repel as well? Yeah, they do. Alright, so Tyler's got a couple of sources of magic. He's gonna run in, just flack the wave. Not a care in the world, nothing that can really do anything about him. Same story for CTY though with the repel. So they're just gonna say hello to one another, and looks like LGD will successfully defend the high ground without even using the glyph. So really nice steal from MMY coming into play there.
Yeah, maybe without that, the tower would have taken much more damage. So that was indeed a very useful steal. But EHOME with the map advantage, the map control advantage, is still gonna be able to secure Roche. They're still in a very good position despite losing the last fight.
Nothing really that LGD are doing to stop them at their shot pit. I mean, they've got some
Again-
vision, but it's all over in the dire.
Yeah, by the way, again they're gonna have double Shivas. Old Chicken is also building into a Shivas. I actually think AC would have been better if that's the case. It's quite surprising they actually went for double Shivas 2 games.
Yeah. That's weird. I mean, I know that their right click isn't amazing or a focus of the lineup really, but it still adds up. You know, Lush can still dish out a little bit. The Queen of Pain is a lot better with right-click wise with an AC.
Yeah, and it gives everyone more armor against the curse. So why? I don't see any downsides of having the AC instead of double Shivas.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, I guess you do a little more damage because you have another Shivas, but I don't think that justifies getting 2 Shivas.
We got the Repel Wars again, but TTY also has the Aegis. He's also got 16 Bloodstone charges and Boots of Travel and 3.6k gold. So yeah, we're talking 3 lives.
3 lives. Aegis, you die. You have Bloodstone respawn, and then you have buyback.
And each life is twice as valuable because he's got Omni Knight dropping everything on it the entire time.
They should be racks though, unless they get caught. They need to only send up 1 hero in front to hit the tower, so no one gets. No one extra gets caught in the vacuum combination. They can only allow 1 hero to stand up front.
Yeah, they cannot give RTK an opportunity like you found on top. Sylar not gonna get stunned up here. I think that Repel steal is still standing.
They're still standing fairly close. Oh, RTK is the one getting the diffuser. Okay, so they have an answer right now.
Won't be enough. There's still 2 lives. Everyone's gonna jump in. What did he manage to steal? Gets the Repel again. And maybe jumps in, looks for the stun, not gonna be able to find it.
Tower is under attack.
Damn, this is actually delaying the game so much. That is actually really, really bad for EHOME, giving away the Repel again.
Omni Knight just needs to hang a little bit further back.
I think you rather give him the purification
Any day
rather than the Repel. Man, they can't go with the gyrocopter having Repel. This is so hard for them. They need to
really
pick up the Rubik. The Tusk needs to blink in and find the Rubik.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got some vision from the Night Stalker, but Lamb doesn't want to put himself too close to the base because then they're going to expose themselves to that vacuum that they were talking about. There's a bunch grouped up at the moment as well. Sylar still manages to find a path through these shards. It's going to be alright. Lamb is trying to scout off to the side. This is still very slow going up towards the high ground. Sylar is the obstacle right now.
How cocky he is. He knows he's fine. Repel, BKB, and that.
I mean, they can
Repel,
punch
BKB,
him.
and another Repel. Yeah, they can punch him, but that's about
But
it.
then they've got at least 2 heroes that can get back together. They are going to punch him as Sylar makes his way a little bit further outside of the base. LGD are really just hoping that they collapse on top of him. The vacuum's only going to catch 11. He goes immediately into the snowball. G2I now running forward with the Shiva's active. Sylar, the repels wore out, but he does have his BKB. They're going to try and burst some heroes down, but Old Chicken survives! Because of the Guardian Angel, they will manage to punch down DDC. Sylar still comes in from 11. Can he keep Sylar in position here? Old Chicken jumps forward. He's already used the Sonic Wave. Sylar will just be forced to keep on fighting. Does have a buyback available. He'll be re-entering the game very, very quickly. EHOME fairly low, fairly grouped up. RTK is going to look for another vacuum back. They get a few more wall illusions, but they won't be able to. But it's just going to be a homing missile, and EHOME will.
Okay, here we go. Sylar's gonna die for a second time. Oh my god. That should probably be game.
RTK trying to run out. Rubik gonna end up being heals. He's gonna get dropped down. He also fought back in the previous. EHOME, they fought tooth and nail to bring this game back, and I think a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, that fight was so crucial. I think LGD could have won that fight if they got the curse off after the vacuum. He vacuumed like 3 heroes. That was a really good initiation from RTK. But they couldn't follow up with the curse because DDC got silenced by Old Chicken. So that was, I think for me, that was the play that won EHOME the fight. That small little move again.
And I just want to talk. I want to bring it up one more time because I think it was just ridiculous play of the game. That 11 snowball mid where he saved Lamb, kept 4 heroes there, and then Old Chicken came in and
yeah, that was the play of the game. That was hands down the play of the game, no doubt.
Yeah, I think
that
no
snowball
doubt.
save allowed them to actually get the first Sonic Wave on 4 heroes. That was the play that actually changed the course of the game, I want to say.
And then
Well,
I think that it also minimizes some of the plays that 11 made afterwards. We're getting to the point where it's just expected that every single time there's a BKB here that he gets the perfect block, that somebody's trying to escape that he gets the perfect block, that he gets the snowball save. But I don't know. I think if you're LGD, you do have to give some kind of thought to getting rid of the Tusk in the draft.
yeah, I think they can give the Tusk, but they cannot give Tusk plus QOP to EHOME. EHOME are really good at using these two heroes. I mean, you kind of have to. This game maybe it's kind of hard because they wanted the Darkseer. They left 3 heroes open, but maybe in the future games we might not see EHOME getting the Tusk and the Queen together on the same team anymore.
Well, all those questions and more will be answered soon as we're going to jump ourselves into this 4th game of this best of the 5. Really appreciate you guys tuning in and sticking around with us. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far, and we'll see you soon. China qualifiers.
LGD's
Having a couple of Skype
turn
issues
to
at the
pick.
moment, so I'll just get Winter in very quickly. Hopefully. My Skype had a bit of a panic attack towards the end of that last game, but I am going to adjust the volume levels a little bit as well. I'm going to turn myself up slightly. I'm going to turn Winter down ever so slightly as well. And, well, everybody said Winter was alright, so maybe just I'll go up for
remaining.
now, and then you guys can let me know during the draft how things are going.
5 seconds remaining.
And we can adjust from there. Thank you to those of you who tweeted at me. I'm sorry that it took this long to tweak things. I should have been keeping an eye on it. Alright. Okay, my Skype is just having a panic attack.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's reopen this. We got some picks coming in. For those of you just tuning in, this is Game 4 here in the Summit 4 China qualifiers. EHOME versus LGD. EHOME currently leading 2-1 in this best of 5 series. It's the very last game. It's the very last match, rather, of the Summit 4 China qualifiers. The winner of this is going to be advancing through to play in the main event over in LA. Losers going home empty-handed, unfortunately. So
10
lots
seconds
on the
remaining.
line. And let's.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I'm just trying to get back into Skype right now, which is proving a little bit more difficult than I expected. Alright, so I'm just going to have to multitask very quickly here.
LGD's turn to ban.
In terms of the draft, which is progressing pretty quickly, once again, LGD spending a lot of their reserve time early on. They are going to be giving the Tusk
EHOME's
once
turn
again
to ban.
over to EHOME, so they're going to snap that up, and Winter and I were just talking about the fact that they may be getting rid of that this game, but it is going to make its way through. EHOME also going to be snagging the Winter Wyvern for themselves, so
10
not going to give
seconds
RTK
remaining.
with that Darkseer the opportunity to pick it up.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Done.
LGD's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Dazzle is the ban from EHOME. We got the Lena ban from LGD.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EHOME's turn to ban.
I can't believe that this turned out to be so complicated. I am already signed in on this computer. Please sign out and try again. Yeah, I'm definitely not.
10 seconds remaining.
Skype, what are you doing to me here?
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alright, that's working.
EHOME's turn to pick.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about that. My Skype crashed, and then I closed it, and then I had to log back in, but then I had to reset my password, and it was a whole mess. So let's just start from right here. So we're back. It's the sum of 4.
Spirit breaker.
EHOME versus LGD, game 4. We were just talking about whether or not the Tusk was going to make it through, and he did, but other small variations on the draft this time around as well. EHOME are going to end up denying the Winter Wyvern to LGD, and what else do you have to say so far? That's it.
Yeah, like I mentioned, they can't really give the Tusk plus the Queen. They can give one of those two away, but they cannot give two together towards EHOME.
10 seconds remaining.
So they at least. So they've got their hands on the Darkseer.
Remaining.
They've got the Night Stalker. They've got a hero that they can Iron Shell who can run around and do things.
EHOME's turn
A hero
to
that's
pick.
notably going to make it through for EHOME is the Spirit Breaker, and we saw Vici Gaming banning this pretty much every single game. Well, EHOME just going to be able to grab another comfy hero this game, so they don't get the Quap, but something always makes it through. And well, EHOME just going to be able to grab another comfy hero this game, so they don't get the Quap, but something always makes it through. End of the day.
10 seconds.
Yeah, there's just too
remaining.
many heroes you have to ban though, because if they actually ban the Spirit Breaker,
5 seconds.
it will
remaining.
be the same situation as the last game. Then Darkseer, Wyvern, and Queen will be in the pool. Then you have to choose one, and the opponent gets 2. So it's kind of tough for their situation. But I'm still quite surprised they didn't ban the SB in the second phase, since EHOME didn't choose to go for the SB right away. Because they opted to block pick the Wyvern. They didn't want to give LGD Darkseer plus Wyvern.
Do you like the amount of priority that RTK has been playing about it, but what's your gut feeling on this?
I think it's the same as the question you asked me before. Remember, you asked me if I feel like any team, like any hero is fine, like it's strong. It just depends on who is playing the hero.
So you
Or
think
what team?
RTK is all the justification that, and the team? Is
Yeah, I actually would have preferred the Ember still over the Lina the last game, because Ember then their late game would be so much stronger.
LGD's turn to pick.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they won all their lanes right at the start. It's just
Yeah.
the one play, that one play.
the play of this series, at the very least. We'll see if we can get some more moving forward. EHOME going to pick up the Juggernaut here. They've got quite a bit of sustain now. Well, it's a little bit between the Cold Embrace and the Healing Ward. Gives them a little bit of Roshan potential that they otherwise did not have, though it's
10
still
seconds
somewhat
remaining.
slow. And always a pretty nice carry to have against the Disruptor. You're not really too worried
5
about the
seconds
Glimpse,
remaining.
not really too worried about the Kinetic Field.
There's
It's
no
spinned
good
away.
heroes. Yeah, there's no good
Reserve
heroes
time.
for their mid.
10 seconds.
Not sure though. Windrunner doesn't feel very good this game against the Snowball and the Embrace. But
5
if you're
seconds
talking about
remaining.
Maybe's hero, there's no good hero for him here.
EHOME's
For his
turn to
position.
ban.
The heroes that he usually play, he plays a very explosive hero like how CTY plays his heroes. They are both very similar.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he gets put
10
on. You were talking
seconds
about the
remaining.
Dragon Knight in the previous game.
Yeah,
but
this game if he
5
plays Dragon Knight, I
seconds
mean it's kind of a waste if you put if you put maybe on a Dragon Knight, but it fits their lineup
time.
where they want to push. But their cores feel weird though. Darkseer, Dragon Knight, and Lycan, they're all melee, and plus Night
10
Stalker.
seconds remaining.
yeah, that could be tough, especially against the Winter Wyvern.
5 seconds remaining.
Could give away some pretty nasty Winter's Curse opportunities.
We might see a very different hero on maybe this game because there's no
LGD's
really good
turn to
options
ban.
here. Like the Wind Ranger is left in the pool still, but it doesn't feel very good versus the EHOME heroes.
Yeah, they will have the benefit of last pick, so they can still see what exactly
10
that
seconds
mid lane
remaining.
matchup
Yeah,
is
true.
going to look like.
That's a good point.
But,
That's a good point.
yeah.
5 seconds
Both
remaining.
teams dipped into their reserve time really deep this game.
Oh,
Lots
they
of
banned the
decisions to be
Viper.
made.
EHOME's turn
They
to
banned
pick.
Viper, so they don't want EHOME to have a very 5-man. I guess it's fine. Because they see the Juggernaut, then they see the Wyvern. They don't want them to have too much of a 5-man to push down your towers. But Old Chicken can still pick Dragon Knight. They can still pick Dragon Knight for Old Chicken to push, right? But Dragon Knight doesn't crush the lane like Viper.
Yeah, and they leave themselves susceptible to LGD
10
picking up
seconds remaining.
something that could give the Dragon Knight a hard time on mid. Then again, Dragon Knight's
5
a pretty
seconds
hardy mid
remaining.
lane. Like, even when you put him up against the Queen of Pain or Lina, still can just kind of spam breathe.
Wait.
fire and do just fine,
LGD's
but
turn.
A mid
to
Juggernaut?
maybe.
CTY playing Gyrocopter though, I don't really like that. But it fits their lineup. Maybe they play Gyro mid though. Hard to say. It could still be a Gyro mid.
Yeah, could go for get the homing missile maxed out.
So
Just keep spamming it. Get your bottle.
So what does LGD go for right now? It seems like they need like some heavy speed push
10
type of
seconds
hero, like
remaining.
5-man, maybe mid heroes that go 5-man. They can
5
use
seconds
they need a
remaining.
mid hero. If they want a 5-man, they need a mid hero that can synergize very well. Okay, that is actually quite a good pick against their heroes because he provides burst against the Cold Embrace, like spell burst damage, and he has late game, so they have 2 cores, and he is a hero that you can consider uses the Iron Shell quite well in the early stage of the game.
And you can toss the jug while he's spinning. I mean, that's a very minor point, but yeah, I like the pick.
Yeah,
from the
it
perspective
is
of-
not it is minor, but it can have a huge implication onto the game if you kill him when he's trying to spin TP at a crucial moment. So it could win them the game, like a small little thing like that.
Could happen. I like it for bursting the Winter Wyvern. They had decent. Oh, actually had pretty good initiation, honestly, already. And the Tiny's
10
only going to add on
seconds
top of
remaining.
that. They could get some big vacuums into avalanches, lead that into kinetic
5
fields.
seconds remaining.
So it's gonna be a Tiny versus Gyrocopter mid matchup. That is very
weird.
interesting. It should be Tiny. Tiny can actually kill the Gyro quite easily. Maybe the first few waves. I actually don't even think Tiny would have such a
Prepare
tough time in
for
the first few
battle.
waves because you have such very well for Tiny though. Even though it's a melee versus range matchup.
I don't think Tiny's going to be too pressured. The one big concern, of course, is that EHOME have Kaka on Spirit Breaker and 11 on Tusk. So they're really the 2 wild cards that could be running around the map at any point, any number of levels on them, and looking to pick up
Yeah,
kills.
these are the 2, bruisers, the 2 heroes that run at you and kill you.
And also the opportunity for Lamb to run around and throw out some... LGD have to be careful. In their own right, they've got the Night
30
Stalker who can run around and
seconds to
find some
battle.
kills.
Yeah, they're gonna look to bring this game very strong, very hard to deal with, and then when it reaches late game or mid to late game, they have a lot of vision for LGD. The wolves plus Night Stalker with the axe, so they can actually control the map very easily with those heroes if they can actually survive till that stage of the game. Because EHOME is gonna try to bombard themselves to victory. Oh no, the 5-man snowball!
Maybe in
Oh
a
my
little bit of
God.
trouble, eating some rocket barrage damage. He's still pretty tanky. DDC comes running in. They've also got
got
some
the
foul
root.
damage. There's another rocket barrage. He's getting
How
split
did
up.
he get the root?
Then was first blood.
I am not sure, but looks like DDC is
was-
going to be going down as
He
well.
was standing next to 5 heroes and he got the rune? Are you kidding?
Oh boy. I think EHOME were more concerned about killing him than they were about...
But that wasn't even that worth it, right? If he gets the rune. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a bit weird. It is going to be 11 on Tusk mid, actually. He had a bottle start, so the double kill is going to get him his bottle right away, but they're putting a lot of priority on this Tusk, and that
They're
means
switching
that
up their laning.
CCY is relegated to the offlane Juggernaut at the moment. Action top lane,
Oh.
Chicken gonna come some auto attacks, MMY turns back around, Sylar needs to be careful of the 3 heroes here. The rocket barrage coming in, Quick Wave conveniently arrives at just the right time to soak a bunch of it. And can they actually get Sylar out?
Oh, the
Sal's
Sal!
gonna be cancelled, but he survives because of it.
Oh my
and
God, the
MMY with the right
outplays.
clicks. That was huge.
He
He
would
dropped to
have
like
went down
17
there.
HP, so he would have died. If not
Yeah,
for the
he
Sal
sticked
kill.
and salve. Yeah, he stick plus salve. So that was a huge outplay there for LGD. I kind of still expect CTY to have less farm than the Juggernaut. Than the Darkseer, because Juggernaut is gonna struggle against Darkseer in the laning phase. But it shouldn't be too bad to the point where he's gonna have too hard of a time. He can just
Maybe he
use his
needs to be
speed.
careful. He's gonna get the combo actually, and that's enough to just get the kill. Tusk was waiting 1 second for an Ice Shard cooldown, but actually just drops him.
Yeah, they have to change their lanes. This is actually not gonna work out too well for them. So probably Darkseer is gonna start jungling, and they're gonna leave the off lane to the MS till the next till the night phase, and then maybe then Darkseer rotates back towards the top lane. But for now, LGD just needs to prioritize on getting levels, plus surviving the early to mid game. If they can get into the mid game without, you know, losing the game too badly, their lineup is actually very strong at that time.
Yeah, they're just going to be waiting a little bit more. I guess the big thing is that none of their...
Oh, MMY! Is he gonna die to the spin? Oh my god.
Yeah, C2R chops him down, still has some stick charges as well. Nothing to stop him getting out of here. RTK was surging in, but...
He got too cocky though. He had a DD, so he probably felt that he was actually going to threaten the Jug, but the Jug was not afraid of him at all. C2R just ran at him with the level 2 spin.
That's a pretty good start for C2R. Gets the one kill, has a little bit of backup here from Lamb, gets a couple of creeps under his tower. Things looking good on
Wow,
that front.
2 points in stats as well. We don't see this too often anymore on Juggernaut.
Yeah, I feel like... Was it C2R the other day who went like 4-0-4 and then had 3 points in stats or something? Because I remember a Jug trying to take Roche and he only had 1 point in Healing Ward and he was like level... You know, like over level 11
I'm not sure which game you are referring to, but it's very rare that we see this. Top lane, DDC is gonna get Dove here at top.
Still pretty tanky. He is a Night Stalker after all, and in comes RTK with the Ion Shell body blocks. Easy kill on Kaka. That was
The battle of the tanks. The SV versus the NS. Oh,
that
mid
felt
lane.
like an optimistic dive. Oh my god. Another combo, another kill. Yeah.
This lane is not going well for the Tusk. He has a little more last hits than the Tiny, but that is not good dying there.
Yeah, that's really gonna hurt. I wonder if... I mean, 11's almost got level 5. I wonder if we're even just gonna see him start to move pretty soon. It feels like it's wasting a little bit of potential to just be...
Probably till he has level 6, I think. When he has level 6, he'll start to do that. He might actually go down again if he's not careful.
But if they catch him with the Avalanche, that's going to be trouble. They get the Void. He does manage to buy a bit of time with the Snowball. There's a toss, and they do manage to get in position to throw him. And not a creep. Good movement there from maybe. He's going to pick himself up a killing spree. I was worried about LGD in terms of none of their cores really run around and do anything in the early game. But if the Tiny gets a crazy fast play,
Dire's middle tower
then
is under
he's
attack.
definitely going to be able to run around and do
Tiny can actually do that. Yeah, do that very well if he gets a blink, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be doing early game space making and then transition into core if he needs to later. Like the standard build will be probably blink into Aghanims. Sometimes you even see players go for full utility Tiny, but that's when you have two other heroes. That's when you have 2 other heroes that can farm. But with a Darkseer, you probably want to transition the Tiny into a carry somewhere down the road.
Top lane, Old Chicken's getting clubbed down.
Radiant's bottom
EDC easily
tower is
finishes up
under
that
attack.
kill.
Night comes for
I don't know if the Gyrocopter was already low or... EDC
I think
easily
he just
gets
got
that.
killed from 2 Iron Shells. Oh, the charge is coming in.
Got the charge as well. 11 finally starting to make some moves here. EDC just manages to run around the edge of the shards, however, he's pretty quick. It is nighttime. RTK's Iron Shell is going to wear out. EDC still has his. Caucus in the midst of all of this. Can he find a bash or anything? He's not even going to turn around, just going to let 11 back up. And the shards comes in. Is that going to be enough to find this kill on RTK? We've now got Tiny running in, looking for the Avatar's combo, but the Snowball dodges through the Avalanche. The EDC will be brought down by the charge. LGD losing 2.
Oh, Shard?
Can't afford to lose the Tiny, but there's going to be a Shards and the call down. This is definitely going to be a death. Or maybe tries to get at least 1 return kill with the toss. Almost gets 2, in fact. Old Chicken gets dropped extremely low, but EHOME finds the 3 for nothing, and that is going to even up
Dire's
the game.
middle tower
as we
is under
pass
attack.
So you were right about the Tusk having to make. He was starting to make a move even before he reaches level 6, and that was crucial for his team. Got 3 kills out of that. Oh, mid lane, Juggernaut. Spin to win plus Omni Flash on the level 4 Lycan. Oh my god, he's so low level.
Well, Lycan just
that
hasn't
is
really
bad
found a
news.
home this game. I mean, he went top, He got forced back, almost died. CTY, he's gonna be comboed down. Alright, gets a kill, but gets killed.
Yeah, but he hasn't really found his footing in the game. The Lycan. Like, he wants to give a lane to the Disruptor and but he's jungling very slow now though, because he's still very low level.
Yeah, he's even a lower level than the Disruptor at the moment, actually. Disruptor's level 5, and he's only level 4.
Oh, top,
had an immediate
top.
smoke after that previous gank. They're looking for Old Chicken again. Be able to runs into the avalanche, in fact, and just forced to back up. Does still have the snowball and the punch. I've got the Spirit Breaker charging towards the top side of the map, but there are a bunch of Radiant Observer Wards spotting him as he comes in, and he does not want to go charging into an Avatos combo. He's tanky, but not that tanky, so...
Yeah, this is just really excellent vision. Against the SB and TUS, you have to always have river vision, because those heroes are very active in trying to make plays happen in the early game. So you need to have vision that covers the rotations between the river.
TTY was
bottom.
somewhere here. MMY's looking for the vision for the glimpse. He knows the spin's already been used. He's gonna drag him back into the waiting avalanche. There's the toss. Should be just a couple more auto attacks to find this kill potentially. CTY does have a spin, but one more club from maybe. He's gonna find himself a killing spear there.
A smoke from EHOME. They want to try and get something with the call down here.
Call down, they're going to slow things down a little bit with the Arctic Burn. Maybe he's in the middle of this. I don't think he's going to get hit by the second one, however. He's got an avalanche to open up a bit of space. Not going to tank the full brunt of that rocket barrage.
That is really, really big.
Gyrocopter and a big loss.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 11 dies top.
To the Night Stalker and Darks. Maybe he was trying to kill the Darks here.
He doesn't have any spells on cooldown. I think maybe he just got silent. There isn't even a silence. Looks like he just got bursted somehow.
Are fortified.
Fight recap, stick around. No, no, can't open it. Oh, man.
Radiant's bottom.
All we know is he died somehow.
And we'll wave our hands around the rest. We need to kind of step up the map awareness today. I'm missing a bunch of hits. Stuff's happening everywhere as well. We got people TPing around, more smokes getting fired off, MMY and RTK running towards bottom. I would guess that there's another TP waiting to join them, and that is going to be maybe on the Tiny. So just waiting for the catch, and he's going to start TPing in. Lamb does not have the Winter Skirt. They've got another call down. Old Chicken going to drop that down. Is it going to be enough damage? The Avatos combo is enough to burst him. As they actually toss in RTK. We do have EHOME heroes coming in, but...
They thought they were safe base cape with the ward behind, but you are never safe against a smoke.
Yeah, they were definitely not expecting that.
That's why always when you see teams, when they make this sort of play, they always smoke. Because you never know if that's
cross onto bottom lane. How many heroes is he going to hit? He's actually going to catch out. Maybe he needs to keep on running back. CTY comes in. He's actually got the Omni Slash. RTK almost down. Looks like tower shots might finish him. CTY knows that he can hold on to the Omni. They get to. It was great positioning from the Spirit Breaker to start at that fight. I think he charged every almost.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that is going to be a pretty big death for the Tiny. He was getting extremely close to his Blink Dagger, but won't be able to get
bottom
it.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He would have had it if they managed to take the tower down or take a successful
Sylar needs to be careful here. There's an Omni, there's a spin as well. He's going to be brought down. DDC unable to do anything.
Radiant's bottom
like
Sylar is he's reprising the role of Ice Ice from the other day.
Oh man. Yeah, that was a crazy game.
It's getting hunted by CTY's Juggernaut all the time.
CTY doesn't have as many reasons to keep giving Sylar the slashes, but I mean the kills are still well worth it. I wonder if I wonder if Sylar could have just stayed in his creep wave, but
he's trying to kill the enemy carry. That's a pretty good reason.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not a personal reason.
Yeah, not because he dropped your boots in front of him.
No, but he's gonna get his dagger from that for the Tiny. So this is when the game starts for them. They need to try and get pickoffs and try to delay the game so everyone can farm, get more items, try to prolong the game.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, looks like they're heading top and they're anticipating that somebody might try and come up and stop the Lycan, and they're not wrong. EHOME are smoking up a bunch of heroes. It's smoke on smoke. Who's going to reveal the other first? Both have wards in the area, so as soon as this breaks, they're both going to know what's going on. Ice Shards comes out, but in jumps maybe. Drops the combo, but it's not going to kill CTY. He doesn't have enough. But the call down not doing all that much damage as a result. A couple of heroes managing to run away, but CTY now coming in with the spin. Brings down one, looking for maybe as well. Won't be able to blink away. It's a 2 for 1 so far. They do lose 11, but Kaka's going to keep on charging in. Sylar comes out of the wolf form. Instead turns towards MMY, but gets stuck in the kinetic field. Canceling that one perhaps a little bit early. Was there a glimpse used on him? Nope. I think he could have charged a little bit further, but either way, still 3 for 1, still pretty good.
That is why I mentioned EHOME is really strong in the early to mid game stage with that hero. That was just level 4 spin, call down, and Winter's Curse. Destroyed everything.
They jumped onto CTY, but just couldn't finish him, and that put Tiny in a really bad position.
And EHOME didn't even start the fight very well. They got caught first, even though both teams see each other with the ward. So it was a first move made by LGD, but LGD didn't finish the Juggernaut.
And CTY punished them for it with the spin damage. Maybe still looking to just keep making space. Drops the Abyssos's combo. CTY, 38 health. One last auto attack's going to do it. But there's a bunch of heroes pincering in right this second. 11 is going to get silenced. Won't be able to continue the combo onto maybe. He gets the toss away, but the Rocket Barrage still doing huge damage. And all 4 heroes from EHOME are going to arrive to avenge their fallen comrade. So, just a 1 for 1.
Fairly even, I guess. Both of the heroes are very important for both teams.
Yeah, they're actually pretty much neck and neck in terms of net worth as well. Both the lead farmers right now. BBC, big trouble. Snowball's coming in. Not gonna catch, and a rare miss on the Ice Shards as well from 11. Will be able to send the punch over onto RTK, who pops the mech, trying to survive through here, drops the wall, and the vacuum still tanking, but he's gonna end up being bashed. No stick charges for him. They need to be careful about how they retreat here. The Rocket Barrage is actually killing the wall illusions, spawning some more and doing more damage. They will be able to get the glimpse back on the old chicken as well. Rocket Barrage damage on the DEC maybe now arriving. Drops the Avalanche. It's a 2-part combo, but it's 2 kills. And EHOME both falling.
That was really good play from our TK there. He bought enough time for
drops the Avalanche. It's a 2-part combo, but it's 2 kills. He just killed the wall illusions, and then it summoned another wall illusion, and it did another 100 damage. So that was about the best that RTK could have hoped for with that. It was pretty aggressive from EHOME diving under the tower, but they were just expecting that the snowball and the ice shards were going to land, and after they didn't, DDT was even able to run back in and continue spamming voids. So yeah, we're still neck and neck, 15 and 15 on the scoreboard. Net worth is pogoing all over the place. A little bit of a Radiant lead right now.
RTK is gonna get charged. You have to hold that thought.
There is another strike as well. He's got the mech once again. This time around, no wall. CTY just gonna start chopping him down. RTK trying to make the great escape. He's staying here in case.
John, Iron Shell, like he had 2 Iron Shell on the creeps and they took so much damage from that for LGD.
Yeah, I feel like he knew that if he ran too far away, 1, the Iron Shell's not gonna be able to continue chasing, and 2, he's just gonna immediately get Omni Slash as soon as he's out of range of the creeps.
Iron Shell on the creeps and they took so much damage from that for LGD.
I feel like he knew that if he ran too far away, 1, the Iron heroes arriving, the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field doing so much work. Do they have a glimpse available? They do, and that's going to be bringing 11 right back into the waiting arms of Sylar. Gets body blocked a little bit by RTK, who will finish the kill with a vacuum. But another turnaround as LGD just keep finding these opportunities.
Man, this series is so entertaining so far. Every game is so good execution. There are mistakes here and there sometimes, but overall the games have been really, really good from both teams.
Yeah, and everything's getting pushed to it. initiation and minor missteps are really everything right now. But LGD looks like they're building up a little bit of a lead, and Winter, you were really of the opinion that EHOME were the ones with the scarier early game, but eventually LGD were going to start pulling ahead, and it looks like it is happening sooner rather than later. I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that the gyrocopter just hasn't had the impact that they were hoping for so far.
And the Tiny got a really good start this game.
They're going to go for a smoke though. Not going to give up on their game plan. There's action happening mid lane. Lamb was getting jumped, but they are going to be able to come in from behind as EHOME look for some more kills. Great, Nether Strike is going to drop maybe back into the call down. The wall's being dropped. As is RTK, the mech's already been used. CTY's pushing further forward. Omni's already been expended, but MMY is going to get chopped. CTY just keeps on going to work. Old Chicken's still alive, and it's a 4-for-1 so far. LGD get dragged out into the middle lane, going for that kill on the Winter Wyvern.
Old Chicken!
And then EHOME appeared out of nowhere. The Iron Shell Wolf doing some good damage. Is it actually going to get the kill?
Oh my god, the urn!
Oh, man.
Oh my god, that is so frustrating.
That's just a feel-bad death from the gyrocopter, right? You're like, oh.
Yeah, and that was a really good fight from EHOME, and they took it at a very good timing as well, because Disruptor's ulti was cooling down. It was very close to coming online. If they had the Static Storm in that fight, it would have made a huge difference for LGD.
Yeah, EHOME wouldn't have been able to push up the hill the way that they did, because the wall was down. It looked like LGD were going to be able to turn things a little bit, and then EHOME just kept on running. Spirit Breaker
They just needed the Static Storm to, deal damage. They needed one more extra spell in that fight. I think it would have actually been LGD favored if they had the Static Storm there. But credit to EHOME, they found a timing window to actually take that fight, and they took full advantage of it.
LGD. There aren't actually that many spells on cooldown aside from the Omni Slash, but they're still gonna try for a sneaky Roshan here.
Do they know this?
Might have their suspicions. Do we have any pets or anything giving this away? No. And they're not gonna scout it. They're gonna realize soon enough. Tusk might be able to block them in with the ice shards. How many can he catch? None, actually. They've still got a clear path out of here. Maybe he's gonna jump out of the high ground. Looking to drop the combo onto 11. He's still alive for the time being, but he's being silenced up. Glimmer Cape along with the Golden Brace are going to help keep him alive for now. RTK tried to drop the vacuum and he was mid-cast animation, but gets interrupted by the Winter's Curse. Kaka going to work, right-clicking away in the DDC, but it looks like the move speed is going to be enough to get him out of here. CTY forced to expend the Omni Slash. And we've still got maybe going to work, drops another combo. Tries to find the kill onto Kaka, who manages to charge away, but the glimpse from MMY brings him right back, and looks like they will be able to finish him off. One last nip from the Wolf finishes the kill, so it is going to end up being a 2-for-3. Age is still in the hands of maybe.
And it didn't end up too bad though. I think if Darkseid actually got his combo off, and he didn't get his combo off, number one, he didn't get his mech as well. So LGD didn't use a huge load of their arsenal there in that fight, but they still came out on top.
It was such a crucial Winter's Curse, because Darkseid had his hands in the air mid-vacuum animation, and then just gets interrupted and popped before he can do anything. So they minimize damage a little bit, but it's still really EHOME that are hoping that they're winning these fights at this stage of the game.
Yeah, LGD is getting very strong into the late game right now, because like I mentioned, they're gonna have a lot of map control. Oh, mid lane, 11's gonna initiate.
Old Chicken, not interested. He was backing up towards the jungle.
Yeah, he was like running out. I don't want to be part of this.
He's seen what happened on top lane. I think he's got a little bit of PTSD about jumping in like that. Oh man, maybe he continues to have an excellent game. 2k gold up now, so just another 1k to go before he picks up his Aghanim Scepter. Jump in with no risk of being punished whatsoever with the Aegis, so long as his team is at his back. It's actually LGD going on the offensive right now. Towards this tier 2 tower top lane, there's some vision. As they scout out EHOME making their way in, they're going to glimpse back 11, won't be able to get the snowball off. There's going to be a Glimmer Cape. Buys him some time as we have a pause from RTK so we can take stock of what's happening here. Gyrocopter has call down. Darkseer has mech, vacuum, and the wall. If he can somehow vacuum Lamb off the high ground, I don't know if he realizes that he's up there, but if he vacuums the Wyvern down as well, that would be huge. They've got the vacuum into Avalanche as well, potentially, but I think there's going to be an even faster Winter's Curse. Static Storm as well in the midst of all of this. MMY's being dusted. Overcape not going to keep him too healthy. C2Y is sound, so no Omnislash could get an Old Chicken and 11. Both getting stunned together. Maybe still going to work here. Old Chicken trying to make his escape. Does manage to get back to the relative safety of his team. 11 is looking for more. They will be able to one-jump Omnislash down the Disruptor. EC being caught. It's going to be a fantastic fight for EHOME.
Radiant's bottom tower
they do end up
is under
grabbing a triple
attack.
kill.
Yeah, once again, Darkseer didn't do a lot in that fight. Actually, didn't do anything. He didn't pop his mag. So, Lamb starting the fight, winning the fight for his team. Just like the fight before.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It was kind of unfortunate for LGD that the hero that they ended up glimpsing back was the Tusk,
Radiant's middle
because they just
tower
couldn't
has
burst the
fallen.
Tusk.
Oh yeah, another thing as well. They didn't hit the Static Storm on anyone. So they wasted both of the Darkseer and the Disruptor's abilities.
Endurance pays.
It's a seemingly lost fight. Better footing for EHOME as we move forward.
They need to get a blink. They need to get a blink on the Darkseer ASAP.
Yeah, they really can't afford to let RTK keep getting Winter's Curse, trying to run into these fights. It's making it really easy for Lamb. And Lamb's been in really good positions these last two fights. Almost, I would say almost perfect. He, helped to keep the Tusk alive a little bit longer when he got jumped over by the Roshan pit. Got the Winter's Curse up there. Has really been the MVP of the last little bit for EHOME. And CTY is actually picking up a crazy amount of farm. I saw the early Yasha, saw the SNY, and I thought, oh, okay, he's going for a slightly slower build, less farm heavy, but picked up a bunch of kills with it and now has his Battle Fury anyway, so CTY is looking pretty set as the game drags on. The question is still Old Chicken a little bit, especially given that he's going to KD. Hopefully going to do some work.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Engagement, damage being dealt. Looks like neither team all that keen on committing, especially since the Tiny still has this Aegis for like another 20 seconds. So they don't want to oblige LGD and pop.
They're gonna smoke after the Aegis expires, maybe. Timings, it's all about the timings.
And does that line up with the Shark into BKB? Because he's still like a full 1k away.
He's so far away. CTY has to do a lot of work as his Juggernaut this game, because the gyro is just way too underfarmed at this stage.
CTY is pretty big. He's a full 2 levels ahead of anyone else in the game right now, so he already has the rank for Omnislash. If he gets...
You probably want to fight when he has his dagger though.
He's really close to this. Because RTK had the dagger, you were just emphasizing how important that is, and yeah, he does have it.
This should be the time they start to take a fight again with the dagger.
11 into his room, spots at Sylar, but they punch the wrong thing. There's still going to be the shard block, however, good reaction. In comes maybe
the
avalanche, and comes the static storm as well. They vacuum back one more. Lamb used the curse, but it's not going to be enough to counter-initiate here. They have any stuns for the Winter Wyvern? No, he's just going to TP out. MMY survives through the Omnislash. Actually, nobody going down, and it's the toss cancel on the CTY TP out.
We were talking about it. Oh my god, is this gonna be a kill on a Jug and a Rax? Because they have Tiny and Jug doesn't have buyback? Oh my god. That is the one time it happened the whole game, and oh my god, no. That is
it's
the worst
always the little things, Winter. It's always the little things. Well, the little things having a big impact. They're gonna try and defend with the call down, but LGD is tanking through all of this. I think they've realized that CTY does not have a buyback available. Maybe he wants to strike right into the heart of EHOME. There's gonna be a...
Or doesn't have buyback.
If
they were 100% sure, they would have gone for the melee Rex.
That's true. Once the Spirit Breaker
He's going for
Wise
BKB on it. Yeah, he's going for BKB on the Jut this game. Quite a good choice against the tiny and craggy exterior as well. You have to deal with that.
Gives him a lot more opportunities to just sit and right click as well.
Yeah.
There's enough.
You don't have to rely on your Blade Fury so much.
Yeah. What do we got? Lamb knows that he's been scattered up by some wolves here, since he does have a gem true sight. Maybe in CTY still just going ham on the farm on both sides. Maybe he's working towards an AC, as you were mentioning. Yeah, BKB coming up with the jug. Do we finally have Old Chicken's BKB? Yes, we do. Alright. Old Chicken catches some kind of a break and manages to pick up the BKB. So they're lining up a bit of a timing moving forward, EHOME, and keeping good control over their side of the map with this gem as well. That might be one of the biggest pickups of the last couple of minutes.
LGD is gonna start to, you know, sweep through the map, try to remove boards with the Aghanim's plus gem on an NS before they start to do anything else. They need to make sure that EHOME is playing in the dark, and they try to, before they advantage right now.
They spy Old Chicken. Help him against
Look at that!
tossed.
The wolves are scouting everything, and then they have Night Stalker. They see everything.
This is what the Radiant Vision looks like at the moment. They have perfect vision. Hope they're headed forward, but it will not end up happening. Long rush on spawn this time around.
This is
minute 40.
Yeah, but this night phase is gonna be very tricky for EHOME because it's gonna be the Roshan, and it's gonna be a level 2 darkness as well, so it's gonna be tough for EHOME to maintain vision.
This next fight in favor of LGD right now, so we'll probably continue to see both of these teams dancing around one another.
I mean,
for the little
LGD can just use Iron Shell plus the Wolves to push out the lanes, so it's much easier for them to take care of the lanes compared to EHOME. EHOME has to commit a hero, whereas LGD, they don't have to commit a hero to push out the lanes.
And, well, the Disruptor's got good farm, but he's not nearly close enough to an Aghanim Scepter for that to be a concern just yet. So double BKB in theory be an amazing timing for EHOME, but as you were saying, the nighttime and the vision really complicate things. Especially the area around the pit. There's so many things that LGD can do with vacuuming people up onto cliffs and cutting people off with the Static Storm. The same is true for EHOME with their AoE teamfight, but it's so much easier for LGD to set up with the...
Yeah, you're right. At this point, the vision is just gonna allow LGD to make very good decisions, basically. Because when you see everything, you can make the assessments that you need to whether you should take the fight or you should not take the fight.
One way to ignore vision is this smoke.
Yeah, but they don't see a lot of things.
They don't know
NS
what
has
they're
his
running
ultimate.
into right now, and they need to be a little bit careful. RTK is going to reveal it. Is he going to blink backwards? No, he holds onto it. Now he jumps in with the vac into the damage from. Keep on fighting with the Omni Slash. They brought down the Tusk very early on in this fight, and Old Chicken's just getting clubbed. Triple kill for Sylar as he goes to work in the wolf form. But RTK, perfect initiation there.
That was with the Avalanche as well. They comboed the Vacuum Avalanche, and then he was cleaving everyone in that area.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Even halfway through the fight, he picked up his AC as well.
Team fight, and mid lane's exposed. EHOME are gonna have to pay at least a little bit of respect. Creeps are going into the base on bottom, so they've disabled the back. Careful, but they've got the vacuum back onto 2. Static Storm, Kinetic Field being dropped. So they're gonna try for the TP out, and he gets it. They get 2 buybacks and they lose nobody.
They need to get Roshan. They need to secure Roshan with the buyback somehow.
guard
Oh my god, that was such a good disengage from LGD.
God remains.
They pushed it to the absolute limit there.
Yes, I agree. That is precisely what had just happened there. There's a double damage rune. They see the double damage with the ward. They should go Roshan right now with this DD.
CTY's going to be a little ways away, but he's still going to be able to respawn and blink himself out.
They have to salvage these 2 buybacks on their heroes.
But they're scared, Winter. They know that the same thing could just happen again with everybody getting vacuumed into the...
But then if they don't get anything with the 2 buybacks, they're gonna lose the game slowly. So it's a tough spot for them.
LGD, it's still night, only for a little bit longer. There's another darkness at the ready for the Night Stalker as well, so if this fight breaks out, things could get a little bit tricky for EHOME Lamb. Running over the pit needs to be careful. DDC's gonna come running in. They do have the arch trying to get him a little bit further away. 11 jumps in, punches a wolf of all things. Doesn't get the block off.
Yeah, the wolves are actually giving so much vision by LGD. That's why I mentioned late game is so terribly hard to play the vision game against the Lycan plus the NS. Can they find the initiation here, basically? That is the question.
I think it's gotta be Lamb again with a huge Winter's Curse. That's really what it's gonna...
I mean, he got it. He got a pretty good Winter's Curse the last fight, but they still lost. It was like on 3 heroes.
They just got initiated on way too hard. They came around that corner, RTK revealed the smoke, and it might have been okay if he'd been forced to blink immediately, but the fact that he just ran into fog and then just blinked back over was...
Yeah, that was a big play from RTK. Saving the blink. He was really calm at that situation.
Yeah, he really...
Because they know, right? Because Night Stalker pop is darkness, so enemy vision has a lot of limitations there.
Oh yeah, I didn't even
Radiant's
think about
bottom tower is under attack.
It's one of those things though, when you're playing NS, you pop your ulti and you run around, you're not afraid even running through like places that has ward vision. Because the wards barely see anything during your ultimate.
Dire's middle barracks are under
EHOME
attack.
still get something. They take the tier 2 bottom without too much
Still a
contest.
big loss. It's still a big loss with 2 buybacks, and if they don't get the Roshan, it's really bad for them. They need to get this Roshan so bad.
They're heading into the pit, but it's the
this
wolves,
could be
Winter,
the end.
you talked about it. They scouted it out.
could
Are
be the
LGD
end.
smoked? No, but I don't think they even need it. Darkseer gonna look for the initiation here. He's loading up some ion shells on his teammate. CTY still in the pit. Has a BKB to get out of here, and looks like phase boots and just running is gonna be enough.
Good night. No vision for you.
EHOME gonna smoke. Wards being removed right now. They're looking for the loop all the way around as LGD are actually the ones pushing up out of the high ground. It's a little bit of ring around the rosy right now. As EHOME are going to try and take the opposing high ground to get the advantage. Can they jump onto RTK? Will he be able to get caught? No, 11 unable to find him. They get the back onto 2 with the wall once again. Omniscience is going to get dropped. Good Winter's Curse, but RTK's pretty much already dropped his payload. Maybe came charging in, but he's actually going to get interrupted by the Spirit Breaker. Gets punched up into the air. Nice static storm kinetic field. Sends EHOME back at least a little bit. Old Chicken is going to be brought down to 1-for-1 so far as the Omniscience wreaks havoc on the back lines. CTY picking up the double kill. Silo running back to the wall, but EHOME are undeterred. They're going to come in, find a triple from CTY, and 11's not done. Has the punch, has another shards, has another snowball. EHOME looking for the ultra, and he is going to get it. EHOME gets value out of the buybacks. Great move, looping all the way around with that smoke, and
that was the difference maker, right? This time around, the vacuum, there was no follow-up because Tiny didn't, you know, get into position for the avalanche after the vacuum. So even though he got a 3-man vacuum, they didn't able to follow up with an Eva toss, so they didn't win that fight. But it actually looked like LGD had the perfect initiation, but they just couldn't follow it up.
And
I think they were too far though. Did you see how far were they? Maybe they were just too far. I'm not sure.
It feels like they did get a little bit split up because RTK was kind of all the way down here and just couldn't quite capitalize on the initiative. Because I saw the vacuum wall and I thought, oh, it's fine. Like LGD, they're set, but
They're set for success, and then okay, no follow up. Okay.
And then CTY kills 2 with the Omni Slash.
That's all she wrote after that.
Yeah.
That's the end. That was so crucial for EHOME. They did that during the Night Stalker ultimate as well, so that was so big for them. But right now LGD just needs to... They still can win this game, they just need to wait out the ages and try to take a better fight after that.
CTY's running in, so I'm just gonna pop the ult defensively here and run himself away. Still definitely not over by any means, but...
It's becoming very tense right now.
Yeah. Either team could be
Radiant's
looking into later
middle tower
back.
is
We gotta keep a
under
close eye on a couple of item pickups coming up. Disruptor especially. Only 800 gold away from getting an Ags. That could be ridiculously game changing. Unfortunately, Old Chicken is still not really getting anywhere. He's actually being doubled up by his own Juggernaut at this point, so... Just trying to cobble together whatever items he can. Looking at right now.
You know, the game is very, very even at this stage. 4,000 gold lead for LGD is just barely nothing. Maybe just translates into an extra item for your support, that's about it.
They really want to try and do something here. LGD are still outside of the base.
Yeah.
Poking their head
They want to make use...
spot Lamb in the trees. Looks like they might have. They will be able to combo him down. 11 tried for the save with the jump in snowball, but won't be able to. And now here comes RTK. They're gonna drop the static sub connect field, but the BKBs come out, and CTY and Kaka just gonna keep on going to work. Meanwhile, in the backlines, however, Old Chicken's being focused down by Sylar, but maybe will end up falling. Devolves into a slightly chaotic fight. 11 gets off another Ice Shards. CTY does manage to spin out of the glimpse, and it looks like EHOME actually getting the worst end of this. Looks like Kaka's gonna tick down to the urn along with the Thunderstrike.
Oh, whoa, the Lycan
LGD
actually
win the
did so
fight.
much. They didn't even get a very good initiation from Darkseer. He vacuum wall, but both the heroes BKB'd, so they didn't get affected by it. But Lycan just was able to use his ultimate and Necro Bolt to pick off the other heroes on the side. And not to mention Lamb was dead from the start as well. He got caught by the avalanche toss.
Feels like CTY didn't get nearly as much done in that fight, say, as in the...
He used his Omni Slash on the Tiny that has like maybe around 10% HP because he wanted to make sure that they get the kill.
Well, as quickly as it was looking like EHOME were building up a little bit of a lead and getting some momentum back, LGD take a good fight. I think it also serves to highlight that, one, of course, initiation is always important, but that when you get such a lopsided initiation, killing the Winter Wyvern pretty much immediately, that really helped LGD's case. There's still the Aegis on the Jug, so EHOME can still do something maybe in the next minute, but it's going to be tough to actually just get to an objective in that time.
I feel he needs to get a dagger so he can close in and just drop his Omni Slash. Then it's much easier for him to get a very good ultimate off. Without the blink, it's much harder because he's like, you know, it's so difficult for him to just run up and try and get his ultimate on a good position. It's not that easy. I don't know, I feel like he needs to be mobile. As much as you want to talk about how good and how important it is for Lamb to get a good ultimate, but it's the same for CTY. He needs to be able to unload a very, very good ultimate as well.
Yeah, and it's going to get tough. I mean, we were talking about the Disruptor Ags before, and it's completed now, so there is a very realistic chance that he could actually just get...
Did they see it? Did they see it?
I don't think they have. C2I is going to be in some trouble. Won't be able to BKB. Manages to run out. He's still got the Aegis. It's up for now. They're going to run in. They get the Winter's Curse off. It's focusing onto RTK. He did manage to drop the wall already. 11 looking for the snowball. They're focusing onto Baby. Kaka running in as well. BKB trying to run back out. Gets caught by his teammates. Hold Embrace. C2I being focused. Brought back, but brought down once again. An Old Chicken can't fight by himself. Gets glimpsed back. Maybe sitting on the edges of this fight. Throws out one more avalanche. And LGD are going to look for more. 11 gets chunked through by the shapeshift. As Sylar finds one more kill. Lamb making his escape. Does have another blink in a second. So I think he's going to be alright here. But they're closing the gap really quickly.
Night Stalker plus the Wolf. They are really, really fast. But that fight again, the wall from the Darkseer was doing so much work once more. And they did. I think they didn't notice or they didn't see the agonyms on the disruptor because the Juggernaut just got caught there and he can't use his BKB even though he has Aegis, but he got stuck in a very bad position because he was next to the wall and he was caught by his own shard as well, the shard from 11.
Did he cop the Abyssal Blade from Sylar as well? Was that
I'm not sure. Probably.
I would guess so. So Sylar tears through that fight EHOME. A couple of buybacks coming out. Sylar maybe a little bit over aggressive, but does have a Glimmer Kid to help him out. Kaka went for the charge. Use this BKB. Sylar's gonna pop the shapeshift, and they're gonna toss the Spirit Breaker outside of the base. They get some bashes up. 11
Oh,
nice
the
save.
snowball!
With the snowball, they will be able to wait out a good duration of the Static Storm here, but is it gonna be enough? C2I arrives. He's already magic immune from the spin, but he's just being bashed down. Will he get the Omni off? He does, but there's a bunch of little summons and things soaking the slashes. Can he finish off? Maybe. Won't be able
Oh
to.
my god,
and
that is game.
that might just be it.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Game 5.
Middle barracks.
Let's go, game 5.
Dire's middle
Oh
barracks.
my god, this series is so good. It's so high, so high level from both teams. Like the strategy and the mind games, the picks, how they try to outmaneuver. Like this game, EHOME are trying to switch up their lanes. They had the Tusk going mid, Gyro, Old Chicken going safe lane, and then they have CT1 off lane. Like every game, they are trying something to surprise their opponents.
Yeah, it has been a really neck and neck series this entire way. So, man, I don't even know who I favor going into the last game.
Depends on who is first pick or second pick. I think first pick is actually really good in this series because if you're LGD, if you're first pick, then you kind of can choose maybe not to, like you don't have to maybe ban the Tusk. You can pick it for yourself, or you can even ban like this game they have first pick because so they could have actually banned out the Queen of Pain because if they're second pick then they have to ban out the Doom. Then you can only ban out either one of the Tusk or the Queen of Pain. So I think whoever gets first pick is also really crucial in this last game. LGD probably wants to be in first pick more than EHOME.
Yeah, and it feels like EHOME they've kind of stuck to their guns the whole series in terms of always putting themselves in the position where they're really the team that needs to be on the front foot, needs to be making the plays, and LGD a little bit more conservative. I think the last couple of games that's also kind of played into the fact that they've had the Darkseer. It slows down their lineup a little bit more compared to EHOME on the whole, but yeah, I think we can only wait and see. I really can't wait to see the draft for this final game. So I think the lobby's already up. We're gonna jump out here, and the qualification game for these two teams to advance to the main event is coming up, guys. Make sure you stay tuned.
Breaking words you said in fear.
Francis Arter. King. Colaccini sturdy enough. Mbemba.
You can see Mitrovic waving his arms. He's pretty disgusted with that sort of service up over the top of his head. Needs better quality into him.
Arter. Francis. Sermon. Stanislas. Gosling. Daniels. Gosling. King. Nicked away by Mbemba.
Well, he's just trying to roll round the challenge on the edge of the 18-yard box and just unfortunately doesn't take it with him. Leaves the ball behind.
Smith. Ritchie's ahead of him. Thomas challenge on Ritchie, and this will be a Bournemouth free kick from an area which might appeal to Matt Ritchie with left-footed in swing.
Again, you can see the run of Smith. He takes off as soon as that ball's played to Ritchie, but as you say, good side for Ritchie just to sweep this one in between that Newcastle back line and the 6-yard box.
And the latest gust of windy rain coming over his shoulder suggests that he will have the elements on his side here. If he gets this right, it'll travel, it'll fizz. Ritchie, King's header! Kept out again. Everything but for Eddie Howe.
Good delivery, nice touch from King. That's dipping into the far corner before Elliott fingertips it round.
What a really good save. Stanislas deep, Colaccini away. Arter couldn't quite set himself, but does now. Out by Tiote, on for Perez. Caught up by Francis. Daniels. Stanislas. Arter. Daniels. Stanislas, another corner. Ball's disappeared over the roof of the stand.
Good block from Janmaat on that occasion. Again, we see this touch from King. It's definitely arrowing into the far post before Elliott, who's made a couple of important saves already, turns it round with his fingertips at full stretch.
I didn't appreciate at the time just how good a save that was. And again, the ball kicking up and off this wet, fizzy surface. Stanislas needing to ensure that the ball is properly overhanging the line of the quadrant. Header out by Perez. Smith! Flew it back over the bar.
Well, with the strike that he gets in the end, anything on target will be bulging the back of the net because he hits it as well as he could, Adam Smith, but just fractionally rising all the way. And does Elliott get the minutest of fingertips just to make sure it goes?
It's gone beyond him.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Summit for China Qualifiers. This is our very last game of the China Qualifier. It all comes down to this for these two teams. LGD Gaming versus EHOME. We've made it all the way to Game 5. We're all tied up 2-2, and only one team can qualify. The other is going to be going home empty-handed. So, for this all-important game, it's my pleasure to welcome back Winter to the cast, and let's get straight into it. Winter, buddy? Hello?
Sorry, I was muted. Oops.
That's alright, yeah. I fell a little bit flat on my face there, but that's all good. I'm just excited for the game. Hope you are as well. We're going to have a bit of a mix-up here. EHOME get rid of the Darkseer this time. LGD are going to be the ones who end up taking the Tusk. And EHOME do get their hands on their Queen of Pain, so completely different combination even compared to the 4 games that we've already seen this series. But what stands out to you?
10 seconds remaining.
Those two heroes might be both of their supports though. I've seen them run Tusk and Night Stalker as both their supports. MMY should be the one to play the Tusk if they do it, and DDC usually plays the NS all the time. He exclusively plays the NS.
I don't think I've seen LGD run anybody else on the next.
On NS, right? Yeah. Oh, they're banning the Bristol back again though. It's very strange. I think maybe they feel like it's very hard to deal with the Bristol back when Old Chicken played it in the mid lane in the first game, I think, or the second game.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, I did find that a little bit curious. The mid lane matchups so far this series have actually been a little bit non-standard, at least in some of the games. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that CTY plays a lot of Queen of Pain on the safe lane, and so they sometimes get the co-op through, but it doesn't necessarily always go mid, and so we end up with these Tusk versus Tiny kind of a deal. But I guess the other thing is that both teams have been putting quite a bit of pressure on the mid lane in the draft. We've seen Wyverns, we've seen Bounty Hunter bans. Both teams have really been putting a lot of emphasis.
You know, Bane running to the middle lane, getting Brain Slap at level 1.
Yeah,
it's never like a 1v1 lane anymore right now.
Yeah, and mid lane has changed in a bunch of other ways as well. Like, harassment means less. Even with the bottle nerfs, it still feels like it's much less about building up a little bit of a lead, and mid has become a very farmy lane in general. Lots of just flash farming heroes, and we're seeing a lot of sort of full duo core lineups these days, where we used to occasionally see a utility hero on the mid. But that's kind of ancient history, and it's a game right here and now.
They're taking so much time though. Maybe they're thinking of banning like the A. I think both the teams like to pick A, and when EHOME has Clockwork, has a very good chance they might also want to go for the AA pick. And it also depends on what LGD want as their course. If you want to pick something that has a lot of heal, then it's obviously better to ban the A.
I think the one thing that would give you pause a little bit if you're LGD considering banning Ancient Apparition is that you look over at the EHOME bans and you see the Dazzle and you see the Wyvern.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
if they were aiming for the Ancient Apparition, I feel like they would be a little bit less likely to ban those two heroes.
Yep, true.
So
that's a good point.
Yeah. I think LGD from that perspective just decided to ban a core. I wouldn't have minded seeing a support ban in that position, especially given that EHOME have already grabbed 2 cores right in the first 2, and LGD aren't really lacking for supports at the moment, given the Night Stalker is already going to be guaranteed one of the supports. But I guess there isn't anyone that's like 100% must ban in that support slot, so they may as well just get rid of a core that they're a little bit afraid of. Makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. It makes sense. So LGD is going to show that the Tusk is their off lane by having the Disruptor there. It's a good catch versus the Queen. Oh, they show all their cores right away. So Dragon Knight, Clock, and Queen of Pain. They're looking to play a very fast-paced game with these 3 heroes. Get a pick off, get a tower with Dragon Knight. Clockwork initiates, and Queen of Pain will be there to help stabilize the other 2 lanes. Because Clockwork and Dragon Knight is not heroes that can win the lane that easily, so Queen of Pain will be there for them to play aggressively, so she TPs in to actually help them win their lanes when she has level 6.
10 seconds remaining.
I kind of like the relative safety of the 5-manning as
5
well,
seconds
potentially for
remaining.
EHOME here, since you kind of prevent the... You take a little bit of the edge
Reserve
off
time.
of the Tusk and the Night Stalker running around. The
The
faster
pick-off,
that you can
yeah.
group up, the safer you're going to be from that
Yeah,
perspective.
you're technically avoiding all the pickoffs that might happen if you're not grouping up together. So I like the idea that EHOME are utilizing this game against the NS and TUS, which is, I think it's a
10
fair idea
seconds
against
remaining.
NS and TUS, because they are looking to aim and pick off a lot of heroes
5 seconds
if they
remaining.
find them, and EHOME just wants to avoid that by grouping up.
EHOME's turn to pick.
Okay, so
Oh, that was okay. The 5-man is real.
LGD's turn to battle.
they're just going for it right now. But I mean, LGD didn't do anything to deter them with that pick. They didn't pick up any counter push. It's not a Lina. It's not a Windrunner. There's no spam.
I mean, Tiny is okay
10
against. We
seconds
saw
remaining.
Secret actually doing it at Nanyang, where they had no deep, they had 0 deep
5
push. They just had a
seconds
Tiny running around killing the opponent's heroes that wanted to group up and push. So he was
Turn
constantly,
to
there was
back.
Tiny and BH in that game. So they were constantly finding
LGD's
pickoffs
turn
to
to
slow down the
pick.
push instead of picking a hero that has deep push.
Yeah, so we'll just have to see if that's going to be successful. I guess that's the
Yeah,
question.
they probably need a Sylar hero. I guess Tiny should be probably going mid.
In that case,
10
trying
seconds
to think.
They
remaining.
need a hero that can fight. Any hero that can fight early is just nice.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think the Jug ban was very heads up from
Yeah.
EHOME.
Brave
That's
King,
it.
maybe. Oh, okay. Klings is also good
EHOME's
because you can fight
turn to
early.
pick.
And the other thing the Klings might provide for the team is you can find the pickoff to disallow EHOME to push or delay the push essentially. Because Klings you just need level 6 and you're running around trying to get a kill. So every kill you get is going to slow down the push.
And they can send multiple gank squads as well if you're LGD here. The Tusk and the Night Stalker can be off looking for somebody in one lane, and then as soon as you feel safe in another lane,
Wow.
oh, I see the Tusk and the Night Stalker, then the Tiny comes in and picks up a kill.
This
This is
very
Ultra
interesting.
5-man from EHOME as they grab this abandon.
It's a hero that Klings cannot pick off alone, Tiny cannot pick off you alone as well, and you are going to be able to remove the silence from Night Stalker, keep everyone alive. Because if you look at how LGD is going to try and start the fight, they're going to put a lot of emphasis in snowballing and picking off a singular target, and Klings will focus that hero down, so Abaddon would actually discourage that a lot, because he's very good at keeping a person that's under fire alive very well.
Yeah,
So
it
in
help-
that sense, the pick might actually work out very well this game.
yeah, I think it really helps to keep the Queen of Pain
10
sort of
seconds
safe,
remaining.
especially like you were saying against the Night Stalker silence. But even just that little bit of HP can
5
go
seconds
a
remaining.
long way to being able. Abaddon.
Yeah.
He's just going to be on the front lines, and Old Chicken is going to soak up everything if they don't
Prepare
manage
for
to
battle.
sort of get towards the back lines and find the pickoffs on the squishy heroes, because rock in lane. Like, even if you gank him, he's still going to spam breathe tier 1 tower at some point, and that's going to be his treads, and he just kind of goes from there. But LGD looking to start this game on an aggressive note. We're going to smoke up and run straight into the Radiant jungle, hoping to find something to start this game. Could be a 5-man
You-
snowball,
you know-
could be they force it out, but it's gonna be it. If the disruptor had
It
gotten
was
closer,
kinda-
he might have
kinda
been able to
difficult.
start a glimpse, and that could have been
30
could have been
seconds to
dangerous.
battle.
Yeah, it was really difficult for them to get that kill. That was the last hero they wanted to run into. But you could see the idea, right? There's 2 reasons why they started off with this, because they wanted to... Number 1 was obviously trying to get a first bird early to get momentum. And secondly, it's going to... They wanted to ward the camp so Shaman can't really pull and get a lot of experience.
11, really nice cog block. I don't think this is gonna last quite long enough though. A little bit early, and that means LGD can run forward onto the route anyway. Good dispel from Lamb, but looks like 11's still in a little bit of trouble. But that little bit of extra health from the Aphotic Shield is going to be enough. Meanwhile, bottom lane, CTY looks like he went blinking in for the rune, and RTK almost gives him a very hard time, but Shackle comes out of Kaka. Right click's coming out. There's actually another blink from CTY, and he's going to jump up and grab the first blood.
He got the rune, right? Yeah, he got the rune. Rune plus first blood.
I think he just caught RTK by surprise.
Yeah, maybe they were dueling off and trying to fight for the rune. And then, you know, support came in from Kaka and RTK was screwed. But this is a very unusual dueling. Clockwork plus Abaddon. We usually see Abaddon plus Centaur, Abaddon plus Weaver, but not with Clockwork.
Yeah, this is very strange. The LGD dual lane is not the strongest. I don't want to underestimate the harassment potential of Thunderstrike though. The level 1 Thunderstrike these days is just crazy.
It is a lot of damage. It is what, 160?
Yeah.
No. Was it 140? Oh yeah, 160.
It's a lot. But there's still got a decent amount of regen here between the two of them, so doing alright. Putting a bit of pressure on the Clinx's farm, but I don't think he's too concerned. Meanwhile, the other dual lane is RTK and DDC. CTY giving them a little bit of a hard time. Dropping some harassment back the other way. There is a Shackle available from Kaka. CTY has a Sting and a Scream. There's no Snowball. It's actually only level 1 for RTK. And he's going to be going down for the second time this game. Not a great start.
Lanes is not looking too good for LGD.
And
they're getting pressured a lot.
To the pull as well.
Oh yeah, okay, didn't notice that. That is really crucial for him. Because they want to get the stage where Dragon Knight has ultimate, Shaman has level 6, and they just group up and keep pushing. So being allowed to pull your cam is so important as a Shaman. But on DDC...
wanted the rune, but I think he's dead. Yep. He's gone. That's another kill for CTY. These two on bottom lane have just been going off, and well, Lamb comes running in mid. Did not have an Aphotic Shield, so it's not going to proc when he drops the Miscoil, but almost enough to bring down maybe there, and that would have been a 4th kill going EHOME's way. They know that 11 is alone on top lane, but can't really do anything. He's actually going to come running after MMY with 2 points up in the battery assault. He's going to force out the glimpse. MMY also very low, so probably just needs to head back to base at this stage.
My god, did he forget his boots on the ground? He left his boots on the ground. Maybe he forgot about his boots. Okay, no. I thought he forgot about his boots. He left it on the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, well, okay.
He picked it up like quite a while. It took him a while to pick the boots up.
They are going to get the toss back. DDC ready with the Void. Some good damage coming out of the old chicken. He's pretty tanky. If he can find a space in between these auto attacks, he is going to be able to bottle up a little bit. There's another toss. I think he just wants to get in range for that, and he'll be able to get it off. Another Void as well.
My god,
no more bottle
sips.
sips. Old chicken is so tanky, and he's still looping around. One more Void would do it, but there isn't actually any mana. There isn't a mana for toss either. And old chicken manages to survive. Tusk's going to come in and finish him with the Ice Shards. He's going to get intercepted by Kaka. Looks like he's going to go for that kill instead. RTK just laying into him. There is a Shackle, but CTY isn't making his way over. It looks like Kaka's calling for help, and CTY will finally leave the lane, at least duck into Fog. Gives RTK enough reason to worry, but not going to get that kill. I think he could have tried for it, but he's just so worried that the Queen of Pain's going to come and kill him again.
Yeah, but he doesn't have boots, and Shaman has boots though. I think it's very unlikely he gets that kill.
The Blinking! They've brought more this time around. CTY might be in some trouble. Avalanche completely whiffs, however, and CTY is just going to be able to keep on running. He's got bottle sips, gets the Scream. That's going to kill the mid-air Night Stalker coming through. One more auto attack from Kaka, finds that kill, and now Old Chicken comes running in with the Dragon Tail. Absolute disaster for LGD. RTK, the best that he can hope for is a denied Roche, but
these two heroes, the Shaman and the Queen of Pain, is literally winning the game by themselves.
Yeah, they haven't even really needed the Abaddon or the Clockwork to do anything so far. And 11 sees that Sylar's a little bit low on mana, is going to turn on the Battery Assault, but won't be able to close the gap, but MMY's in the neighborhood as well, so nothing more to come of that. Old Chicken not going to get tossed back mid. RTK not quite in position. There is a Radiant Ward on the hill here as well, so Old Chicken now knows that they're looking for the toss back onto the Tusk and shouldn't be caught out. Unless he wants to be, in which case they can turn around with Lamb.
You get nothing.
Just keeping the Dragon Knight nice and safe.
Well, at least good news for LGD is the Klinks is still farming very well. If you compare his farm to the Queen of Pain, he has so much more CS in terms of comparison towards the Queen.
Yeah. So how
Queen has
early do
been
you want to
running
see,
around.
How early do you want to see Sylar move this game? Is it just treads, Aquila, Soul Ring, and just go, or even earlier than that?
Yeah. No, I think that's the time where you should be going when you're level 6. And when you're level 6, you should have those items. Maybe even Brown Boots and Aquila and Soul Ring.
CTY taking this early lead and running with it. Drops the Sonic Wave on the DDC bottom. And just picks up
I wonder if he's actually gonna build use this game first. Sometimes he does go for the use rush. Against these heroes, it's fairly decent. You can remove the silence.
Have a toss, but Old Chicken's tanky and he's got Lamb at his side to keep pumping in the heals. Another missed call coming up soon, and now 11 arrives. Maybe just needs to try and find an escape. RTK does not have enough mana to provide a shards block.
Oh,
Is
Tranquil
just
Boots
barely going to
activated.
get it out. Oh, but maybe in some big trouble. CTY arrives with a haster, does manage to get the avalanche off. Just needs to be right clicks to finish this one. Salve attempted. 11 really wants to go deep for this kill. Might have been a dive too far. CTY does not have enough mana for a blink and a scream. Needed to bottle up a little bit more. They're getting glimpse back as well. LGD finding a foothold as they will get their first 2 kills of the game here. CTY runs in. Bunch of low heroes on LGD, but nobody dead.
Yeah, the Clockwork just committed way too heavily for that. I mean, I think that was the point where he wished he was actually getting more points in the rocket instead of the battery. Then he would have been able to finish the kill off.
Yeah, RTK is onto something with the always max rocket flare build. I think
Oh
this
yeah,
is a
yeah,
good
that
build,
dude,
but
that dude always maxes the rocket regardless of situation.
no matter what. I have seen RTK in lanes where I'm convinced that he could get, you know, a solo kill, but he's a lover of the rocket flare. But I think it makes sense for 11. He had the Abaddon backup, and it's just a disruptor, so potentially you can get easy kills. But,
It's a draw. It's like a
trade-off.
It's like a drawback when you do this build. You might get a kill in the lane, but then when something like this happens, you don't have the points in rocket flare to secure the kill. Trade-off. Can't get everything.
LGD, 2-man smoke, RTK, and maybe both rotating down, looking for something. They're going to see the pull happening, and kind of hoping that the Shadow Shaman was going to keep on going, but Kaka, he's suspicious. He doesn't see nearly enough heroes on the map for him to follow that pull through. And good decision too, because
Radiant's bottom
there were 2
tower
smoked
is under
heroes looking
attack.
for him.
Yeah, and Syla is starting to be active. His level 7 has Treads and Soaring. Just got a creep, so wants to get a kill.
Coming on Old Chicken, they've got a lot of damage, but again, the survivability is there from Lamb. In jumps 11, gets the stun out onto 2, and Sylar gets locked down. He's got the death back, but it's not even gonna matter. He just gets focused. CTY also arriving at the last minute to pick up an unstoppable streak, and they've got the DK ultimate running. Old Chicken
They read the game so well. Basically, they know that they were coming to kill the DK, and they were ready for that to
Dire
happen.
structures are fortified.
This is a very good read from EHOME.
Lamb was already sitting there. 11 was waiting over by the rune. He was ready to jump at a moment's notice.
Dire's middle
they-
Yeah, because they knew the Klinks was missing for a long time, and they probably figured that he's going to look to be active somewhere on the map, and no one is at bottom, so there's a very high chance that Klinks is ganking the mid lane. So very good read by EHOME. Rewards them with a tower as well from that exchange.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
CTY's farm is ridiculous. 4.5k net worth on the Queen of Pain. Next closest is 3k on the Old Chicken Dragon Knight. And we're not
He
even
has
10 minutes in.
He has 35 CS and he has that net worth.
The Klinks isn't doing that much better, only 10 extra CS inside. That last death is going to slow down a little bit. Maybe he was looking for another kill. Avatar's combo is going to drop it onto Kaka. Can't really afford to turn around and keep on running since he would have gotten hit by the Shackle. They don't manage to kill the Shadow Shaman, however. And now DDC is going to get trapped. 11 popping off a Mango to make sure that he can use the cogs. I don't think he even needed to necessarily, but ensures it there. Sylar looking for the kill on Lamb is not level 6, so... just
Oh,
gonna
mid
back
lane
up to his
CTY.
team. I think he's got this. He's gonna blink. RTK doesn't have anything. There's an Avatos. Blinks over the top. Beautiful scream. Is this gonna be his escape? There are some wand charges on maybe. Is he fast enough to get the toss? That's the question. 3 seconds. Sylar's gonna cut him off. And CTY will finally fall. Wicked 6th streak going to Sylar, and that could be a big leg up to start getting LGD back into
Dire's
this game.
structures are fortified.
They do end up losing the Tusk, but well worth it. Sylar going to reveal his presence here. Team is not really in position to grab anyone just
Chicken
yet.
might get caught.
Maybe he still wants this. He gets the avalanche. Can he get a toss out? No, he's going to get stunned up. And they've got the cogs and the battery assault. They're going to throw the clockwork over onto the Dragonite, but he ends up dropping anyway. Just because of the right clicks from the Clink, Sylar keeps laying into this, and they glimpse back Old Chicken. He's now in a whole lot of trouble. 2 more auto attacks will seal the deal, and Sylar. Well, we said that he needed to start moving and to start getting active for his team. And he's definitely doing that right now. But CTY Blink Scream finds the Invis Clinks, knew that he was probably going to go over and look for a creep, and just punishes him for it.
Yeah, and this time he has the only 1 point in Dagger, so he has a lot of points in Blink and Scream early.
He is going for the Yule Scepter build, Winter, so you did call that one out. And,
Yeah, because I realized he's been doing this a lot more often. Even S4 has been doing this a lot more recently. It's against, a lot of the games it was against Slada. In this game it's still quite useful against the Eva toss from Tiny, because if you react quickly you can actually dodge that, and you can remove the silence from NS. And you can dodge Snowball. There's a lot of utility from the Yule Scepter this game.
So, what does this lead into, Winter? I feel like Ags has become increasingly unpopular on Queen of Pain for the last couple of weeks. At least that's the recent trend.
When you start with the Yules, most of the time you see Yules plus Aghanim's. Oh, I hear a glimpse.
Yeah, it's on land, but not into the most compromising position. Still has the borrowed time as well.
Yep. But back to my trail of thought, I was mentioning that the
Radiant's
common
middle
build-up you
tower
see
is
nowadays
under
if you go
attack.
Yules is Yules into Aghanim's. You rarely see Yules into BKB, or sometimes you go Yules into Orchid, but it's very strange.
I definitely agree. So what's your opinion on the Queen of Pain
Dire's
Aghanim's in
structures
general?
are
Why have we been seeing less of it?
It's still
good?
really good though, I feel. Yeah, it's still good.
Dire's top tower.
Sylar runs
Sylar.
up the hill, he's gonna get dusted,
This is
doesn't have
not
a
good.
death pact, he's really squishy, and he's gonna be brought down. That was a really excellently laid trap by EHOME. Just kinda waiting for anyone to come back from the rune. I think no matter who it
Yeah,
is, they get that kill.
They are moving so well, though, anticipating the movements and setting up traps,
Dire's
taking
top
better
tower
exchanges.
is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Comes in, can
Radiant's
heals RTK to
bottom
get some
tower
help,
is under
but
attack.
just gonna keep on right-clicking him down. Has another blink, even has the rank 1 Sonic Grab. I think he'd rather get up to level 2 and save it for a team fight. And with the Dragonite ultimate and the wards,
Radiant's
they pretty much got this
structures are
tower
fortified.
100% unlocked.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Too many problems there. Bit of damage
Radiant's
dealt bottom by the
bottom
Tiny,
tower is
but
under attack.
doesn't push nearly as fast as EHOME and won't be able to find the trade.
Yeah, he's not getting the start that he got from the other game, when he got what, an 8-minute or 9-minute dagger. This game his tempo is much slower.
Oh,
silence.
but he's still got this Yules, so we'll be able to dispel. Needs to be careful that he doesn't drop himself into a stun. Really smart plays. He's gonna
Oh
send
my god, that was
maybe
so
up.
smart. That was so smart.
He was thinking one step ahead. They're gonna set up Sylar. He's still pretty tanky, but the Sonic Wave flies in. C2I has that level 2 ultimate now, and Sylar is gonna be brought down. They lose. The Shadow Shaman in the midst of all of this. MMY gonna keep on running, but C2I with one more scream puts him in the grave. Rocket Flare's gonna scout out maybe.
That was so smart. Oh my
Because he
god.
knew, Winter, he knew that if he used himself to dispel the silence, he would just
The
drop
Tiny
into
was
an
there.
avalanche.
He saw the
He
Tiny
knew.
and then he was going to use himself and then he saw the Tiny, then he changed his mind. Oh my god, this guy is so good.
It's the CTY co-op. There's a reason that people talk about it, and he's definitely showing it off this game. He is gonna actually
he's
end up
going
going
back-
back for the Orchid, though.
Yeah, going back for the Orchid. It's very useful against the Things and even the Disruptor and the Tusk. I guess. I mean, it's still a really good choice here. It's just weird that you go use into Orchid.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. You don't get the extra stats from the Ags, so you're pretty squishy on the whole, but I really like it for the solo pickup potential. I feel like the Sylar, he just walks forward, he doesn't have a death pact. What is he doing? He's gonna get stunned up. It might have been a little bit of a bait, however. Just managed to turn around somewhat. Old Chicken is still tanking through all of this, and he's got some stick charges as well to help keep him up. The DDC's gonna finish him off with the urn, or will he? Lamb still got the heals. They've still got the bottle charge. Another shield's gonna come out along with another miscoil. They lost the clockwork in the midst of all of this. But LGD not getting
Oh my
nearly as
God.
much as they were hoping for
That-
there.
That looked like it was going to be a disaster for LGD, then they turned the fight around.
I mean,
I thought they would be able to get another kill though, at least 2 kills.
you look at the
Dire's
damage
bottom
done by
tower is
LGD in
under
that fight, and
attack.
it looks like they must have at least gotten 2 kills, but the
But
Abaddon heals. This last pick is doing so much work. EDC's running in here. They've actually got the blink of the Tiny. He's going to find 2 with the Avatos combo. Old Chicken is in trouble, gets glimpsed a little bit further back. Lamb is going to try and help keep him alive, and CTY now arrives on the scene, trying to decide exactly what he's going to do here. There's this Sting out on the DDC. Actually ends up blocking his own Sting with the Eels, but that drops him down into a Dragon Tail. EHOME will still find a kill there, so 1 for 1 on the re-engage.
Radiant's middle
EHOME
tower
still
has
have a
fallen.
little bit, actually quite a bit, of DK ultimate remaining. Oh, in comes Baby, wants his kill on the CTY, can they get it? Gets Walrus punched up. Who else can they find here? However, 11 with the hook shot onto the Tiny, locks him in place. There is not a Dragon Tail available, so it looks like Tusk is just barely going to escape. Could have maybe popped the 1 charges before the TP, but still lives pretty comfortably. EHOME are not going to get the tower off that remaining DK ultimate.
Haste!
So it was 1 for 1, Tiny for Queen. I guess it's acceptable for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, gold change ended the streak, got quite a bit of experience. Tusk actually got a ton out of that, and that's almost going to be his completed mech, which is a pretty big deal moving forward. There's a decent amount of AoE damage on EHOME that you're going to be able to negate
Oh,
with that mech.
that is actually huge, right? Because EHOME has no mech.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's going for it. We used to see Clockwork occasionally go for mech, but those days are...
Oh, those
days are a
were
little bit
the
behind us.
really, really old days, dude.
Yeah. They're going to be able to dust up Silo. Avatar's combo comes in looking for Kaka. Snowball's going to finish it off, but they're both trapped inside of the wards. They have to fight their way out here. 11 is running forward looking for the battery assault and the cogs to keep them there. So it's just going to be a hook forward onto MMY, who does have the glimpse available, and instead he's just going to stand his ground with the static stun kinetic field and keep on fighting. Maybe comes in with another combo, looks towards Old Chicken, Sylar, the Death Pact wore off, and CTY came in the back lines, cleaning him up with the Sonic Wave. Old Chicken's still alive, and Lamb, ever faithful, sticking by his side. They get a toss back, but the Yules is going to cancel this TP on the Tiny. It looks like he's also going to be falling. Pushed back by the Cogs. It was LGD getting the initiation, but EHOME arrived for the cleanup.
Man, that reactions from the Tiny when they spotted the smoke with the Klings. He immediately blinked and he even catch the best target, which is the Shaman, but he couldn't burst him down from full. And he managed to drop his wall. I think that was a very big tide changer in the fight. If they actually killed the Shaman and he didn't do anything, that fight would be really different for LGD.
It's the item build too. We got the casual
The
bracer,
bracer.
we got
Oh,
the cloak.
dude, he has a casual cloak. Oh my god, okay.
Yeah. Is he gonna go for Glimmer? Is that the idea? It's kind of an
Yeah,
initiation
possible.
item as well, because you can just Glimmer yourself and run up.
And you don't want to be blinking in so much this game because their heroes can kill you easily. And if you think about how they want to play their heroes, they're just gonna try and siege towers and you place wards and wait for LGD to come onto you. Unless the Dragon Knight spots an initiation with his dagger. So otherwise, as the Shaman this game, you just want to stay back and keep people alive. So I could see him going for the Glimmer Cape as his first choice instead of the more common blink that we see.
Yeah, and it gives their supports between the two of them so much defensive potential that I feel like it's going to be really difficult to kill CTY if they're not really trying at it.
It's gonna be so hard, like maybe even so impossible. If you don't actually silence the Abaddon, it's gonna be so hard. But then even if you silence the Abaddon, he can actually pop his ultimate first, just to remove the silence.
Oh, Sylar is going to find a courier.
Oh no, he actually can't.
Radiant's
Oh no,
courier has
I
been
think he can't
killed.
do that. Sorry. If you're silenced, you can't pop your ultimate.
I don't
Yeah,
think you
unless
can do
you
it while
get-
you're silenced. You can do it while you're
You're stunned.
under some
but you cannot
disables.
do it
Yeah, I
while-
think it might just be stuns. I don't know. I haven't tested it out. It's a cool new mechanic.
Radiant's top
I
tower
haven't really
is
seen
under
put to
attack.
use.
Yeah, it's the latest mechanic that's being added to him.
Yeah.
You can pop the ultimate willingly anytime.
You can do that before, but just now while you're stunned as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna go into the pit. No concerns in the world. Gonna drop down the wards.
structures are
Have a
fortified.
medallion on
Radiant's top tower is under
Bad.
attack.
LGD gonna find something, looks like they're gonna grab this tier 1 tower top lane as the exchange,
Roshan has
but...
fallen
Well, we were
into the
talking
lane.
about it being difficult to kill CTY, and now he has an aim. It's
Radiant's
gonna be
top
very
tower
difficult. And
is
it's,
under attack.
it's probably pretty futile to honestly focus him
Dyer's
while he still
bottom
has
tower
this.
is under attack.
Oh, they lost their career with so many items in it just recently.
What did it have?
Oh, Orchid wards. It's like what, 2,500 gold in the career.
I just need to change
2,500.
I just changed my career hotkey real quick.
It's the Orchid plus a ring and a ward.
Oh wow, yeah,
And a smoke.
that was a stacked courier. And a smoke. And 11's almost his first time.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, we're gonna see the utility Tiny here. Blink for stuff. He realizes that
Dyer's
they
middle
don't really
tower
have much
has
time
fallen.
and space for him to farm. So he has to be doing this and giving more space for the rest of the heroes.
It is extremely helpful against the clockwork to have at least the one force staff. So
Oh yeah, they don't really have 4 stuff on anyone, right?
no,
Disruptor is getting there,
Yeah,
but
he's working
it's very
on it.
far.
it's gonna take a little while. LGD sizing up to potentially take a fight here. I think we need to be careful. Old Chicken still has a lot of his ultimate. He's got a double damage and he's got the blink. If anyone pokes their head too far forward, this could be a pretty dangerous engagement. Sylar, if they're going to fight, needs to fight early because the Death Pact is starting to wear down already. I feel like the opportunity may have already passed, but LGD looks like they're still interested in trying for something
Dyer's
here. No,
bottom
never
tower
mind.
is under attack. Dyer's
I was-
bottom tower has fallen.
You've got to look at the Dragon Knight with his ulti running and the double damage and just think, no, please, let's not. And they are gonna back up. Sylar forgot to pick up his trash earlier when he ate the. I think he ate the troll from that camp, so he's gonna have to go a little bit deeper to find himself a creep.
Seriously, trash?
I don't know. You gotta clean up after yourself.
I agree. I learned that the hard way because when I was at the house, I had to clean up everything.
Did they give you a hard time, Winton?
No, I just needed to be a good guest, you know.
It's-
Because when you're at home, probably you're more relaxed. You leave your trash for a longer time before you start to realize you need to clean it up.
you know,
But when you're not at your home, you have to do it so people don't complain.
You just want people to have a good impression of you, Winter. I don't think you need to do much for that to happen. CTY jumps in. Look for this kill on Sylar. He's going to try for the TP out, but Kaka is close. And this is going to be a very straightforward kill. CTY is just rolling out of control. His Orchid is completed on the courier. He's got...
And he's gonna
point
get his
booster,
Aghanims.
And he's 500 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter. Oh my word.
I think this is the
What a
team
game.
that I see that runs the safe lane Queen of Pain so successful. They are even much more successful than the old Secret, remember? When they used to run it a lot. Queen of Pain plus Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and even, especially with Ichi have been running safe lane Quap for burning a decent amount recently, and I feel like it hasn't been nearly as successful as...
We never see it as successful as how EHOME runs it. They always seem to make the better rotations and they get the most all the time with the first Sonic Wave.
And they also, like you were talking about, Winter, when we raised the point during the draft about, it's not just the individual players, but it's also the way that the team builds around it and the way that they move and the way that they set up opportunities for CTY to take advantage of. It just feels like the whole team is extremely comfortable playing with CTY on the Quap. And it suits because he's often off split pushing a little bit. He'll turn up a tiny bit late to the fight, but he's always the cleanup crew. And, you know, always finds 3 heroes and half HP and just blows them up. So, works out really nicely.
He always comes in at the right time, that's about it.
Yeah. Well, that's Ags completed on the courier, just gonna get delivered in a second. And EHOME continuing to press further and further forward. DK ultimate is ready, and not really a whole lot to wait for here, honestly, if EHOME. Kaka's gonna glimmer cape his way over towards the high ground so they can drop down the wards. In a relatively defensive position, trying to bait LGD into jumping in, and maybe he's actually going to do just that, get Sound Stuff. The Force Staff gets him a little bit further away, but 11 still wants to jump in here and find some kind of initiation. Does not get the cog onto anyone, and Sylar's going to start working away at him, but Old Chicken comes in to assist his ally. Snowball's going to catch on his shoe, but lands still in the middle of all of this. Actually going to get silenced by the Night Stalker, preventing him getting off any further heals or any further shields. They will manage to drop the DK LGD, losing their tier 3 pretty quickly to the wards, but a very successful hold as EHOME charge into the base but don't manage to find really any kills.
Yeah, they didn't manage to get a kill with the... Like, he wanted the hook shot and he blinked and he blocked the hook shot. So, they could have gotten the kill on the Tiny there, and that might actually allow them to take the Rex. Oh no, he actually has buyback, so probably they kill him and he buys back and they back off. It would still be a win for them, regardless.
Yeah, that was definitely not what they were hoping for. And a pretty crucial silence from DDC as well. I don't know if he would have been able to get the Dragon Knight out, but I think they would have at least 100% secured the tower and maybe minimized losses a little bit.
Oh, good TP.
Out in the fog. Just barely going to escape there. Oh, old chicken TP bot. There's 3 heroes waiting for him down here. He jumps onto Sylar, but the drop maybe coming in. Goes with the avalanche, doing pretty good damage, but old chicken is just so damn tanky. 11 has the hook to be able to cancel Sylar's TP out. TTY realizing that kill is 100% secure. He's going to blink a little bit further forward, and Akaka and Lamb also going to join the fray.
DDC.
Blink, can he get it? No, it just barely gets hexed.
DDC got caught. His
So
TP got
close.
cancelled. Oh no.
And DDC as well. It looked like they were just going to get the easy pick off on the Dragon Knight, but he's too tanky, and now looks like all 3 will end up falling. DDC's going to waste as much time as he possibly can, just kind of running around in circles. He's 100%.
With the grave.
Oh,
Welcome
man.
to the bit of
It wasn't even a bad idea. They saw heroes mid and thought that they'd set up really nicely for whoever TP'd bot, but it just happened to be the Dragon Knight. And they could not.
The tankiest hero of their lineup.
Oh, man. And EHOME,
And
looks
this
like they're
this
just gonna
game
go
is
straight to
just slipping away from them very, very quickly. With this Shaman wards, they should be able to secure this side of Rex.
mid. TTY jumps in and sounds with the disruptor. He's gonna get stunned as well. Sonic Wave just for him. It is an Aghanim Scepter Sonic Wave, so not even the longest cooldown in the world. And TTY even playing pretty patient, hanging back, letting old chicken in the wards go to work. Tyler's gonna re-emerge here, and we'll be able to take down a couple of the wards. But the damage has already been done. The melee barracks is being claimed, and
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
they could even back out and be happy, but we'll see what they do. I guess the Dragon Knight needs his BKB delivered pretty badly, and they won't be able to get the BKB and still have some Dragon form left. So they're just.
I mean, they don't have to take any risks, right? Because they're already in such a good position. And they're not rushing to end the game. Because LGD is not farm at all at this stage, even though they have the better game with the Tiny. This Tiny went for 4-star. The moment you see that, you don't have that sense of urgency to finish the game because Tiny doesn't have Aghanims.
He is still getting, maybe still getting pretty decent farm, but yeah, the scaling is really gonna need a bit to really start.
It's just like when you see an Ember starting with Manta instead of Battle Fury, you don't get so intimidated. It's the same reasoning behind that. I mean, it's not like it's bad for him to go for a 4-star, that's not what I'm saying. It's just he's forced into this type of position by EHOME because of the situation of the game.
Salah's gonna run right to the middle of the EHOME lineup here. They're gonna go for Kaka first. Do they have any anti-invis though? The dust comes out, but it might be a little bit too late. One more auto attack from Salah finishes that kill. On the back lines as well, they will be able to punch up the Clockwork and bring him down. Lamb finds himself in the middle of this static storm. Does end up popping his ultimate. DDC will be stunned by Old Chicken with the Dragon Tail, but doesn't have the ultimate for a little while just yet. Tiny, another Avatos combo comes in. They will be able to bring down the Queen of Pain. That is a huge jump. That is a huge pickoff. DDC's quite low, does need to back up. Nice and safe, but Old Chicken's also being grabbed. They get another glimpse. This is going to be a full 5-man wipe. Lamb's trying to find at least one more rebuttal kill. And the Urn Charge is actually going to take down DDC, but amazing initiation.
Yeah, maybe got a really big key pick off there on the Queen. And EHOME weren't really like together at the start of the fight as well. Like Shaman got focused down, he didn't drop his wards. And the Static Storm was on 2 heroes, I think Shaman plus the Abaddon at the start. And that was just a really good initiation from LGD.
It was great scouting as well from Tyler. He knew that he had the BKB.
Oh yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah, he knew that he had the BKB and that he wasn't really under too much risk. And that he had teammates just around the corner to potentially help him out. So he scouts it, they split the fight up with the Ice Shards, and it just goes to work.
Aghanims is online for the Tiny if he wants to. Okay.
Nice.
Out of that fight.
I don't think there's anything else that catches your eye if you're the Tiny here. It's definitely going to be the Aghanims, right, Winter?
Yeah, you want to be able to scale into late game because the only way LGD is going to win this is they drag the game out to late game. That's when EHOME's lineup starts to wear down because they have the Shaman, they have Dragon Knight, all these heroes are very early and mid-game centric. So if you drag out the game, they lose their effectiveness.
There's still a couple of power spikes yet to come for EHOME, but this is starting to look a little bit more promising for LGD. And I mean, EHOME
So
have
the
to
next
be
power-
feeling the pressure.
The next power spike will probably be a new item on Queen, maybe an armor item,
DK16,
Shiva.
I think.
Yep. Next Roshan, I guess.
I don't know if that's guaranteed. Is the only thing. I mean, I guess they can drop words, but
Yeah,
even
I agree.
then-
They can still lose the fight there. It's still possible. If they get caught by the tiny Eva toss combo and then it follows up by a snowball or a static storm, they could still lose the fight there.
Sylar, once again, finding information, scattered things out. There are no sentry wards down from EHOME. They're all working on items, and that means LGD are going to be able to pincer them. They come running in. They don't want to run into Lamb first. They're actually going to go for Kaka instead. They burst him down immediately. C2I was waiting over in the trees, and in comes the Clockwork with the hook. C2I waiting for a good opportunity to unload the ult. He is going to find it onto one, but the Greaves from the Tusk help to keep him alive a little bit longer. As a result, however, he won't be able to dispel the silence. He won't be able to buy any more time. Sylar looking to re-engage. Does not have a death backed up, so does quite a bit of damage. Maybe, however, got caught out on the back line. Old Chicken grabbing him there. DDC gonna keep on fighting, but Old Chicken stands his ground along with the ward. Sylar trying for the TP out, but he won't be able to get it. As the fight splits up, it looks like it is gonna be EHOME walking away with the win. Old Chicken somewhat awkwardly catching himself in the trees.
That buyback, so key for EHOME.
Yeah, wow.
He didn't even hesitate to buy back, you know, immediately he died. He knows that he needs to come back. This is a very, very key fight. If they lost that fight, they would have been kicking themselves in the head. Why didn't they have sentries against
Dire's
Jinx?
bottom tower is under attack.
They had totally zero detection for English heroes
Are fortified.
at that fight.
It was just a shame for LGD that they couldn't find one more hero immediately after the Shadow Shaman. If they'd seen a glimpse or something like that, could have been very different. They're gonna jump in now. They blow up one. That's Sylar gone from the Sonic Wave. RTK forced to retreat. Maybe knows that he has to go in and fight right now. But C2I is gonna BKB Prince around. He's actually gonna go blinking it even further. Finds the kill on the disruptor. He's still alive in the midst of all of this. As EHOME are pushing LGD back to their fountain.
Dire's
That
bottom
is going to be the second lane of Rax coming up. EHOME will switch focus back. DC, and maybe they're the only ones who can fight right now. Flink's still in the hole for 40 seconds, and goes to show how squishy the hero is without a death pact online.
And it's so hard for LGD right now. It's looking very grim for them.
This could very well just be it. I mean, there's still a Roshan to potentially claim for EHOME. At this point, they've now got 2 full lanes of Rax, so they can just play the lane control game and let bottom and mid just push in.
Yeah, they are just gonna play safe, secure Roshan and just go. There's no reason for them to rush anything. Because Tiny is not gonna be able to finish another big item in this few minutes. He wants to save for buyback to defend the last Rax. So EHOME will try to
Radiant's
secure the
top
next
tower
rush.
is
I
under
mean, they're
attack.
definitely gonna get it if they do it at the right time. And just push a high ground with the Aegis. And close out the game.
It feels like they need another one of those fights where the Clinks can just open up on multiple heroes. Lamb, I mean, he not even gonna get scratched by that Avatos, really. Heals back up off the mech. Sylar again, scouting the backlines this time around. EHOME have a sentry ward down, so he's not gonna get lucky twice here. Oh, can't quite reach with the Death Pact. Oh, he's gonna have to go for the little creep instead. That's really unfortunate. But they know that Roshan is what they have to contest right the second the wards have already been dropped down. The Ice Shards, misclicks perhaps, not gonna head all the way into the pit and they catch Sylar before he even enters this fight. He's been split off from his team by the Cogs. That's managed to re-engage a little bit. Maybe jumps in, but it's just into a Dragon Tail. The Avalanche doing nothing against the BKBs, and they've already brought down Sylar. Kaka engaged in the back lines by RTK, but he doesn't find the kill. It's a double for CTY. And this is looking like it should just straight up be the GG. MMY trying to make his escape, but CTY continues the pursuit. Will get Clinks back, but 11 and the rest of the team ready to find that kill. And that is going to be it. LGD tap out. And EHOME win the series, they are going to be the second team out of the China qualifier, heading to LA for the summit.
Yeah, very, very good series today though. Like, I'm really glad that I actually managed to join you. Like both the teams showed a lot of finesse in this series. But EHOME just got I think the better overall. They were maybe a little bit more flexible in their picks, and they were because they kind of forced LGD to decide what they're gonna give them because they had to choose either to give them the tusk or the queen. I think that's a significant advantage in terms of drafting when you force your opponent to actually ban those two heroes or not give you the two heroes.
We even saw it in the reserve time, it feels like, every single game. Like, there was one game where both teams were very low on reserve time right at the very end, but it felt like it was always LGD who were the ones who were spending like a whole minute at the start of the draft into their reserve time, just thinking about how the first few moves were going to go, but it still kind of ended up favoring EHOME every single time.
Yeah, and by the way, the Abaddon was a really, really good pick here in this game.
Perfect last pick, yeah.
Did so much work, and it just gave them a lot of the sustain that the lineup was lacking because they needed to be able to push. So when you win a fight, you're probably low on HP, low on mana, and Abaddon was there to give them the mag and the heal and the shield, keeping a few crucial targets alive in team fights. He was a big difference maker.
There were 4 or 5 times especially where it looked like the Dragon Knight was going to get bursted, like especially on bottom lane, and then he just kept on living forever, and at that point for LGD the strafe wears off, the combo is cooling down from Tiny, and they can't finish it, and then Dragon Knight kind of goes to town with the sustained damage. So I think well deserved from EHOME. I'm glad that they're going to be making their way to the summit. That's gonna wrap it up for the China qualifier, guys. It's been great casting for you. It's been great casting with you, Winter. Thank you for joining me today.
You're welcome.
I don't know. I'm feeling frazzled, honestly. It was such a crazy series, and now it's over. So what else is there to say? Don't forget to follow Winter on Twitter @WinterDota, Facebook.com/WinterDota, I believe. Don't forget to give Beyond the Summit a follow as well. If you'd like to follow me, I'm @BaseKip. My name's up in the title. Thank you so much for tuning in. I don't know when I'm going to be casting next. Winter, do you have anything on the horizon coming up? I guess the major group stages is maybe the next thing for you, or is there something closer?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Alright.
I don't think I'm doing anything else, yeah.
Okay, so definitely make sure that you check out Winter for that. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully see you sometime soon.
Bournemouth did an extraordinary job just to get there at the end, but
Absolutely.
they
Well,
were in such a good position, Derby. Where
2 wins from the last 13.
absolutely
Extraordinary.
horrendous run.
Yeah. I think they were everyone's favourites. And they're amongst the favourites again this year, actually, but they lost at their great rivals Nottingham Forest last night, which always hurts in that part of the world. And Mbemba. Cisse. Sissoko. Cisse's offside.
You can see he just clearly makes a straight run. He doesn't look. He's unaware of where defenders are around him. Cisse. And when Sissoko delays the pass a fraction, clearly 2 yards offside when the ball's played forward.
Daniels. Stanislas. And on this most illogical of days, the sun's come out.
Could that be the difference?
Maybe. It's right in our eyes, which is actually a very pleasant change. Because we've had wind and rain blowing into our faces for most of the game. And,
but they are used to playing in the sun here, Peter.
yes. People come here on their holidays, and for the first time today you can sort of understand why they might. Daniels. Arter. Bournemouth are about to make a change. Gosling. Francis. Smith. Ritchie. Smith against Tiote. It is a corner.
They've been really productive down that right-hand side. Smith and Ritchie combining well, and he just had a word with Adam Smith a minute or so ago, because there was a situation where Adam Smith didn't run beyond him when he should have done. He did on that occasion, and he wins his team an important corner.
Ritchie takes it. Perez with a horrible miscue, which lands on the roof of his own net. One of the most bizarre clearances. Well, here's a player who could make a difference up top. It's Jan Kermorgant who is coming on in place. Well, Kermorgant is one coming on, Tomlin as well. A double change. King and Stanislas giving way to Tomlin and Kermorgant. I was going to say for Lee Tomlin that, of course, he has.
But two players have goal-scoring records in the lower leagues.
In by Ritchie. Elliott chose to punch when some might consider that to have been catchable. Smith. Forward by Arter. In goes Francis. Ritchie can't catch him up. Domet's clearance.
But back they come again. Aimless clearance from Dummett, picked up by Bournemouth. Incessant pressure now. Newcastle sinking deeper and deeper.
Here for the first time is Lee Tomlin, who nearly went all the way with Middlesbrough last year. They lost in the playoff final. Jan Kermorgant, who's also come on, sometimes unreasonably forgotten the part he played in promotion last year, because Callum Wilson and others were making all the headlines. The Frenchman scored 17 goals for Bournemouth, not always starting.
15 in the league, Peter, which was a really important contribution. How they could do with one now.
They've got a quarter of an hour to get one. Arter. Daniels. Foul on Gosling by Tiote. And again, Distin wanders forward. Together with Francis, both centre-halves on the edge of the penalty area. Ritchie ready to deliver. And the crowd do their bit again. In by Ritchie, too much for Distin, clear from Dummett. And Perez can chase it away. Running at Smith, who defends sturdily and then strides out with purpose. Arta.
Newcastle just can't keep the ball for any sustained period of time.
Tomlin. Ritchie. Yet another corner. Bournemouth's 15th corner of the game. Newcastle haven't had one. Bournemouth trail 1-0. Less than a quarter of an hour to play. In by Tomlin. Kermorgant rose but couldn't make satisfactory contact. This time fouls Colaccini to hold him up.
Well, he's done it once before, Colaccini, and he does it exactly the same thing again. He knows he's on the ball, in possession, challenge from Distan, just takes the pressure off for his team.
Jose Perez has become the villain of the piece here. A, because he scored a goal, and B, because he went down apparently unnecessarily and caused a bit of a fuss out of nothing. He has been yellow carded, so possibly also for his own protection, Steve McLaren is withdrawing him and replacing him with Florian Thauvin, the 22-year-old Frenchman.
But you have to say he's had an indifferent time since being at Newcastle. He is a talent, but one in which has to get on the board. It's exactly what Steve McLaren would want him to be doing now.
Distant. Too heavy for Kermorgant. Bournemouth now have given so much for an hour and a quarter on what is bound to be a very heavy pitch. There are going to be some weary limbs, and there are going to be some dispirited hearts if they don't get anything out of this.
It's just maintaining that belief, the belief that they could get something out of this game. They've certainly given everything that they've had. They've had opportunities.
Wijnaldum. Ritchie. Smith. Sermon. A final throw of the dice, and we are going to see here a Premier League debut for the 25-year-old South African Tokelo Ranti. He's replacing Harry Arter. He has played a couple of the League Cup ties. Did play a part in the promotion season. Hasn't scored a goal since last October when he got 2 of 8 against Birmingham for Bournemouth. Now wouldn't be a bad time to start, but here is Sissoko.
We talked about the complete balance in this game, but the number of times Newcastle in the final third have given ball away cheaply.
Ranti. Ritchie. Ritchie, deflection wide.
Well, Eddie Howe substitutions have added potential goal scorers. Can they create a chance? One big chance.
Ritchie with depth, palmed out by Elliott. Colaccini early for Thauvin. Colaccini. Cisse was onside, but the pass wasn't good.
Once again, an opportunity for Newcastle. They've been so few and far between, but the final pass this time from Colaccini, which, if put in front of Cisse, would have been a great situation.
Gosling. Smith. Sermon. Daniels. Sermon. Ranty. Calmly done by Mbemba. Cisse. Newcastle within 10 minutes of cracking this. Tomlin. And those 6.5, 7 hours back up the length of the country for the 1,200 travelling supporters within 10 minutes of being quite pleasurable. They'll have plenty to keep them smiling. Principally 3 points. Don't really care how they come. Cisse.
Well, when you come into this game with just 1 point and 1 goal on the board on your travels, this will be a very, very sweet 3 points.
So about very visibly hauled back by Adam Smith, who knows he's going to have to take a yellow card.
Well, he's complaining, Adam Smith, but Torvan brought the ball down well, lovely touch, and then as soon as he drags it away, you can see Smith pulling his shirt with his left arm. Just some respite for Newcastle defensively. And unsurprisingly, Peter, there's no urgency.
No hurry at all.
No way.
Tovan's take. Colaccini! Suggesting that Federici got a finger on it.
Well, he's furious.
Officials think otherwise, what he believes.
As is coach Steve McLaren, because Colaccini's header is down, still going over the crossbar. I'm not sure, there might have been the fingertips. Yeah, he just helped it over Federici. You can understand their complaints.
Steve McLaren's face, he is living on his wits there, isn't he? He is right at the end of his nervous energy. Tovan, that by the way was Newcastle's second attempt on goal in the entire game. The first went in.
Probably the complaints were because they haven't had a corner yet either.
Well, a fortnight off after this, then a trip to Swansea for Eddie Howe and his most upbeat chairman, Jeff Mostyn. And then after Swansea away, they've got a run of games that reads as follows: home to Everton, away to Chelsea, home to Manchester United. They're the glamour games that they dreamt of when they came up, but reality is sometimes rather different than fantasy.
Yeah, and as it stands, Peter, it's a run of 5 games in all competitions with defeat, so that confidence and the way that they've gone about this game, it has to play a part.
And what they would do for Callum Wilson's goals now. So cruel to be without him. Without Wilson, without Mings, without Gradle, without Elphick. These aren't just 4 players, those are 4 of their big players. And it may get tedious for others to hear that trotted out, but it will be as relevant a truth in a month and 2 months and 3 months as it is for Eddie Howe now, that they've left a massive hole in his team and his plans. And in fairness to him, he doesn't keep trotting it out. He's having to learn to live with it.
Yeah, he's having to try to deal with it, and you know, on reflection, when you see the number of chances created today, Callum Wilson, I would have expected certainly to have been on the score sheet given those chances.
Tovan. Last 5 minutes now. Sissoko Wijnaldum. Asked Sissoko to run into the corner. Good strength from Distant. Daniels.
But again, just cheaply turn the ball over. Sissoko charges down and makes a challenge on Distan, but it's just too easy for Bournemouth to tidy it up, keep possession and start another attack.
Tomlin, beautifully driven ball. Daniels. Poked away by Janmaat. Gosling. Smith. Not by Colaccini, who has defended well. Ritchie. Smith. Colaccini wins it again in front of Sermon. Sweet turn from Wijnaldum. Cisse was offside, yeah. And he is nearly there. Trying to enjoy it.
It was a close call, but certainly Cisse takes off and just at the split second when the ball's played, drifted into that offside position.
Word from the line is that there is going to be a substantial chunk of injury time. The word 6 has been mentioned. Gosling. Kermagant. Gosling. He's got a free kick. And Lee Mason is back into his pocket to book Tiote.
Yeah, and I think that's a combination of challenges that Tiote's made, and this one is late, it's from the side. Clearly take Gosling's legs from under him.
So 2 minutes of the 90 to play, and partly because of some time wasting and partly because there was quite a significant hold-up earlier in this second half, there are going to be 6 on top of that. So all is not lost for Eddie Howe. Ritchie behind it, we know he can give it a belt. Sermon adjacent to it too. Matt Ritchie flew a yard and a half over. His goals have been spectacular.
Yeah, you're just getting that situation, the heart's pumping because you know it's an opportunity. You see he strikes across it, always rising over the crossbar. But I just think the tempo and the intensity that Bournemouth has shown in this game has just started to fade away in the last 5 minutes in particular.
They haven't got an awful lot left to give. Ranti shoulder to shoulder with Mbemba. Congolese given the benefit of the doubt by Lee Mason against the South African. Gave him a shove.
Well, there's a mismatch weight-wise, and he certainly knocked Ranti to the ground.
A bit of Nat Lofthouse about that.
Good old-fashioned shoulder to shoulder, I think you described that.
Thauvin. So into stoppage time, and they're going to like this board. The majority of them here at the Vitality Stadium. The number 6 suggests hope.
Yep, if you need a lift, he won't have enjoyed seeing that, that's for sure.
He looks grim, doesn't he? What a pale face. On by Kermigan, kept in by Daniels. Protected by Sissoko, it's a goal kick. Well, Steve McLaren, I'll be saying, start the bus, don't bother running the showers, we're getting straight on and out before they arrest us for daylight robbery. Nervous times. These could be priceless points. Points that will take Newcastle above Bournemouth, above Norwich, and to within one of Chelsea. Still doesn't seem quite right to be saying that, but it's true.
Well, he had his head in his hands. I think he should sit there, put those hands over his eyes and just hope that that clock runs down as quick as possible.
Long from Tomlin. Daniels. Francis. Off Anita for Cisse. Distant. Francis. Well, Thomas done well. Kept it from Smith. And Tovan wins the throw. And Newcastle are going to make one more very late change. Fern and Anita giving way to the Swiss fullback, Kevin Mbabu, who did play the full 90 minutes of the 2-2 draw against Chelsea and the first 50-odd against Manchester City. Anita not in any hurry to be dragged off. Mbabu, the last line of Newcastle's insurance policy.
Sissoko taking up a more